What bad intentions could Batman have? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Brainiac's Conspiracy. Please read it later. Woo woo. Think about it, Lex. Luthor knew that Brainiac was going to say something to sow discord again, but he knew very well that he would not change his decision because of what Brainiac said, so it would be okay to listen. Well, actually this was not the main reason. The main reason was that Brainiac's nonsense was not without cost. Lex Luthor had just completely figured out how his remote transmission communication method was done, a more convenient, faster, safer, and pure information exchange technology. And this also meant that Lex could actually continue to steal his data in front of the other party. If he was like a thief who broke into the house before, he would be beaten up if he was caught by Brainiac. Now Brainiac took the initiative to open the window and wanted to talk to him, while Luthor was constantly fishing for things in Brainiac's house with a fishing rod. Brainiac could of course stop it. He just needed to close the window, but this meant that he could not talk to Luthor. So now he seemed to have no choice but to be patient and let Luthor download there. If Superman is going to be in politics, he can run politics for many years, from the federal government to the state and county, and he can do it perfectly. I mean, the voters will be crazy about him. Yeah. Luthor turned a deaf ear and concentrated on downloading the data. Think about it. This alien has unlimited energy, is extremely smart, has extraordinary wisdom, extraordinary charm, and has been in good health for decades. He can fly to 52 states to canvass votes for him in 10 minutes. During the canvassing speech, he will drop from the sky wearing a big red cape, letting every drooling middle-aged woman touch his pectoral muscles, and the blue or red flags of supporters will gather into an ocean. Every state is his voting base, and a lot of tycoons are willing to spend a lot of money on such a rising star. Brainiac told a joke, but Luthor didn't laugh at all. He continued to download the data in silence. Do you really think you can rely on those ridiculous political memes to fight against a flesh and blood god who is determined to do his best? Do you think he needs to break the rules? No, he doesn't need to. Even if he acts within the framework of the Constitution, he can do whatever he wants. There is nothing he can't do. Building bridges, reducing medical insurance, everyone will support him. Even if you oppose it, it's useless. He will approve it himself and then fly over on the spot and get the job done for you. There is no need to argue with others. More importantly, you know he is not an alien primitive, right? Those Kryptonian technologies, just take out one of them can make the entire human society crazy. Is there anything he can't do? Brainiac saw that Luthor didn't answer. He continued, oh, of course, if he doesn't want to do something, you can't do it. Do you think I don't know about your human experiments? The omnipotent god of the world has X-ray eyes. He only needs to fly to your door and then take a glance to immediately know what you are doing downstairs, and then the police will come to your door. Think about it. With such a strong-handed figure taking 2 measures, the economic situation will soon be very good. Very good. And then what will happen? Well, let's take a step back. If Superman is upright, he will go back to farming after 2 terms. But you know, one day, Brainiac said, for example, Brainiac or some other alien monster invades, the building will collapse, the world will be in turmoil, the economy will be depressed, and people will miss Superman again, and hope that Superman will continue to be president. What will he say then? Maybe I can't be so arrogant as to think I can control the course of history. But all kinds of things will always force him to take on too much responsibility, right? Just like now? For Superman, a city of just a few dozen kilometers in radius is no different from a 10 square meter room in his eyes. He can appear in any corner of the city at any time. Even the entire earth is just a living room that he can reach in a few steps in his eyes. He destroys those illegal criminals just like stepping on ants in the living room. No matter how difficult the opponent is, it is just like catching flies with an electric mosquito swatter for him. In the beginning, he will be like now, doing justice alone, or setting up a civilian organization to cheer for him, and do odd jobs, and give it a random name, such as Avengers Alliance, to exert some influence. But soon he will start to directly stop incidents, and change public security, because he can do that. Who needs police? Who needs firefighters? Meteorite falls, solar storms. No danger can hurt humans anymore, because Superman can solve everything. With Superman's repeated retirement and comeback, believe me, soon the people on Earth will gradually realize a problem. Whenever Superman is doing justice, or simply in power, there must be peace and prosperity in the world. People's livelihood is prosperous, and society is stable. But if someone else comes to power, it is very likely that everything will be messed up. People will eventually be shocked to find that the best way to guarantee the welfare of the people is to worship an alien as the boss. So now the question is, what is the difference between what Superman does and what I do? Since the purpose of Superman's existence is to ensure the welfare of the people, why do you think I can't do it? Seeing that Luthor stopped talking, Brainiac felt that it was about time. He took the initiative to disconnect the call, and then checked for a while to see how much data Luthor had copied. The green alien smiled. Download it. Keep downloading. The more the better. Countless huge data streams passed by his eyes, and the light in Brainiac's eyes flashed. Stealing Brainiac's knowledge will cost you. He certainly didn't expect to really rely on such a speech to make Luthor turn his back and fight Superman. But he just wanted to deepen the seed of doubt that already existed, subtly amplify some of Luthor's ideas, and finally cover up his actions. That incomplete version of Doomsday was the gift he sent. All the prey thought they could eat the sugar coating and throw the shells back. They always thought they were smart enough to play the hunter like a monkey. But Brainiac always brought them the deepest despair. That incomplete Doomsday was an opportunity for unity. But you know, after unity, there is often division. Brainiac shook his head, and the data stream continued to turn in his eyes. It is not easy to prevent the opening of the Phantom channel in a specific area, but fortunately, Brainiac has enough energy. If he can't find the exact point, then a large-scale blockade will be enough. When it comes to playing with the cutting-edge science of space jump, the people on Earth are not even worthy of carrying his shoes. He guessed that Batman would not give up the top fighting power of Lex Luthor. If his guess was right, Lex Luthor, who had just hung up the phone with him, should have received Batman's request for help. He also guessed how shocked and frightened the incomplete Doomsday would be to him. No one can refuse such cutting-edge power, and everyone will start to study Doomsday. Mr. Smith just moved from Midtown to Metropolis. People who have never lived in Midtown can't imagine how difficult this city is. He encountered a robbery 2 steps out of the door. The robber was super fucking polite. When he met you, he shot the ground next to your feet, then bowed to you, took off his hat, and asked you to put all your belongings in it. If you don't give it to him, he will shoot you in the leg, and then continue to politely ask you to give him money. When you give him the money and the police finally arrive, he has already flown away on his high-tech jet-powered flying shoes. Mr. Smith couldn't believe that the criminals in this city had better technology than the police. So he now planned to move to Metropolis. He heard that there was a superhero named Superman there who could fight criminals during the day, so at least there wouldn't be such outrageous things as being robbed in broad daylight. A good life is waiting for me. Metropolis. Such a metropolis must have good public security, with superheroes like Superman flying in the sky, which must be much better than those incompetent police in Midtown. After all, what could be worse than walking on the road and having robbers rob you in broad daylight? He has now come to a small town around Metropolis, and his car just ran out of gas, so he should go to fill it up. He found that the town was in a mess, but strangely, countless people still looked as if they hadn't noticed anything and were still living and working. The man who seemed to be selling newspapers, even the newsstand had been smashed into a discus, but he was still selling newspapers in the void, like an NPC with a bug in some game. He stopped by the roadside and rolled down the window to talk to the newspaper seller, but the other party just kept asking him, "Do you want to recharge your data card?" This weird scene made Mr. Smith shudder. He turned the car around and wanted to leave, but just after driving 2 steps, he heard a loud bang, and a huge, Terrifying monster with bone, spurs all over its body, fell in front of him like a comet. Before he could react, another purple monster rushed over, and the two monsters fought passionately, rolling into the surrounding shops like a spinning top. The building collapsed on the spot and scattered on the ground like Lego toys. While the newspaper seller was still asking him if he wanted to buy a data card, a steel bar fell directly from the sky, inserted into his head, and rushed out between his legs. You. Mr. Smith pointed at him and was speechless. Ah, you said this. Don't worry about it. Work still has to go to work. The newspaper seller pulled the steel bar off his head. This is already a daily routine in the Metropolis. Do you want to buy a data card? Boom. Before Mr. Smith could reply, a huge rock fell from the sky. It's over. Smith fell to the ground with a thud and closed his eyes. He regretted why he had such a sudden thought and wanted to settle in such a horrible place like Metropolis. This was just a small town around Metropolis, where there were such horrible monsters fighting each other. When it came to the city center, wouldn't even dinosaurs come out? But he was not crushed to death. He looked up and saw the Gotham Guardian Batman he had seen on the news, wearing a blue cape and holding a huge rock, blocking him. Oh my god, I really saw Jesus. Stop talking nonsense. Leave here quickly. How did you drive to the combat zone? Is the military blockade? Chen Tao was stuck when he said this because he suddenly realized that he had destroyed the military system with his own hands, and the soldiers who maintained order came to deal with him. If a fool with a bad brain ignored those warnings, he might indeed enter the battlefield by mistake. Let's go quickly, he said to the other party unhappily. It was so scary that Mr. Smith jumped into his car and stepped on the accelerator. He cried and screamed, tears streaming down his face. Metropolis is so scary. I want to settle down in Gotham. Although Chen Tao had heard what he said, he didn't have the energy to care about him. He turned his head and looked at the two monsters fighting. For a long time, Chen Tao had been secretly worried about a question. What if Superman died at the hands of Doomsday or some other monster like in the stories he had read countless times? But such a hidden worry seemed to no longer appear in his world. He looked at Doomsday fighting with the parasite. The opponent seemed to be losing ground and couldn't even beat the full parasite. Roar. The monster with bone, spurs all over his body roared in pain. He was hugged and sucked by the parasite. His muscles swelled all over his body. The circles of muscles flashing purple light made him look like the tire man in Mickey Mouse's tires, exaggerated and dangerous. Chen Tao cancelled the transformation of Speed Bullet and landed on the ground. It took him less than a minute to fly over, which means he has at least 9 minutes to fight. The Clayface man came out from the ground beside him, bubbling. Robin reports to Batman that he has sucked all the female lieutenant away. After hearing the general situation, Chen Tao nodded and then fell into deep thought. Doomsday is much weaker than he thought. Why is that? He smelled some conspiracy for no reason. But no matter what, solving Doomsday is the top priority now. He pressed the headset. Luthor, it's time to act. Due to review reasons, some of Brainiac's words were deleted. I revised the rest to make it smooth. Then I added some descriptions to make up 4,000 words. Chapter 127 Wonder Woman vs. Batman. Please read it later. Woo woo. I sent the follow-up reading for my child. Amanda Waller stood up. She was a fat black woman, but her eyes sparkled with a wisdom that was completely different from those foolish people. She was now sitting in a conference room at a military base with Air Force Colonel Steve Trevor. The room was empty, with only the two of them. One of them was a battle-hardened Agent King, and the other was the first person in the United States to contact a superhuman. Together, the two of them almost gathered 99% of the people who knew the most about superhuman things in the 9.82 million square kilometers of the country under their feet. Amanda Waller stood up and twisted her fat hips. With just 2 simple steps, the 2 buttons on the front of her suit seemed to be broken because of her walking movements. She walked to the computer and fiddled with it for a while, and then the speakers started playing songs. I heard that there was a mysterious chord King David played it to please the Lord. But you don't really care about music, do you? On the screen, the American gods seemed to have descended from heaven. The monsters from outer space were defeated, and the world was peaceful and beautiful. The singing continued. Do you have to keep the music going, Waller? Steve, with blonde hair, hunched over. He sat on the sofa, crossed his fingers, revealing his strong forearms and muscular body. The battle of the gods requires the praise of hymns. Amanda answered him. The two of them watched the battle on the screen, which was far beyond the limits of human imagination, and fell into silence. Steve broke the silence. If they break out such a battle in the center of the Metropolis, there is no resistance, no doubt about it. Colonel Trevor. The two of them were silent for a while, and then Amanda Waller suddenly said, if the Amazon woman you found, her name is Diana Prince, Waller. Steve didn't move his head. I warn you, your attitude now is very dangerous. She is a mentally sound adult woman. Maybe because she is not familiar with the outside world, she may appear silly and naive at ordinary times, and even use some simple tricks to interfere with her behavior. But this does not mean that you can treat her as a fool. If your attitude is the same as the FIVE** building, treating her as some kind of limiter or secret weapon, then you will definitely be disappointed. Amanda Waller did not refute Steve directly. She said, but you also know very well, Steve, the FIVE* building will not always let Diana play her chivalrous games in Boston. As the only superhuman who has contact with the official, and has been proven to be able to influence and obey official orders, you can't always rely on your influence to block Diana from the sight of the FIVE* building. Steve knew very well that what Amanda said was true. He looked at the screen. Doomsday was beaten very brutally. Batman, Superman, Lex Luthor and Parasite, the four of them almost beat the alien monster to pieces. Steve watched as a green shockwave flew out of Luthor's cannon, followed by Batman's Iron Fist. Lex Luthor has a lot of friends in the Department of Defense. Soon Luthor will get a medal of some kind they improvised, and be called a 5-star good citizen, while Batman and Superman will be wanted, and Parasite will be captured and taken back for further experiments. Amanda Waller shrugged. Of course, I believe that soon Batman will visit the homes of those who ordered his arrest, and then everything will be calm, just like what I experienced a few years ago. Did I tell you, when I first saw Batman? Steve didn't reply. Amanda Waller asked and answered himself. In 2007, he broke through the most stringent defenses, and beat dozens of fully armed, and most capable soldiers like butter. Amanda chuckled, the meaning of which Steve couldn't figure out. After beating the people, he sat at the head of my bed. Do you know what he said to me? He told me not to go too far. It was really funny. But the fat black lady quickly restrained her smile. But you know that things are different now, right, Steve? Amanda walked over and poured herself a drink. She looked at Steve, but he waved her off. From the first time that man showed himself to the public, history was divided into two periods. Amanda drank it all in one gulp. The period before Superman came, and the period after. On the screen, Batman punched Doomsday and knocked him back high. He grabbed his ankle and slammed him into the ground like a bowling stick. He shouted to Superman, "Quick, open the Phantom Zone." Amanda Waller narrowed her eyes. Have you heard of that urban legend? Batman always wins. I thought that urban legend would not work when it comes to superhumans who can lift thousands of tons of weight. She looked at the screen. But the Phantom Zone can't be opened. How? What are you talking about? Batman controlled the struggling monster with a naked choke, knocking his head to the ground again and again, pressing his hands on Doomsday's neck hard, knocking his head like a bobblehead. Then he straightened up and continued to clamp Doomsday like an iron clamp. The parasite pounced on him to absorb energy and let out a climax-like moan. Ah. Amanda said, Batman and Superman. And we are not going to fight with them or kill them, we just want to recruit them. At least we can't let the two of them wander around in the wild like happy huskers. Don't make it so serious, Steve. We are not the Americans who shout for war and killing. It's the same. Amanda was speechless. She wisely skipped this topic and continued. Okay, Trevor, let me talk to you about the current problem. That alien monster. Batman calls it Doomsday. She said, you know, we can never let Superman, Batman, or Luthor take away the body of that monster. Neither Parasite nor Doomsday can be possessed by individuals. This is the bottom line of the government. Steve looked at her sideways, and their communication finally reached the point. So you are here to be a lobbyist, Waller. Stop, Stop, Steve Trevor. I solemnly warn you, your identity is a colonel in the US Air Force, not the Amazon. Diana Prince's American tour guide. Do you really understand what you are doing? You are fighting against the will of the 5-star building for her. Those politicians will not be as lenient as I am. They let you manage your relationship with Diana just to make it useful at the most critical moment, and now they think this is the most critical moment. Steve was silent. Then he said, Diana may not be able to beat Superman and Batman together. Steve, stop saying that. We hope we can communicate effectively. Seeing that Steve hadn't spoken yet, Amanda Waller told him, more than 10 nuclear bombs are ready. Hey, look at me, Steve. Do you often see those idiot politicians in American blockbusters who always think that nuclear bombs can solve everything? Do you think that such idiots who want to use nuclear bombs to try to see if they can directly destroy the other party's body, no matter what new things they see, only appear in American movies? Then I have to tell you that in reality there are not only such people, but also a lot of them. The most troublesome thing is that these idiots hold great power and have high sounding reasons. She grabbed Steve by the collar. They have tolerated you for a long time, Steve. I know you are good at networking, you are good at managing relationships, and you have a lot of connections, but these are limited. Seeing that Steve didn't react, Amanda Waller's tone became a little calmer. You are a respected leader, Colonel Trevor. You are loyal and compassionate, like a knight of the round table. But soldiers are bound by their duty to obey orders. You know that there are things you have to face. How should I tell Diana? Steve said, the government behind me wants you to help us snatch some of the alien monster's limbs for evil research, to fight against the other two superheroes, and the government also wants your relationship to deteriorate, fight, and become mortal enemies? Tell me, can I say these words to Diana? Amanda Waller did not answer Steve's words directly. He knew that the other party was not a pure and harmless little boy. He just needed an outlet to vent his guilt for deceiving his friends. Amanda Waller patted Steve on the shoulder. You didn't deceive her. You just didn't tell her some facts for the benefit of the country. She didn't ask you, right? Colonel Steve Trevor sighed. He stood up and dialed the phone. A few minutes later, Amanda Waller asked impatiently, Diana Prince, our Wonder Woman. How long will it take her to reach the battlefield? Colonel Steve glanced at her and said, he has left Boston. According to Wonder Woman's speed, he said, it will only take about 10 minutes. He explained in a low voice, it is about 2,000 miles from Boston to Kansas. You have tested Superman's speed, right? It takes 9.4 minutes for the red and blue Boy Scout to fly. Wonder Woman is a little slower. He said, just a little slower. With a loud bang, Chen Tao hugged Doomsday's head and twisted it back hard. With a deafening bang, the big monster fell to the ground and fell to the ground completely motionless. Lex Luthor's armor was torn apart and he collapsed on the ground gasping for breath. The parasite's muscles were no longer there. After being fed in large quantities, the parasite had become a fat man. A huge pile of purple flesh lay on the ground. Rudy Jones collapsed there, laughing like an idiot. Hehe, so full, I'm really going to die of fullness. It's so comfortable. Chen Tao looked down at him. You. He shook his head, cancelled the transformation, and fell to the ground. Then he turned to look at Clark Kent, who was fiddling with the equipment there. So the Phantom Zone still can't be opened? The other party shook his head. No, we are under a strong space shield. Clark was a little nervous. This is not the technology of the Earthlings. This is a bit bad. Chen Tao turned his head to look at Luthor, and the flashing light in the other's eyes gave him a headache. The most important reason why he wanted Clark to open the Phantom Zone directly and throw Doomsday in instead of killing him directly was this reason. He never underestimated human greed and never underestimated Lex Luthor's ability to cause trouble. Not only Luthor, from the beginning, he had investigated those people in the government thoroughly. Chen Tao turned his head and looked at the drones circling in the sky. Some of these drones were made by Lex Luthor to monitor the scene, and more of them were from the FIVE** building. Chen Tao knew very well that these people would do something terrible, but as long as the worst situation did not happen, he Chen Tao turned his head and looked at Lex Luthor. Doomsday is not a monster we can control. Luthor, this is a Kryptonian weapon. I think what appears in front of us now is just a defective version. But before he finished speaking, he saw the light in Luthor's eyes. The other party was even more excited when he heard about Kryptonian weapons and ultimate weapons. Chen Tao gave up persuading him, and the two of them confronted each other faintly. You don't want to fight me here, Lex, and do you really think you can beat me and Superman? Chen Tao grabbed Doomsday's body, and then the Alfred protocol flashed on his retina. Warning. Warning. Found loadable items. Doomsday spores, you can use it to complete the loading of SS level Batman Devastator. Warning. Warning. The anchor item Superman's broken cape required for synchronization is missing. You cannot load Devastator now. Warning. Warning. Your level is F level. Your level is too low. Loading Devastator will directly cause death. Please do not make such dangerous suicide behavior. Warning. Warning. Please keep your load items properly for possible loading. Chen Tao was not in the mood to pay attention to these for the time being. He turned his head and felt that something moving at supersonic speed was rushing towards the battlefield. Look at what that is, Superman. Soon, the Superman brand telescope gave the answer, which made Chen Tao's heart sink. A woman in strange clothes. Batman. With a sword and a shield. She flies really fast. Diana Prince. Chen Tao silently read. Wonder Woman. Chapter 128. Luthor, you don't want to do anything bad, do you? My name is Lex Luthor, and I'm the smartest human on the surface of this planet, bar none. And I think I'm very likely the smartest intelligent being in the universe. Brainiac is just an alien with more knowledge, but in terms of IQ, or real wisdom, he is 100,000 times behind me. Well, maybe it's a bit too arrogant to say that. He can only slightly keep up with me. Well, I'm afraid I can't ignore the facts. I have to admit that he can keep up with me, temporarily. Let's skip this topic for now. But even if I'm so intelligent, I can't create technology out of nothing that is 10 to 20 centuries ahead of humans. Here, I have actually developed technology that is 5 to 6 centuries ahead of the current human level, which is enough to prove that I'm a super genius beyond Einstein or Hawking. But this is not enough. At least not in front of Brainiac. Therefore, I need his science, which can help the smartest being in the universe transcend the shackles of race and basic technology level, and truly be able to compete with Brainiac on the scientific level. Of course, Brainiac was a malicious teacher, and he never fed me, his student, any fruit full of enlightenment, but rather a vicious trap full of poison. But he underestimated me, underestimated Lex Luthor, and I felt insulted. Brainiac thought I would be stupid enough to take the bait he threw. He was deceived by my seemingly arrogant appearance and relaxed his vigilance against me, which was good. Wild animals need camouflage. Don't you think I don't know? Luthor is smart, but he is too arrogant. Luthor always fails because of his arrogance. Oh, and greed. Greed blinded Lex's judgment. What a pity. Such an impression, even if it could cause the slightest interference in the judgment of a super intelligent AI like Brainiac, would allow me to magnify this variable to an unspeakable size. Yes, I'm arrogant, and I'm not unaware of my character weaknesses. But do you know what the difference between arrogance and confidence is? It is victory. And Lex Luthor always wins. In fact, the most important point is, Brainiac's knowledge may be poisonous, but Lex Luthor's, isn't it? The one who committed the crime of arrogance was Lex Luthor, a human from Earth. Wasn't it also Brainiac, who was high above, and called himself the omnipotent god? How dare he be so bold to accept my creation, the parasite, to land on his spaceship? I said it. Lex Luthor never released something he couldn't control. I never lied about this. Scientific ability is not a simple comparison of levels. There is no such thing as my scientific ability is better than yours, so I can understand everything you operate. If there is a parallel timeline in the world, and steam engines replace internal combustion engines as the mainstream, can an engineer who is proficient in internal combustion engines understand how those high-end steam engines work? Even the two lines of a world fork cannot understand each other, let alone the science and technology developed by different planets. Brainiac often calls himself a god, but if he is really omnipotent, then he can never be omniscient. What's more, the birth of the parasite was completely accidental. A genetic coding error. The existence of this monster has completely violated all the rules of biology and genetics, although I know that Superman and those damn superhumans have also violated these rules, but this still proves the danger of this monster. This monster will soon teach Brainiac what it means to run this program based on a bug, and what it means to not touch it if this program starts running based on a bug. Even after such a short time together, Luthor has seen through Brainiac's nature. It is not human, so there is no word give up in his dictionary. Even if he can't understand the principle of the parasite, even if he doesn't know whether it can be controlled, the instinct of Super AI to acquire knowledge will still make it force this set of knowledge into its own system. He will probably choose to keep the bug and let it run, and install it as an external plugin on his soldiers. By then, I, Luthor, the only person who can hold the key to run this bug program, the creator of the parasite, the Father, Jesus, will. Luthor's eyes are fixed on the parasite that is collapsing on the ground like a Michelin tire. The parasite in front of him sucked dry a Kryptonian and a biological weapon beyond human imagination. Now Luthor couldn't believe how much energy the other party had accumulated. Even the energy released by a nuclear bomb explosion was far different from the energy held by this monster. A normal parasite could not absorb such energy at all. No, or the defective products he created before did not have such a big appetite. He had tested the upper limit of the energy of those monsters before. Not to mention absorbing hundreds of millions of tons of nuclear bomb explosion energy. The initial version even blew itself up on the spot after absorbing only about a few hundred tons of standard coal energy. There was no doubt that this guy was not the garbage created in his laboratory, but a coincidence, a surprising coincidence. This miracle that was impossible to appear in a billionth of a billion was happening right in front of him. Luthor tried to look away from his sight as much as possible. He kept contacting the drone hovering in the air in the distance through his armor. He had to make sure Brainiac couldn't see what was happening now. He looked down at the nanorobot on his chest. These robots could only simply repair the damage to his armor, and he would have to wait a while to ensure that the replacement parts were in place. Luthor kicked Doomsday calmly, causing the huge monster to fall on the fleshy body of the parasitic golem. In an instant, the energy absorption began again. Doomsday, who had just been drained and rested for a while, was forced to accept customers again. He immediately became visibly thinner. Luthor looked left and right to confirm that neither Batman nor Superman noticed his little move. Suck it, keep sucking it, the stronger the better. Luthor thought silently, help me solve all the problems at once, at least seriously injure them, so that they no longer have the energy to take care of their own affairs. Do you really think he is a partner of justice? Well, he is indeed a partner of justice, but he follows the justice of Lex Luthor, and in order to achieve Luthor's justice, he must get rid of guys like Batman who are in the way. And that alien, he never thought that the other party would be a helper. The unstable factors in a team are more dangerous than the real enemies. If he still has some thoughts of showing mercy to Batman or Wonder Woman, but for Superman, Luthor is full of malice. Perhaps it is some kind of bald head attribute that is at work. The only thing Lex Luthor thinks in his mind at this time is to resist foreign enemies. We must first stabilize the country. The drones are still coding. They surround the battlefield from a distance. Even though Lex Luthor knows that his small movements of manipulating the parasite are difficult to be discovered by Brainiac or others, it is better to be careful. He has had enough of Batman's pervasive detection. He stared at the battlefield. Soon, a fierce battle will break out between Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, and Lex Luthor will hide nearby until the three are exhausted and the winner is decided. Then, he will activate the parasite and let this monster beat both of them seriously and kill the alien scout directly. In the end, Lex Luthor will carry flowers and applause, defeat the evil parasite, fool everyone, get a large order from the military, cooperate with the military, contribute his own strength to the beautiful world, and defeat the evil alien invader Brainiac in the future. This is the perfect script that Lex Luthor has planned for himself. Wonder Woman drew her sword, and the beautiful Amazon woman took an attacking posture without hesitation. Clark Kent floated in front of Chen Tao, really like a loyal dog. He heard Lex Luthor mocking, but the big blue guy didn't want to reply to the bald man's words. Good day, Her Royal Highness Princess Diana Prince. Hope all is well with Her Royal Highness Queen Hippolyta. Hera, may the shadow of heirs never cover the world. We need to talk. Chen Tao boofed his own language and said, whatever those people said to you, it is not the truth. Steve wants me to take these monsters back. The Amazon warrior said. He called me anxiously while I was eating ice cream. A few kilometers away, Steve behind the screen slapped his head. Did I tell Diana that my name is a state secret? Steve Trevor is a very trustworthy colonel, but he is sometimes influenced by other politicians and forced to do things he doesn't want to do. On the screen, Batman reported Steve's full name so blatantly that the two agents were speechless. Our intelligence personnel are all civs. Amanda said with a grim face. I will start a self-examination. Diana Prince, I hope that your 5,000 years of life have made you carefree, but have not turned you into a simple-minded fool. Luthor blinked. Why did Batman's tone suddenly become so aggressive? Batman turned his back to him, pushed away Superman's protection, and stood not far from Wonder Woman. No matter how high-sounding excuses some people say, they are just doing some conspiracy and trickery behind the scenes. Luthor's mind was full of Brainiac. He was coding his drones carefully. After figuring out Brainiac's science, he could reverse decrypt and neutralize all the detection methods known to Brainiac. Of course, this is not 200% safe, so when he makes small moves against Parasite later, he must use more stray energy to cover up his true behavior. For example, a big explosion? Luthor thought silently. He can deceive everyone. He is sure to deceive everyone. They don't understand that the reputation of a hero is not gained by hypocritical calculations. If you stay in the dark corners for too long, you will only become a rat in the gutter. Excellent speech, Batboy. Luthor heard Wonder Woman say this. He shook his head secretly. Luthor had previously guessed that Steve, the upstart of the US Spy War Department, held a trump card that even the 5-star building could not control, but he didn't expect it to be a woman. It was really surprising. But Steve once said that humans need order. They are the government, and the government cannot be ignorant of what is happening on the territory of their own country. You know, we can't make decisions for humans. Wonder Woman's words have already vaguely divided them together, but their views are diametrically opposed. Batman was silent for a moment. We have different views, but we have a common enemy to face. We should not conflict, at least not now. Luthor sneered secretly. Batman is so naive. If the superhuman woman and the government can be easily deceived with a few words, the government will not let Steve Trevor dominate the affairs of this woman. I know exactly what you mean, but at least now, I'm afraid my enemy is right in front of me. As expected, the talks broke down. Luthor narrowed his eyes. The Amazon woman let out an earth-shaking war cry and pounced on Batman. Soon, these three superhumans will fight each other, and then. Lex Luthor shook his head. Everything was within his expectations. Luthor saw Wonder Woman suddenly standing stupidly in front of Batman, and his original forward momentum paused. The hurricane created by her body blew the hem of Batman's clothes, and the sharp blade was raised high, but it never fell. The Blue Boy Scout just made a move to push the other party, but his hand did not touch the other party's body rushing forward. What's going on? Superman asked the question on behalf of Luthor. An illusion. Luthor heard Batman say to Superman, Diana is a real warrior, but that means that if she encounters an enemy that is equally matched, or that she thinks is equally matched, she will fight until her heart fails. He walked forward and touched the other's outstretched blade. At this time, she is probably fighting an enemy that she has imagined. Superman opened his mouth. You just knocked her down like this? Otherwise, do you think I want to fight her for 300 rounds? In the command room a few kilometers away, Steve slammed the table and stood up and walked out directly. What are you doing? Steve Trevor? Amanda Waller caught up with 2 steps at a time, shaking her fat gluteus maximus. Speak. I'm going to save Diana. Just because you drive a fighter? Stop it enough. Steve grabbed her collar. I asked her to go. He let go of the collar dejectedly, and I have an obligation to bring her back. Luthor opened his mouth. Batman gave him another surprise, and he knew that this pointy-eared bastard had backup plans for everything. Illusion. Does Batman really have the power of illusion? How on earth did he do it? The bald man kept wondering in his heart. But just like he had never investigated how Batman and he invaded Brainiac's spaceship together, none of this mattered. What mattered was his own plan. His drones were almost ready, and although the civil war between the three superhumans ended sooner than he thought, it did not hinder the execution of his plan. He only needed to chat for a few more words, and soon he could activate his parasite and execute his plan. The smartest Lex Luthor in the world, the most perfect plan. He saw Batman pinch the tip of Wonder Woman's sword, lift her up, and with a clang, throw Wonder Woman, who was in a sprinting posture, next to the parasite like a sculpture. Okay, now what should we do with these three? Lex Luthor opened his mouth, and a confident smile appeared on his face. This was a fake smile of Lex Luthor's. He tried his best to make such a fake smile not mixed with too much bad intentions after success. We should. But before he could finish his words, he saw Wonder Woman suddenly jumped up from the ground, wielding the cold weapon, and cutting off the arm of the parasite with one sword. Lex Luthor's expression froze on his face. What happened? Superman's head was full of question marks, floating in the sky. How is this? How did you suddenly? He looked to the left at Wonder Woman standing with a sword, and to the right at Batman who walked up, to stand with the other party naturally. Then the blue boy scout also made a decision. He floated behind a man and a woman, trying to make himself look fully aware of the situation. You didn't control her just now, of course, Lex. This is just to paralyze the parasite. You know this big monster has consciousness. And you should also know that I don't have the ability to create illusions. Chen Tao said. Diana drew her sword, and the parasite, whose arm was cut off, let out a deafening scream. He roared and climbed up from the ground, with huge energy waves spurting out of his eyes and mouth. The energy wave rebounded on Diana's shield, breaking through the clouds, and rolling up the wind and clouds. Diana turned her head, and looked at the dumbfounded Luthor and the leisurely Batman. Superman was floating above the two of them like a kite. In the name of Hera, no matter how many disputes we have, dealing with real monsters is always what heroes should do. So can you stop chatting, and get to work? Luthor heard Batman say to him, yes, we have to kill the parasite, before we can talk about our disputes. And our friend, the hero of justice Lex Luthor, you don't want to help the parasite, do you? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Dividing the Spoils and Bane's Return. How could that be? Luthor forced a fake smile. It has come to this. What else can he say? He turned around and could almost feel the gears in his head spinning. Did Batman see through his plan? If he did, how much did he know? Luthor cut off his wild thoughts in an instant. Thinking without intelligence is meaningless. This is not what a smart person would do. An energy cannon behind him stood up. As the creator of the parasite, he should know that all energy attacks are feeding the parasite, but he still did it. The dark green energy wave rushed out and was absorbed by the parasite. Wonder Woman turned around unhappily. What are you doing? She looked at Chen Tao and Clark who were still watching the show. And you too. But Wonder Woman didn't have the chance to finish a complete sentence. The parasite roared and punched down. Because he absorbed too much energy, he was almost like a showerhead that leaked as he walked, and he looked very unstable. The fist caused a huge explosion on the shield of Wonder Woman, knocking the Amazon Valkyrie back. Taking advantage of this gap, Parasite squirmed to find his chopped off arm, but when he found his arm, Wonder Woman, who returned to the battlefield like a hurricane, kicked out the dry and chicken claw like broken arm. This action caused Parasite to be even more furious. He roared loudly, and the tremendous energy almost destroyed his throat and language ability. Various light waves sprayed out from all the holes in his head. Wonder Woman saw that one of them was shooting at Batman and Superman, but the two of them would rather jump away than take it. Luthor continued to feed the parasite from a distance. Dark green energy waves were injected into the parasite's body with different wavelengths, gradually dyeing its purple muscles black, and also dyeing Wonder Woman's face black. This green energy made the parasite spray more vigorously. If it was just a tap before, it was like a burst pipe, and it started to pour out directly. In this luxurious battle with unlimited energy, even Wonder Woman felt powerless. You guys, Diana felt that she had no chance to say a complete sentence. The huge energy exploded in front of her shield, blurring the sound in the chaotic shockwaves and energy. As the parasite hit her head and roared hysterically, she once again drew an arc in the air like a kite with a broken string, and was hit like a pinball, and turned over several times on the ground, and then fell headfirst into the soil, eating a mouthful of mud. But the indomitable Valkyrie jumped up again, uttering an earth-shaking Amazonian war cry, brandishing her sword. In the name of Hera, you will fall. While Luthor continued to shoot energy, he turned his head to look at Batman hiding behind Superman. The other party had an expression of predicting everything, which made Luthor open his mouth. He deliberately walked to the side of the other party and fired a shot at the parasite. Batman's face did not react at all. The red and blue Boy Scout put on an idiotic expression, trying to imitate Batman's standing posture and floating there. Luthor walked back and forth in front of Batman again, fiddling with the muzzle of his gun for a while, and seeing that the other party never had the intention to ask, he finally couldn't help but start introducing himself. I created the parasite. Yes, I know. And I, Lex Luthor, will never release something I can't control. Yes, very good. Luthor continued to explain, I call it energy toxins. These alien energies will interfere with the wavelength of the parasite, causing it to uncontrollably erupt the energy it has absorbed, just like vomiting and diarrhea after taking a laxative. So the more violent and powerful his eruption is now, the faster he will wither later. This is one of the methods I developed specifically to restrict the parasite. Lex Luthor will always have a trump card. Batman did not respond. Luthor gritted his teeth. He no longer paid attention to Batman, but turned around and fired several shots at the parasite in succession. The two were speechless. Neither of them looked at each other. Superman looked at Luthor on the left and Batman on the right, and found it very interesting. He landed between the two men in strange costumes, proudly put his hands on his waist, and watched Wonder Woman being beaten together. Then he heard Batman say, Superman, why are you standing there watching, and not helping Wonder Woman? Superman. Luthor said, it doesn't surprise me that Superman is standing by and watching. Aliens will never fight for the Earth. Then they both turned their heads and looked at the stunned Superman. So what are you waiting for now? Clark walked away very embarrassed. He flew over the parasite and then fell down, stepping his head into the ground with one foot. He just watched Batman standing there and didn't mean to be lazy and not work. He grabbed the parasite's head and threw his already sluggish body into the air, then flew up and used flying fists to hit the opponent into the air. Oh, come on. How can I continue to use energy toxins like this? Luthor stopped firing energy waves and complained. The things you fired will only cause trouble. Wonder Woman, who was covered in dirt, walked over from the side, holding her sword upside down with her hair loose. She put the sword back into her waist, then slapped her forehead hard, making a loud explosion. The shock wave between her palm and forehead shook all the sand on her face and shoulders away, and her hair was clean. Boom. The parasitic demon fell behind the three of them like a meteorite, smashing a big hole in the ground. At this time, he no longer had the terrifying appearance of the Meat Mountain Demon King just now. Instead, he looked like a emaciated and dying sick ghost, groaning in pain. I'm so hungry. Without the eruption of huge energy, his throat, which had been dissolved and burned by himself just now, had grown back in just a few tens of seconds, and it didn't even prevent him from speaking. Superman fell down. What do you have to eat? Hearing the other party's question, Clark put down his fist, hesitated for a while, and the gentle Kansas farm boy finally lit up with red eyes and charged the parasitic demon for a while. Oh, it's coming. So comfortable, so refreshing, so warm. Superman exhaled cold air on Parasite, freezing it into a large block of ice. Parasite was solved, and the atmosphere on the scene became tense again. Luthor stepped aside, and Superman and Wonder Woman began to confront each other faintly. The sword of Vulcan, which had been put away, slipped into Diana's palm again. It was as if an invisible wind swept the battlefield, and a suffocating sense of destruction began to spread in the field, making people suddenly feel a little suffocated. The demigod who walked out of ancient Greek mythology, stepped on the decayed ancient years, and the suspended Krypton orphan wielded the fluttering and rolling flames. The surging and roaring crimson, calmly echoed in the eyes. The raised shield and sword reflected the glow of fighting spirit in the eyes of the Amazon god of war. The world used the most hideous expression to press the tip of the knife, piercing the most real thin surface. The trembling sense of panic, like a snake, tied the waist and tied the flesh into a ball. In such an atmosphere, Chen Tao walked to the side of Doomsday and took out a kryptonite knife from the universal belt. Hiss. Clark hurriedly dodged the faint green light emitted by the knife. Chen Tao tried to cut Doomsday's body, but the green knife was soon stuck in the middle of the bone spur. He tried to use his skills, like balding butchering a cow, to directly remove it. It was so funny, but he couldn't do it at all. Chen Tao gave up. He took out a handful of kryptonite lime from his waist and sprinkled it on Doomsday's body, and then cut off one of his arms like cutting a cream cake. The other three looked at him, staring at each other. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chen Tao straightened up, and Batman's unique voice rang out in the field. "As you can see, the spoils are not indivisible." He waved the knife and stabbed Doomsday's neck. As expected, it got stuck again. Chen Tao continued to take out kryptonite lime, intending to stop, I have a kryptonite cutting device. Luthor hurriedly stopped him. He pressed his headphones for a while. "My drone will send us a kryptonite cutting machine in a few minutes." Superman glanced at him. Who would use a cutting machine? Even if you want to deal with him, shouldn't you give priority to making a kryptonite knife or a kryptonite spear? He looked at the body of Doomsday on the ground, whose arm had just been removed by a knife, and inexplicably felt that they were in the same boat. The Amazon woman put away her sword. The atmosphere finally returned to normal. Diana looked at Chen Tao and wanted to ask him how he knew about her mother and the things about Paradise Island, but even with the Amazon princess's thick nerves, she knew that now might not be a good time to communicate, and she didn't think the other party would tell her. "Diana Prince, this monster is man-made. Kryptonian man-made can be considered man-made. By the way, do you know what an alien is?" Diana realized that the other party didn't seem to know her very well. "I'm not an old antique who doesn't know about social changes." She tidied the black and smooth hair scattered on her shoulders. "Although I haven't been away from Paradise Island for a long time in your outside world, I have basically learned everything a normal outsider should know," she said. "I also found a job, antique appraisal." She paused, then added, "Although the degree certificate is fake, Steve forged it for me." Chen Tao said, "It's good that you know very well what an alien is. Doomsday, this is a humanoid weapon created entirely for killing. It has no consciousness, no emotions, and this guy may have mixed some brainiac's genetic modification engineering." Luthor's cutting machine was in place. At this time, the bald man was working with the red and blue scouts he hated the most to cut Doomsday's body into several pieces of the same size. The whole scene was like a picnic. Chen Tao continued to say to Diana, "In short, I hope you are aware of the danger of this thing. Now the question is, I don't know if you have seen those crazy scientists on TV who create monsters that they can't control." Diana was thoughtful. "This is your trophy, Diana. In the name of Hera, you participated in the battle and should have the right to control the trophy. Power needs to be regulated, that's what you said yourself, isn't it?" Diana wrinkled her nose. Why do you keep saying Hera?" I said. "I'm not an ancient person. You don't have to talk to me in this tone of coaxing ancient people, and saying Hera is also weird. You are obviously a man. If you insist, you should say Zeus's." Chen Tao was stuck for a while, and then forcibly skipped the topic. "I think when you bring this monster to Steve, you also have the obligation to ensure that those government people will not use this monster to create some byproducts that will threaten the world." Seeing that Diana wanted to say something else, Chen Tao waved his hand to interrupt her. "I know you trust Steve very much and are willing to believe that he will not use this monster to do anything. But you should know that Steve is not an omnipotent god and cannot control every field. The roar of an armed helicopter came from the sky. Colonel Steve Trev quickly climbed down the ladder and landed on the ground before he stopped. Chen Tao and Diana glanced at Steve, who was running over. "Let's talk about this first. I believe you have the ability to prevent possible dangers." Chen Tao ignored Steve, who ran over to talk to Diana. He walked to Lex Luthor and took away the results of his hard work without hesitation. Luthor wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chen Tao. "The parasite is still alive. He is obviously a conscious living person. Lex, you have to guarantee his human rights." As he said this, he carried away the upper body into arms of Doomsday. "You took too much." Black mist rolled up under Chen Tao's feet, and he flew away carrying the things. The man in strange clothes was holding a hideous monster, and his body was covered with black mist. He looked like a villain running out of a comic book. Superman shrugged and flew away with him. Luthor was speechless. He turned his head to look at the remaining half of his body. Then he heard 2 knocks on the back of his armor. He turned his head and saw Steve Trevor standing behind him with his hands on his hips. "Everything here is the property of the Asterisk government." "Thank you, you Christian ghost," Luthor said. "You are not allowed to take anything here. You must hand it all over to the government." Colonel Trevor threatened skillfully, "Don't try to play tricks. We don't know the specific identities of Lex, Superman and Batman, but you are using your real name." He said, "It is illegal to take government property without permission. Now, your drones have been requisitioned. You must use them to send government property to the military base. And you must hand over all your research on parasites." The other party was getting more and more excessive, and Luthor couldn't help but say angrily, "Don't even think about it, Trevor. You actually know my name. Are you planting spies here? You are breaking the law, do you know that?" "Shut up, Teacher Shiver. Take a rest in this safe house first." In a small house in the slums of Metropolis, Jason pulled back the carpet, revealing an entrance to the basement, and there was a different world underneath. "No one can find us here." Jason had just put up the flag when he heard someone knocking at the door. Knock knock knock. Jason immediately made a tactical gesture. He put the carpet back on the ground, covering the entrance to the safe house. Shiver stood up and hunched his body like a female leopard. "Who's outside?" He walked to the door. "What's the matter?" But the next second, there was a loud bang, and the fragile wooden board was directly pierced by a huge palm. Jason stepped back violently. A small giant more than 2 meters tall smashed the door panel and broke into the room directly. Jason recognized the other party and opened his mouth. "It's you. I'm Bane." The giant's voice echoed in the room like a jar. "I came here specifically for revenge." Chapter 130, Superman and Weirdos. Chen Tao sat in the seat of the extended Lincoln, dressed in a suit and looking out the window in a trance. The breeze was gentle, the sky was cloudless, and only countless white doves were flying in the sky. The Inca News channel was playing the gentle and soft female voice of Lois Lane. Historians of Metropolis divide the history of this city into 2 periods, the period before Superman came, and the period after he came. Metropolis News Online is the latest radio channel born in Metropolis, controlled by Bruce Wayne, with Lois Lane as the founder and main partner. It focuses on news and information on the in-car channel, and its development prospects are very promising. It's hard to remember what life was like before that. The Superman era seemed to have changed every aspect of urban life overnight. Police patrols, school courses, fashion, politics. It seems that even the weather has changed. Chen Tao looked out the window, countless demonstrators holding signs, confronting fully armed anti-riot police. The time was quiet and not good, but the world is always like this, so this world can probably be considered beautiful. In the months before that, Metropolis had gone through a lot of ups and downs, you know, just like every city in human history. Louis' voice came slowly. The violent crime rate has slowly risen, and corruption cases have shaken people's confidence in their leaders. The extended Lincoln was parked behind the traffic jam, with an irritable driver in front, honking continuously, but thanks to the excellent sound insulation of the luxury car, it didn't seem noisy. The wind was still driven by air pressure and temperature at that time, just like everywhere else. Chen Tao heard Louis seem to chuckle on the news channel. It seems strange to pay attention to this detail, but inexplicably, one day, the wind direction was no longer driven by natural forces. The violent conflict caused by the demonstrations in front continued to escalate, and someone threw a homemade Molotov cocktail at the police team. The police shouted loudly, and Chen Tao clearly saw that the demonstrator who had just escalated into a mob pulled out a gun. But driven by danger, a gust of wind blew across East Street, and a pedestrian was pulled back from the speeding lane. A gust of red and blue wind blew, and the mob's guns fell to the ground, and then melted into molten iron by the heat vision. Louis' voice was still ringing. A strong wind passed through the underground tunnel of the Morrison Express, and a child who fell onto the track returned to the arms of his parents. In the demonstration team, people screamed loudly, "Look, that's Superman. Hey, Superman. Superman, look here." People held up cameras and mobile phones, and the flashlights kept flashing. In the car channel, the voice that Louise had recorded in advance was still playing, sounding slightly upbeat, with the sunny day of the hurricane, or threat to survival, was swept back into space. Before we fully understood what was going on, all the rules were changed. The era of miracles began without warning. Chen Tao rolled down the window, and saw Louise Lane in the crowd. Jimmy Olsen carried the camera for her. "Hurry up, Jimmy, we have a chance to interview the organizers of this anti-government demonstration." Chen Tao saw her struggling to squeeze through the crowd, and heard her voice in the car stereo. "Talk to any local in Metropolis, you can hear the stories of this era." People cheered, and everyone was calling Superman. The sound was like a tsunami, and Clark Kent picked up a few thugs, and hung them on the tree next to him. But as in all the legendary stories of the hero's journey, the city's enemies are still stirring, more difficult to fight than before, and even more difficult to detect. Deep in the universe, Brainiac sat high on the throne at the top of Metropolis. Lex Luthor was operating something on the workbench, and Parasite roared loudly in the energy suppression prison. But as long as we look up and see the red and blue figure, we will know we can still have hope. Lois Lane finally squeezed in front of a blonde woman. "Hello, I am Lois Lane, a reporter from the Daily Planet. You are the organizer of this demonstration, right? How many members are here this time?" "About 30,000 to 40,000. The camera reflected the face of the blonde, and she pulled Jimmy Olsen's camera again to completely put herself in the same frame with Superman, who was comforting the people. Louise's question rang again. "I heard that your march is to protest the government lacks law enforcement, so that Superman is needed to replace the police." Louise asked, "Are you here to protest Superman?" No. The blonde shook her head quickly. "We are protesting why the police can't hand over all the work they can't do to Superman." Louise was stunned, but out of her professional instinct as a reporter, she deliberately sang the opposite tune. "But many people say that Superman makes the police and the fire department lose their meaning of existence. He is an illegal ruler." "Yes, Superman is a ruler." She heard the other party admit it directly, and Louise immediately thought that she was going to get a big news. However, the next second, she heard the other party's confused voice. "So, why doesn't Superman come to rule us?" This. Then Louise saw the other party take off her shirt, and suddenly turned from a female demonstrator into a female bodhisattva. She stumbled towards Superman, leading to a burst of screams from the men. "Superman, come and rule us quickly." The young female reporter slapped herself on the forehead. She yelled at Jimmy, "What are you still standing there for? Cut this part out." Chen Tao chuckled and rolled up the window. A few hours later, his car stopped in front of a building. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Bruce Wayne to our masked charity auction party." Pushing open the door, most people in the hall were dressed up in various ways. Some dressed up as Superman, some dressed up as Batman, but more were Wonder Woman or some other female villains. The woman in the bunny girl costume insisted that she was just playing the supervillain, White Rabbit, but Chen Tao thought she just wanted to sell her body. "What kind of villain is this?" Chen Tao heard another woman ask. "Hey, there is a female villain called Liv Wire in Las Vegas recently, don't you know?" The female guest dressed as Liv Wire pretended to generate electricity. Swish. Chen Tao put on his Batman coat. With the melodious music, he walked to the stage. "Ahem, I want to say a few words." Then he lowered his voice and said, "I'm Batman. I'm Batman. Bruce Wayne is Batman. Thank you, I'm done." The audience burst into applause. Although I didn't know what to clap, I just followed the clap. Then Chen Tao continued to sing, I'm blue, I'm blue. Alfred stood below with a smile on his face. The years were peaceful and beautiful. He had dreamed of such a scene countless times. His Bruce put on Batman's clothes, but only to sing a song at the masquerade, not to save the city. Chen Tao came down from the podium, and Clark Kent in Superman's uniform was waiting for him. It's not easy to find you, busy man. Chen Tao joked, how many lives have you saved? Don't mention it. Superman looked depressed. Do you know the suicide slum? Chen Tao nodded. Suicide slums are the worst neighborhoods in the southern part of Metropolis. In addition to aiding Gotham, part of the funds raised in today's charity gala will also be used there. Now there is an angel in suicide slums. Forget it. I'll take you to see the situation. International gang. The most entrenched gang in Metropolis, engaged in drug trading, gambling, and many illegal projects. But today, an uninvited guest broke into their trading site. Oh my god, in the name of the Virgin Mary, in the name of God, what you are doing is a complete blasphemy. The gangster gunman looked at the old woman in front of him with a confused face. The other party was a black man, wearing a simple floral dress, with grey hair and a pious face. Facing the muzzle of his raised gun, the woman was not afraid, but deliberately bumped into the muzzle of the gun. The great God will forgive your sins, and send angels to defeat you. The gangster gunman was confused by this crazy look. He turned to look at his companion. Is this old woman mentally ill? I'm not mentally ill, I'm mentally normal. I'm here to spread the gospel of God. To save you lost lambs. I've heard of her. Another gangster whispered to the gunman with the gun. Bob, you really should read the news instead of wasting your time on women, or getting drunk every day. This woman is called Sevna Williams, nicknamed Angel, and she has become famous in our neighborhoods these days. Seeing the other party approaching with his hands clasped together, and a pious face, the gunman's heart was also a little nervous. What's wrong with this person? Tell me in detail. Almighty Father, my almighty Lord his. The gunman was embarrassed. The other party faced the gun muzzle, while shouting compassionately and singing the gospel of God. The gangster gunman had never seen such a scene. You know, our neighborhoods are always not very peaceful, and she always deliberately goes to dangerous places. Remember the last community bank robbery? A bunch of outsiders. They don't follow our rules at all, but their firepower is super strong. I heard they came from Gotham. The gangs over there have been silent for almost 3 months. I don't know why they are not allowed to commit crimes, so they crossed the line. I know about that thing. And then what? Then this woman rushed up and scolded the robbers. Yes, everyone thought this old woman was crazy, but in the end, damn it. The gangster gunman's face suddenly turned black. He pointed his gun at the old woman. He knew what would happen after that incident. Those robbers who crossed the line were all beaten to a pulp by Superman. He had to quickly kill this old woman who would call Superman. Clang. The bullet hit the red and blue S logo. The gunman cursed. Damn it. Then the gun in his hand was melted into molten iron by the heat vision. The old woman named Sevna hid behind Superman, jumping and dancing. Praise the almighty God. Praise the almighty Jesus. You sent the angel to my side and saved me again. Chen Tao stood by. Okay, I think I have figured out what's going on. Superman floated in front of the devout old woman Sevna, and then sighed. Sevna, I can't come to save you every time. You can't go on like this. He scratched his head. Although I don't mind rushing to stop crime. But you should know how dangerous it is to rush into the scene of drug transactions to stop them. No, it's not you who came, but the almighty God who sent you to my side. But it was obvious that Superman's words did not have any effect on the other party. God heard the prayers of the lamb, so he sent you, the angel, to me to help me avoid the invasion of evil. She turned to Chen Tao who was standing next to Clark. Holy, thank God. This time a new angel appeared in front of me. The old woman rushed up to shake hands with Batman, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Angel who fights against evil, your lamb sends you the sincerest greetings. The two were speechless for a moment. With a bang, Chen Tao was shot in the head. He and Clark turned to look at the gunman of the international gang. Then, the screams of the gangster gunman rang out in the trading warehouse. My leg is broken. My leg is broken. On the battlefield, where bullets were flying, the old woman Sephna began to sing loudly, "Holy, Jehovah, holy, angels." She sang out the melodious voice of a church choir alone. Superman quickly blocked all the bullets shot at her, and then knocked down the gangsters with a few punches. A few minutes later, the police who rushed over caught the international gang members who were beaten and swollen. The old woman Sephna was still there, preaching the glory of God and her own theory of supreme goodness to the police. It was difficult for Chen Tao to evaluate the other party. In life, you will always meet one or two weirdos. He comforted Clark. This is the third time this week that she has rushed into the gang's transaction scene. Clark complained, "One day I will not be able to save her in time." Chen Tao patted his shoulder. "Let's not talk about this, Clark. Are you ready to be Batman from tonight?" "Of course." Clark nodded, and then said hesitantly, "Are you really going to retire?" "Of course." Chen Tao said without hesitation, "Put on the bat uniform first. I have long wanted you to solve the problems of the Gotham gang." With a bang, Ms. Shiver and Bane stood side by side. "What's going on?" Jason asked in a low voice. "Teacher Shiver?" He looked at Bane. "This guy has become stronger?" "It's not that I have become stronger, but your teacher has become weaker." Then he heard the voice of the giant man. "You are still the world's #1 martial artist, but you are no longer undisputed." This was undoubtedly a huge insult, but Ms. Shiver did not answer. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Jason's forehead. Teacher Shiver was in poor condition, and an enemy like Bane. "To be honest, the problem between us is not serious, especially since we have a common enemy in Batman," Bane said, "but I still choose to knock you down before talking." He said, "After resolving our grievances, we may be able to join forces to deal with Batman. This time, I'm going to break Batman's back." Chapter 131 A Gentle Story. Please read. Chen Tao was watching TV. It was a debate, a replay of last night's show. They often use these replays to fill the gap in the early morning when no one was watching. The moon was high in the sky and the stars were sparse at night. It was the time when Batman often appeared. Chen Tao got up very early. It was still a long time before dawn, and the night still enveloped Gotham. Last night, the long silent crime ban would be lifted. The Gotham underworld, which had been holding back for almost 3 months, would set off a new round of carnival tonight. But Chen Tao knew that they must have had a surprise. A Batman that was different from before. The sound on the TV was still ringing. "As a member of the Earth, we have been looking for a savior. 90% of people believe in the power of God, and every religion believes in the savior. When such a savior really comes to Earth, do we have to force him to abide by our rules? We must understand that this is a paradigm shift. The existence of Superman makes the police and all human social organizations lose their meaning of existence. Let a powerful individual reshape society and the country with his own will. Humanity has a lot of unbearable history in this regard, blindly following people with powerful abilities and ultimately leading to serious disasters. Hitler, Napoleon. We always shape heroes in our own way and project ourselves onto him. Honestly, what's the big deal about Superman solving everything? I don't know if you have lived in Gotham. In my opinion, Superman is a sunny version of Batman. Have you heard of Batman? But it is obvious that Batman can't blow up all the crime in Gotham in one night. But now he can. Chen Tao whispered to himself. He chuckled and continued to watch. The people on TV were arguing endlessly. Maybe Batman is a vampire, a night spirit, but he is still a human being, right? I've read Gotham's newspapers in recent years, and Batman has shown more than once that he can get hurt. But Superman? Haha, what I mean is, he's a god walking on Earth. But people shouldn't be saved by gods. Damn it, you can't always count on a Superman to come down from the sky and save you when you're in danger. Do you know the suicide slums? Oh, sorry, maybe I should say the official name there, Hubei. Recently, a crazy woman has become famous there. She deliberately rushed to places where gangs were fighting. She also set up a Superman Angel Society, which in my opinion is no different from the previous cult, Superman Almighty Church. Don't you know what the fanatical Superman fans in the Superman Almighty Church did? They attack anyone who publicly criticizes Superman, just like the Hitler Youth. But Superman personally arrested every member of that cult. Fans' behavior should not be elevated to idols. Yes, that's right. Superman arrested those crazy fans. It's just because Superman wants to control them. But if one day, he doesn't want to control his fanatical fans anymore, what will happen? Oh, by the way, you should know that those arrested members now hate Superman to death. How much they believed in Superman before, how much they hate Superman now. Have you seen the news? Do you remember how hysterical the screams of that blonde woman named Kelly were when she was arrested? She had organized anti-government demonstrations before, asking why Superman didn't come to rule us. She should be the first batch of the most fanatical Superman fans, and almost developed into a cult. But in the end it was this result. This is the end of relying entirely on Superman. I bet that the old woman Sefna, who is famous in the suicide slum, and her Superman angel will end up with the same result. The negative debater did not give the affirmative side a chance to speak. I want to quote a very famous entrepreneur, Mr. Lex Luthor. Here, Superman looks very friendly now, but this kind of kindness is just like the little boy thought the ant was cute, so he took good care of it. And even if Superman can be friendly all his life, he will die one day. If the police and firefighter systems are ruined, then when Superman passes away, who will save us? Enough. You said so much. Do you mean to let Superman stop? You can preach to me here anytime, but I want to ask you, do you have the courage to say in front of the parents who are immersed in grief, Superman could have saved your child, but in principle, we don't want him to go? The debate was directly destroyed by the irrational moral dilemma of dimensionality reduction. Chen Tao shook his head. There was nothing to watch next. But before he was about to get up and turn off the TV, he still heard the struggle of the opposing debater. Superman can't save everyone, nor can he save them forever. One day, this big blue boy scout will find that everything he has done is in vain. After he leaves, the evil will still exist, and there will be no change. Even because of his responsibilities, the power of justice will fade, causing greater damage and imbalance. In the face of the chaos of reality, everything Superman has done is in vain. It will all be in vain. In vain. The final conclusion of the debater echoed in his mind. Chen Tao suddenly had no interest in turning off the TV. He didn't want to do anything now, just sitting on the sofa in a daze. But soon his mobile phone rang, and a monitoring program sent a reminder. Chen Tao walked to the window and saw Clark in Batman uniform flying from a distance. No need for a hook gun, Chen Tao asked him. Clark turned his head away guiltily. Although he learned how to use the hook wire gun, it was too slow after all, so he didn't use it in the end. Superman fooled around with the topic, and then said, "Tonight I prevented more than 6,000 illegal incidents, including but not limited to smuggling, drug trafficking, forced prostitution, human trafficking, and violent debt collection. I solved them in one night." He pulled out a crowbar from behind that was obviously bent by being hit hard, and then forcibly straightened. "You're right, there are too many criminals, and it's impossible to send them all to jail. So I finally listened to you, and used the bat-like method," Clark said sullenly. "But breaking all 4 limbs would be too cruel, so I only broke their legs." Chen Tao knew that the orthopedic surgeon might be busy with broken legs tomorrow, and the stretchers and crutches at the medical supply store under the Wayne Group would be sold out. Fortunately, he had the medical supply store stocked up in advance, and he bought out all the goods from the rival store a day in advance. "There are just too many criminals," Clark repeated sullenly, and then said, "What they do is also very cruel, far more cruel than what happened in Metropolis. It's hard for me to imagine that you have been fighting against these bad guys. Batman, you are an amazing man, but there are still so many criminals committing crimes." Chen Tao inexplicably remembered what the opposing debater said. "Everything you do is in vain." He shook his head and forcibly drove the other's voice out of his mind. "Who cares? The original Batman's superhero plan to save the city for so many years has failed. What does it have to do with me, a time traveler? And I'm about to retire. Without the restraint of the Court of Owls, the Gotham transformation plan should be able to proceed smoothly." Clark saw the images on TV. "Ah, it's that show." Clark stared at the screen in a daze. Chen Tao knew that the recent events of some fanatical admirers had somewhat disturbed the mind of this big boy from a Kansas farm. "Mr. Wayne, HMM. Sometimes, I always feel that Superman does not exist. I always feel that Superman is just a dream of a farmer in Kansas, and I don't know when he will wake up. His voice was a little low. Chen Tao patted him on the shoulder, but your dream still inspires countless people. For some people, that farmer's dream is the whole world and their only source of hope. After all, you are Superman. When the first ray of morning sun shone on Clark Kent, our big boy from Kansas took off Batman's black clothes and put on the red and blue tights again. The S on his chest sparkled brightly in the sunlight, reflecting on his face, which was as chiseled as an ancient Greek demigod, and had a melancholy temperament. A meteorite is falling towards the earth. He floated up, raised his head, and his eyes were shining with white light. The landing points are Sydney and Seoul. Chen Tao knew that he must have seen through the fog of countless worlds and reached the world that needed him most. Go save the earth again, Clark. Chen Tao said. Fly, Clark. Fly. For God's sake. It is a complete blasphemy for you to trade drugs and people here. The gangster gunman looked at the old woman who broke into the trading scene and felt numb all over. In order to prevent being caught by this old woman and thus attracting Superman again, they have changed the trading time from the evening to the early morning, when normal people should go to bed. But damn, why can't this old woman still find them? The gangster gunman scratched his head frantically. How the hell did you find this place? Justice never sleeps, evildoers. The old woman rushed to him righteously. I'm monitoring you 24 hours a day. The gunman from the international gang felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his gun. Enough, you bastard. He said in great grief and indignation. You have sent more than a dozen people from our gang in. Sevna was not afraid at all. She deliberately walked in front of the other side, and surrounded by a dozen gangsters, she stood in front of the huge bags of white powder and the living people locked in cages. Many of those kidnapped commodities were children. They looked at the old lady standing in front of them in horror. The gangster gunman raised his pistol and pointed it at her skinny shaky body. Sevna looked a little tired, but she still prayed in a loud voice, in the name of God, the angels will punish you evil people. Superman heard her words. Even though he was now falling at several times the speed of sound, he knew that he had to save Sevna now, just like he had done countless times before. But now, he couldn't run away. Two meteorites fell at the same time from different directions. He had just taken on the one in Seoul, and now he was fighting the one in Sydney. This meteorite was particularly large, larger than he could imagine. If it fell in a densely populated city, it might cause millions of casualties in an instant. He had to do all he could to change the trajectory of the meteorite, and he couldn't even free up his hands to call Batman and ask Batman to save Sevna. The timing was very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Clark could hear the sound of the bullet being loaded. Even at such a distance, his super hearing could hear the sound of the gun's firing pin hitting the gunpowder. Click. Sevna opened her arms and blocked the children and the products. Clang. Bang. I'm sorry, Clark said to Chen Tao. They stood at the door of the hospital ward. Superman with a body of steel stopped. Chen Tao accompanied him. Maybe she will hate me like Kelly, who was taught by Superman before. Clark said to Chen Tao. She may resent me for not being able to save her in time. No, Chen Tao said. But this was obviously not convincing. Clark was a little nagging. He held the flowers for visiting patients and wandered in the corridor of the hospital. Maybe the debater is right. Yes, I have watched that debate a long time ago. Clark said, my efforts are in vain after all. Maybe I just ruined the police and firefighters in the end and ultimately changed nothing. Maybe the world doesn't need super. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Tao interrupted him. You are Superman. He said, let's go. You have to face this matter. They pushed open the door of Sevna's ward. The old woman was lying on the bed. Her skinny body was full of tubes, and she was wearing a ventilator. I'm sorry, there was a meteorite falling at the time, and I had to. Superman placed the flowers on the table next to the old woman at a loss. No, it's not your fault, Angel. Then he heard the old woman's weak voice. God heard my prayers, so he sent you to me. But angels don't come every time. I mistakenly took the power of angels as my own power, so I brought such bad luck. It's not your fault, Angel. You don't need to blame yourself for it at all. The saddest situation did not happen, and Clark breathed a sigh of relief. He paused and continued, "I'm really sorry. I swear to you, Sevna, I will arrest those who hurt you immediately." But his words only got a smile from the old woman. "No, no need." "What?" Clark was stunned. "Our angel, didn't you watch the news?" Chen Tao turned on the TV and found the latest bulletin. The cruel, cold-blooded, ruthless, and outrageous shooting of Ms. Sevna has completely ignited the public outrage of the people in the suicide slum. In the past few weeks, this lady who bravely said no to evil has won the respect of all citizens. Although she was powerless, her heroic behavior inspired every citizen who was troubled by gangs. The orphanage and Superman Angels she founded have helped hundreds of people in need. The anger of hundreds of thousands of people instantly tore apart the international gang. Before the police arrived at the scene, the gang members were overwhelmed by the angry citizens. Sevna's eyes were full of infinite tenderness, and she looked at Superman with admiration. "Angel, this is your power. Gentle, kind, and inspiring. Even if you can't always be by my side, you still saved me, because you are Superman." Chapter 130 To the first appearance of the robot Superman. The approaching crisis. Warm sunlight shines over the blue earth and onto the white shell of the International Space Station Excalibur. 4 astronauts are repairing the outer surface of the space station under the protection of a tow rope. A wrench flies out of the palm of Hank Henshaw, who is working on a satellite in a spacesuit and floats in the weightless space environment. His wife, Terry Henshaw, another crew member also in a spacesuit, reaches out to catch it. She hands the wrench back to Hank, and the ocean blue glow of the earth reflects the beautiful face of her lover. This is the most beautiful sight Hank can see in the universe. What's missing? As your tortured and caring wife, I'm used to your lavish style at home. But Hank, you're setting a wrong example for others. Yeah, Commander. Hank heard his older colleague Steven joke. "I'm beginning to doubt whether you're still the one sitting in the command seat." Hank laughed. "Guys, I'd love to let Terry be your commander, but I have to warn you, I'm thinking of finding a few troublemakers to deal with." "You sound so serious." Ha ha ha. The astronauts joked with each other, and the atmosphere was harmonious and friendly. Another younger astronaut, Jim, said, "Terry, help call the Houston headquarters. It seems that their guess about the hydrolysis pressure is not wrong at all. Under the vibration when launching the satellite, it is estimated that several screws were knocked loose." "A few screws were knocked loose" is really a professional term, Terry said. "Well, you can polish this explanation anyway, Ms. Chief Engineer." Terry snorted, and she connected the communicator on her arm. "Houston headquarters, this is Excalibur. Houston, please reply." Hank turned his head and looked at the ocean blue earth. "Come on, astronauts. One last check, we will return to the cabin." Steven held a debugging instrument. "This is the 9th time you have looked back at the earth, boss. You are still fascinated by it." Hank smiled. "I just look forward to seeing the red cape. You can see him. He sometimes appears above the atmosphere. He has come up twice, you know. Once saved my life." Steven responded, "Yes, brother. You can always rely on Superman." "That's right," Hank said. "Superman always comes to save us. He is the god of the world, our savior." He looked at the ocean blue planet, and his face actually looked a little pious. But the warm time was soon broken by the somewhat anxious tone of Hank's wife Terry. "Hank, they need you to get back online. They said there's something important." Hank pressed the communicator on his arm. "It's Hank, what's up?" Then he paused. "Oh, Bat." He turned to his other 3 colleagues and said, "There are meteorites approaching in our direction. Everyone, get back on board now." Steven and Jim immediately activated the flamethrower backpacks on their backs. Terry wanted to squat down and restore the dismantled deck, but Hank pulled her away. "Don't worry about that. Where did the meteorites come from?" The youngest, Jim, said in panic. "Are they the 2 we talked about last time?" "But didn't the Houston headquarters say that these 2 meteorites will fly around the earth and will not arrive until 2 days later?" The solar flare erupted, Hank said with a grim expression. "This unexpected situation caused the 2 meteorites to change their trajectories like billiard balls being hit. Headquarters said the landing points will be Sydney and Seoul. But before that, it will knock us away." All 4 people have fled back to their seats, and Hank is operating the space station spacecraft. The satellite is still docked with us, the hatch is still open, and the angle is 12 degrees. I don't care, Hank said. Start the main thrusters immediately. The engines began to spit fire, and soon they would be able to escape. Boom. Impact is coming. The spacecraft shook violently, and Hank looked up and saw two large holes in the outside of the space station. It's just some meteorite fragments. Jim shouted, the meteorites, they are coming. Oh my god, Hank, we are not going to survive this time. Hank heard his wife say. His eyes stayed on her beautiful face for a second. The years had left their marks on his beautiful face. They had been married for 10 years, and Hank knew he still loved her. Nonsense. He pulled the control lever in vain, and the spacecraft had completely lost control. Superman will come to save us. Just like before. The spacecraft was shattered by countless small meteorite fragments, like chocolate dissolving in milk. Hank heard his good friend Steven screaming hysterically, the cabin is damaged. We are done. Jim wailed desperately, the main thruster is damaged. Keep calm, everyone. Hank gave up operating the completely useless console. He held his wife's hand. Superman must be on the way. I'm sure of it, Hank. He saw tears in Tara's eyes, his beloved, tearful wife. He had vowed never to let the one he loved cry. It's okay, Terry. He didn't realize that his voice was shaking. You can always trust Superman. Steven and Jim were screaming. Everything will be fine. Hank stared into Tara's eyes. Everything will be fine. Boom. The spacecraft was torn open, and Steven and Jim were swept away screaming. Hank. Time seemed to slow down. Shockwaves, gravity, the eyes of lovers, and destruction, and then disappearance. Terry. No. Hank turned his head vigorously and saw his Terry tumbling in weightlessness and being swept away as well. The love of his life was suspended on the surface of the ocean blue planet and then was swept away with his two best friends. Hank tried desperately to unfasten his seatbelt, and then the front of the spacecraft was reflected in his pupils, and the huge meteorite, which was bigger than the island, was pressing straight down. Hank's eyes widened. Superman. I knew you would come. Superman. Superman. Boom. With a ding. The elevator door was opened. Lex Luthor walked out with his hands behind his back, followed by his Asian female secretary, Rosie. This is the base of LexCorp, located 50 meters underground, where all of Lex Luthor's experiments were conducted. Drive Dabney Donovan. Where did all my hard-earned money go? In the hall were rows of upright cans, tightly surrounded by iron shells. Dr. Donovan was eating at the operating table. He wiped the oil from the corners of his mouth. What's wrong, Lex? It's all in front of you. Every penny, every dime. Dr. Donovan stood up. He was a middle-aged man with messy hair and wearing high-power glasses, which almost magnified his eyes like copper bells. The messy brown beard made him look like a beaver, and the whole person looked like the crazy scientist in children's cartoons who was generating electricity and laughing strangely. Well, he was indeed a crazy scientist. Dr. Donovan poured the leftovers into the trash can and smiled. He pulled the joystick on the operating table next to him. As the steel shells of the cans were opened with mechanical sounds, the lights in the cans lit up, and the strange and terrifying monsters showed their hideous faces under the light. I'll stay here. Mercy took a breath. She said tactfully, I don't get along well with crazy scientists. Luthor walked up to Dr. Donovan and said, are you still researching the big killer? Oh, that's right. Dr. Donovan said. Through the glass, he touched the strange monsters that were sleeping. Some of them barely had human figures, but had green skin and bumps all over their bodies. Some were simply blue mosaics, with only a huge eyeball barely stuck on the top of their heads. Some were even worse, with tentacles all over their bodies. Actually, I think if my babies escaped, they might be confused. Donovan touched his cute monsters through the tempered glass with some affection, his expression obsessed. Luthor had a blank expression. Any progress? Together, they put their hands behind their backs and walked past the failed products one by one. Whether they succeed or fail, I hope he can obey my orders more as soon as possible. Luthor said, I don't want a test product, I want an army. Copying DNA is very difficult. Dr. Donovan said, I have to say that Superman's body is really a mystery, and any means of in-depth analysis of him has failed. We need a more stable code. Did our previous idea work? Of course, Lex. Professor Donovan nodded, and he took Luthor to a culture tank. A tiny baby was sleeping in a nutrient solution, with tubes inserted all over his body. Our prototype was successful, although it is not a purebred Kryptonian, so I guess he will be very weak. But compared to humans, he is still strong enough. Dr. Donovan pushed his glasses. He has half of your DNA, Lex, and they combine well with Superman's DNA. In a way, this test subject is the son of you and Superman, and he is growing up healthily. Come on. Luthor said, take me to see the purebred clone. They walked to another jar. I don't know yet whether this test subject is successful. Although speculation is not scientific, I speculate that, even if this test subject succeeds in the end, it will not be exactly the same as Superman. Dr. Donovan said, every test of this test subject is beyond our expectations, and the actual performance always contradicts the speculated data. Sometimes I think this little guy likes to contradict himself so much. Maybe he will be the opposite of Superman when he grows up. Superman has heat vision, and he has freezing vision. Ha ha ha. Then he met Luthor's eyes. I'm just kidding. Dr. Donovan continued, but no matter what, this experimental subject will take at least 5 years to fully develop. Taking it out too early will definitely cause some side effects. Speed up as much as possible, Dr. Dabney Donovan. Luthor turned around and walked up the stairs and walked towards the elevator. This underground base has been completely coated with lead, and the newest experimental personnel have been sent by the military. There is no need to cherish these materials. It doesn't matter if it's trial and error. I just want the results. He said, you are an expert in gene synthesis. If there are any problems, we can discuss them together. He and his female secretary, Moz, took the elevator to the upper floor of Lake Group. Luthor said, Moses, how is Blake doing? Our purple-haired mercenary has fully recovered, but I'm afraid he no longer intends to work with us. Secretary Moses said, he now calls himself a superhero and imitates Superman to do good deeds. It's hard for me to judge his behavior. Don't make a fuss. Blake has never been the same kind of person as Superman. Luthor sneered, believe me, they will face each other soon. The situation will be very interesting then. Then do we need to do something? Of course. Luthor said, support Blake strongly, and we will give him whatever he wants. The bald man touched his head. Isn't he going to establish the Ultra Heroes Alliance? Lex Luthor always likes friends, and we will cover all the expenses. Of course, the debt still needs to be owed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, isn't it? But as far as it seems, Blake's behavior is no different from Superman. They should be in the same camp. Moses said. The bald man shook his finger in front of her. Just keep in touch, he said. With a ding, the elevator door opened, and Lex Luthor and his female secretary walked into the lobby on the ground floor. Countless scientists in white coats were operating various complex machines. Luthor walked past a person who was looking at a specimen. There's no need to look at this specimen. It's clearly limestone. Read a book, you idiot. He passed by another female researcher who was analyzing data. Finally someone can figure out Euclid's fifth formula, but it's obviously not you. If you dare to daydream at work again, I'll fire you. He finally walked to the center. I won't tolerate fools, guys. I've been fed up with idiots lately. He said, listen, there are already too many idiots in this world. Funny idiots worship aliens and think they are the hosts of justice, but I see the true face of aliens and I know they are a threat. Redouble your efforts to participate in this alien arms race and destroy it while it's still in its infancy. Chen Tao sat at his desk and wrote a Plan 1, emergency plan for Superman's death 2. Lex Luthor betrays the Plan 3. Superman is now able to completely replace Batman's work. Gotham's criminals will soon realize what it means to be found by Superman. Batman just after writing a word on the crime plan. With Superman's high-intensity overtime work, even when he has to monitor whether you have stolen other people's paper, the crime rate in Gotham has dropped to the freezing point, just as Chen Tao expected. Bruce, is it really okay to leave Bane alone? Alfred walked over with a plate. Before Superman completely cleaned up Gotham, he and Shiva attacked Arkham together and released a lot of Arkham prisoners we had imprisoned there before. The old butler asked, is it really not a big deal? And now Bane and those Arkham prisoners he took away have all escaped from Gotham, and as soon as they show up, Superman will beat them to a pulp. Alfred, times have changed. This is the era of superpowers. Bane is no longer the most important threat, Chen Tao said without turning his head. Even if Bane shows up now, his knees will only smash the spine of Iron Batman. I'm too lazy to watch such a simple plot. Now, another person is more important. Chen Tao picked up the pen and continued to write on the notebook. 3. Plans to prevent the telepath Manchester Black from driving Superman crazy. Chapter 133. Amanda Waller, I'm the good guy. Manchester Black stood in the empty void, his feet on the boundless darkness. In front of him were countless chaotic, overlapping and repetitive images. Due to another successful jailbreak, the insane supercriminal Toyman once again began to wreak havoc on the streets, making the residents of the area indignant. His brows were furrowed. Israel ignored UN sanctions and unilaterally crossed the border to occupy the territory of Tansliba, further exacerbating the tension between the two countries. Black looked to the other side, and the world echoed in his mind. Toyman actually escaped from prison again. If someone commits such a heinous crime, he should be expelled from civilized society. The victims' families are questioning the cause of this tragedy. Fortunately, Superman arrived and stopped the terrorist attack. Black slowly stretched out a palm. The fallen soldiers in the Middle East. The poll results show. The fist of this palm is full of calluses and scars. This is a hand that only people who have been fighting on the streets for many years have. Where is the superhero? Why can't he solve these? Blake slowly put his hands together. If the national government can't take responsibility for its own actions. Snap. All the images suddenly interrupted, and then the world fell into darkness. He let out a breath, and then murmured in a low voice, "Honey, it's time to take medicine." "What medicine?" A voice resounded in the darkness. Blake curled his lips. "Manchester Blake, you'd better not pretend not to hear me when I talk to you." Blake sighed. "I know." He waved his hand, and the darkness in front of him dissipated. He opened his eyes and saw Amanda Waller sitting in front of him with dissatisfaction. This is Amanda Waller's most heavily guarded mansion. Blake's eyes lingered on the wall, which was covered with surveillance camera images and guards with live ammunition everywhere. The other party chose to summon him in this more private environment instead of choosing to summon him in a military base. This is an act of swearing sovereignty and a way to show power. But Blake didn't object. He needed someone he could trust in the government to help him achieve some of his goals. Amanda Waller had just taken a shower. Her hair was wet and her bathrobe was wrapped around her barrel-like figure. She sat down in a comfortable position on the sofa. "I warn you again, Manchester, the government grants you the power of law enforcement in order to push Superman and Batman to surrender to the government. Don't do irrational things. Along with the power, you are also given obligations." The two of them looked at each other for a while. Yes, I get it." Blake smiled. "You'd better really know." Waller glanced at him. "Your attitude makes me a little worried." Blake just smiled. Superman may just be a big blue guy who relies on brute force, but the Batman standing behind him is a very serious trouble. Amanda Waller ignored Blake's non-committal and continued to explain to herself. After nearly 4 months, those idiots in the intelligence department had finally sorted out the basic intelligence. We now have every reason to believe that Batman has lost or given up part of his bottom line. She pressed the remote control, and Batman's portrait soon appeared on the screen. In the past few months, Batman has devastated all the gangs in Gotham at an absolutely superhuman speed. I had always believed that with the vicious upper class in Gotham, it would never be possible to curb the crime in Gotham by simply fighting the gangs. But now Batman has taught me a lesson. Amanda rubbed her brows. We finally determined that the Batman who solved thousands of crimes in one night was most likely Superman in disguise. Using Superman's force, combined with the recruitment of supervillains, and the incident a few weeks ago when the supervillain, Bane, took away some of Gotham's supervillains, Batman really relied on this method of treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. By forcibly treating the symptoms, he reduced Gotham's crime rates to 0, and then began to free up his hands to clean up the upper class of Gotham. He has sent more than 10 rich people and congressmen to prison, Amanda said. The whole city has been completely controlled by the other party. He has almost replaced the government's functions alone. This is absolutely not allowed. Amanda said, Gotham can get better, but it can never be in this way. He is destroying the most basic structure of human society like Superman. This is an anarchist dictatorship. And their fanatical supporters. Blake didn't speak. He knew the hidden worry that Amanda didn't say. What would happen if Superman did the same thing to the United States? Amanda Waller shook her head. Let's not talk about this. I'm telling you this. Never take Batman lightly. He is no longer the Batman I once knew who would be cautious about government power. Who knows what he will do now? Maybe he is eavesdropping on us as we speak. Amanda said, superheroes have gradually become a threat. In order to deal with these crises, the US government must take action. Bring your team, and prepare to do it. But she didn't have time to finish her words. Click. A surveillance screen next to Amanda Waller suddenly went black, while Blake whistled. Click. Another surveillance screen suddenly went black. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Amanda Waller's head. Zzzzzz. White noise began to light up on all the screens. Amanda Waller. Then Amanda saw a chaotic figure appearing on the screen. The one with pointed ears was sitting on a recliner with his back to her. Amanda Waller. Amanda held her breath, her body trembling slightly. It's you, she said. She just said Batman might be watching them. It was just an exaggeration. Who would have thought it was the truth? Exclamation mark. The figure turned around. Whatever you think you are doing. The inverted shadow whispered frantically on the ground. The signal flickered, and white noise continued to leak out. If you pose a threat to the world, I will crush you. Amanda Waller was still a little stunned, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but get furious. If we pose a threat, you treat nuclear bombs as fireworks in Gotham, and you also establish a dictatorial surveillance rule in modern society. That big blue boy scout can fart at any time to collapse the earth into cosmic dust. You actually said that I would pose a threat to the world. I'm a good fucking person. I protect our country and prevent the real threat. That's you. Amanda Waller twisted her fat hips and jumped like thunder. You criminal. Okay, don't act like a madman. Your appearance may be deceptive, and you are very good at using it, but I already know who you are. The angry expression on Amanda Waller's face did not disappear, but her heart sank a little bit. Why does Batman know her so well? Although they have dealt with each other before, her identity should have always been top secret. How come? I don't believe you haven't seen Brainiac's information, Amanda. Amanda Waller heard that the bat on the other side seemed to be frank. I once said the same thing to Luthor. Superman has always been the most. Don't talk nonsense. Batman stopped persuading. Amanda Waller knew very well that she might annoy the other party, but she didn't care. She said, you are not much different from Brainiac. You are both threats. The Batman on the screen was silent for a while. Humans can't understand each other after all. This is really a pity. She finally heard Batman say. Behind Amanda Waller's back, Blake smiled. He raised two fingers and waved them at Batman on the screen. His attitude was strange, like a slut who was scratching her palm with her adulterer without telling her husband. Chen Tao ended the call. He narrowed his eyes. Send you two to jail, and leave immediately after saying that. If you can't eat it, take it with you. Be careful next time you do something bad. Oh yeah. Louis and Clark stood on the side of the road, looking at the Superman children's advertisement playing in the window. The Superman big-headed doll with a head bigger than its body used a fishing net bag to catch all the Q-version criminals and threw them into prison, and then began to jump and sing, constantly showing off its muscles. The two looked at each other in silence. Oh, okay, haha, this, okay. Louis smiled and said, I really didn't expect that S meant DOC. It's not that bad. Clark said. When did you say you'd have to pay the price? Clark scratched his head and said, the producer said this would inspire people. The couple walked down the street together. Who will be the beneficiaries of these incentives? Clark said, the profits from the animation will go to charity, Louis, and I've found good people to supervise it, and the terms of the contract are foolproof. Did they give you any innovative investment or something? Well, did I say all the money would go to charity? The point is, you have to maintain the image of the S on your chest. The whole world has been staring at Superman with wide eyes, and you've been deified, Clark. Louis pointed her finger at Superman's chest. He knew there must be an S hidden under that suit. She said, "This is a very dangerous question." "Actually, not always." Clark lifted Louis' chin and smiled. "Oh, you're good at taking advantage of opportunities, handsome boy." Louis took the initiative to put his arms around Clark's neck. But at this moment, a loud noise interrupted their kiss. Clark turned his head and saw a purple skull-headed man jumped out of the truck where he was hiding. "The explosive gene that created me as fissioning Superman. Come and face me, Atomic Skull." He escaped again. Louis said, "He has become stronger, which may be the reason why the nuclear energy suppression device of Star Labs failed to control him. Fortunately, they used Batman's unmanned fully automatic prison system. Although I don't think the guards of Star Labs are as easy to bribe as the guards of Arkham, no offense, but from now on, Batman's decision has saved many lives. Hurry up and hide somewhere," Clark said. Without saying a word, Lois stepped back skillfully. Superman stared at the other party, and he saw energy flames burning on the head of the Atomic Skull. The purple skeleton turned his head, and the skull stared at a couple hugging each other not far away, who were just kissing. He raised his hand. "Damn couple, burn them to death." Superman opened his clothes on his chest, revealing a shining S. "Superman is on the stage. So this is justice, Superman?" Clark sat on the talk show as Superman. Millions of property losses, mutant criminals repeatedly killing innocent people, but now they are comfortable and enjoy 3 meals a day in prison. You can obviously put an end to the Atomic Skull permanently on the spot. Why not do it? I have no right to judge or jury anyone, Professor Bucks, let alone an executioner. Even if I have superpowers, I cannot be above the law. Noble sentiments. But does the 21st century need a Superman like you? Why don't you use your superpowers to fix the world? I emphasize again that I'm just deliberately singing a different tune. I'm your loyal fan, Professor Bucks said, while holding up the watch on his hand, which was printed with the Superman mark. There was a burst of laughter from the audience. First of all, I think the world is not broken, because when we talk about the world, we are actually talking about people. I always believe that human nature is good. The shining points of human nature can be seen everywhere. Humph. Manchester Black was sitting below, and he sneered softly. But the next second, he suddenly stood up and slowly walked out of the interview show. There was a slight green light in his eyes, and then the whole person floated up and flew to the roof. Chen Tao was waiting for him there. Superman's voice was still transmitted outside under the amplification of the microphone. As long as you have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering, there are endless excellent qualities hidden in the hearts of human beings. My purpose is to help people find these qualities. You'd better not do that. Chen Tao stared at the other party. Black pretended to be stupid. What did I do? But in fact, he was surprised. As a psychic, his abilities include, but are not limited to, creating illusions, reading minds and telekinesis. But when he tried to invade Batman's brain just now, he found that Batman's brain was just a weight, with nothing in it. Please note that the weight here is not an adjective. What he meant was that Batman's brain was a piece of iron. His psychic ability only sensed that piece of hard metal existed in Batman's skull, and the material was like the front iron sheet of a car. "We can talk, Batman," Blake said. "We don't have to be hostile. I think we have a basis for cooperation." Chapter 134 The Essence of Blake. In a separate room in the Bat family's underground base in Metropolis, Alfred was busy making a video call. "What? Continue to be Robin. Master Tim, with all due respect, I'm afraid I have to tell you that there is no Bat family business in Gotham that requires your involvement now. Haven't you seen the news?" While talking to Tim, Alfred took the time to look at the surveillance camera next to him. The surveillance camera showed the combat training area of the underground base. The Clayface man, wearing a Robin uniform, was lifting dumbbells with a grunt, and then jumped to the side to do horizontal bar hanging leg raises. I really don't know why a big lump of mud needs to exercise abdominal muscles. But he is the Clayface man, and a conscientious actor will train everything that Robin should train. Alfred saw that the other party started to train his gluteus maximus. He leaned down while shouting something like, "I'm the Robin with the most plump buttocks," and then, well, Then his buttocks grew bigger like balloons and spread out like butterfly wings behind him, and then he began to clamp 10 spring arm bars at the same time. As he trained, abdominal muscles immediately emerged from his buttocks. The ventriloquist stood beside him in a maid outfit, holding snacks in his hands. This was the one Harley wore before. This maid outfit appeared in chapter 102. Later she stopped wearing it, so the ventriloquist. Alfred shook his head, no longer paying attention to the surveillance, and turned around to continue to perfunctorily deal with the third generation Robin Tim Drake. Master Bruce almost ended the crime in Gotham by himself. What? You said that's Superman? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tim on the other side of the screen looked insulted at his IQ. Alfred calmed him down. Even if I disobeyed Master Bruce's order and gave you access to the Batcave, so what? You won't have a job to do. So just go to school. Haven't you been studying peacefully for 3 months? Children should act like children and stop thinking about fighting crime all day long. Have you finished the test paper? Did you get an A+ on the test? Have you prepared for tomorrow's class? How can you sleep at your age? Oh, I finished everything. Alfred was immediately refuted by the other party, so the witty old butler said, do you have a girlfriend? This time it was the turn of the third generation Robin on the other side of the screen to be speechless. He choked for a while, and then couldn't help but said anxiously, you promise me that after the Gotham crime ban is lifted in 3 months, if there is a need, you will let me return to the job of Robin. If there is a need. Alfred emphasized, obviously, not now. Tim on the other side of the screen went crazy for a while, and then started to please, and Alfred watched the other party perform quietly. I just don't understand. Harley Quinn has been spending money like water in the biggest nightclub in Metropolis for 3 months, dancing until her calves cramp every day. Killer Croc, who is still on parole, has become a director in the film and television city with money, and Deadshot has settled down in Metropolis and has a new girlfriend. Why can everyone go to Metropolis, but I can't? Alfred glanced at the surveillance camera next to him. There is also Clayface, who wears Robin's uniform and turns into you every day to do justice in the city, and the new maid of the Bat family, ventriloquist Arnold, since he picked up the maid costume that Harley Quinn threw away. His self-positioning has changed. In short, he is no longer a dog. Oh, and Poison Ivy, who does experiments every day. She even moved to the top floor of the office building invested by Wayne to do experiments. There are glass windows there, which is almost the same as the open air. Through photosynthesis, Poison Ivy can save time for eating. Lucius is busy dissecting half of Doomsday's body. Everyone has been very busy these days. Alfred, are you listening to me? Alfred immediately began to make promises. As for you, you have a bright future as Robin. Young man, you need more. In half a year, I'll let you go to school. Isn't going to school Robin's job? Don't be too ambitious. Alfred spent a lot of time talking and finally hung up Tim's phone. The old butler wiped the cold sweat from his head. Generally speaking, disobeying Batman's orders is basically a traditional skill of successive generations of Robin. Tim was able to go to school in Gotham for so long. In addition to being the most obedient Robin in history, Alfred's ability to make promises was also indispensable. Of course, there is also the fact that Superman single-handedly destroyed the entire Gotham crime incident. Clayface was still working on his gluteus maximus. Alfred turned his head and saw that the access control showed that his Bruce was back. He immediately pressed the button on the keyboard to open the door for the other party. A few minutes later. How was the negotiation with Blake, Master Bruce? Alfred placed the tray in his hand on the table next to Chen Tao. On it was still Alfred's secret chicken sandwich. Chen Tao took it and took a bite. Alfred's heart trembled and the familiar frown appeared on Bruce's forehead again. Very bad. Chen Tao placed the chicken sandwich on the table. He crossed his hands and looked deep. I made a small mistake in my previous judgment of Blake. Tell me more specifically, Alfred said. I have known for a long time that Blake is a villain, but unfortunately, I don't know why he is a villain. He turned his head to look at Alfred. I bet he has no intention of abiding by the restrictions that Amanda has set for him. Chen Tao couldn't help but recall the conversation he had with Blake before. We have a basis for cooperation, Batman. Blake stood on the round roof and looked into the distance. A tile was taken off by his telekinesis and flew in front of him, as naughty as a clever fish. Famine in distant lands, ruthless wars, natural disasters, man-made disasters, gambling, human trafficking, drug trafficking, flesh trade, robbers, and murderers, government lackeys, despicable cheaters. These evils have been everywhere in our history, since the beginning of human history, and they still exist today. Blake pointed to Superman, who was still giving a speech below. You will suffer the consequences if you eat this, and you should be careful next time you do evil. Do you really think that this method can eradicate evil? Blake said, I grew up in evil. I know what evil looks like. I know what you did in Gotham, and I like it very much. It would be better if you didn't send all those dirty upper class people to jail. But it doesn't matter. Seeing that Batman was silent, Blake abruptly changed the subject. He put his hands in his pockets and looked into the distance. He said, I still remember when I awakened my superpowers. You know, the common problem of adolescence, headaches, and the feeling that my body was fighting against me. He smiled. But after that incident, my sister Vera was almost thrown in front of a running train and killed. Blake made a booming gesture on his head. Boom. Goodbye, headache. Hello, superpowers. The tile that was controlled by telekinesis and kept flying in front of him was torn into pieces by telekinesis in an instant. At that moment, I felt a certain calling. He raised his hands, a sense of responsibility, a sense of destiny. You are born to eradicate the evil that has not disappeared in mankind for tens of millions of years. He floated up and flew, circling around Batman, who stood there silently. The world is broken, Batman. Human beings are incapable of eradicating their own sins. They are ignorant, superstitious, cowardly and weak. And this is exactly why we exist. We are born to lead mankind and create a better world. Then he finally heard Batman's voice. You mean we should rule them? Blake flew over his head. To be precise, it's not rule. I prefer to call it purification. He said, like cutting out rotten meat, you know? Cut off the dirty, diseased ones, leaving only the normal ones. He opened his arms, reshape the world according to our wishes. That's what you call rule. Then he heard Batman say, if an act looks like rule and acts like rule, then he is. Blake stared at him. Well, he said finally, it is indeed drooling. But, Batman, I'm sorry to brag like this, but I have to say that to ordinary people, the power of us superpowered people is no different from that of gods. The strong always rule the weak, and only those who are born weak think this is cruel. We can do much more than the government can do. We can completely eradicate evil, destroy the villains, and let those cowardly governments see what we can do. No more bickering, no more ridiculous democratic voting, no more ridiculous three-judgment trial, lawyers getting away with it. Only the pure good live, and the evil die. Justice is upheld, and evil is purified. This is our God-given ability, and even more, so our God-given power and God-given obligation. The day I woke up, I realized that we came to this world with such power, and we must have come here to accomplish some great cause. We are born to complete the unfinished work of Jesus. You put yourself above mortals, Blake. Who do you think you are? Come on, Batman. Think about it, Brainiac, and the Superman you're allied with. Humans need guidance, but they can never entrust their fate to aliens. We must protect our planet from the gods of those alien planets. And if we want to protect our planet from a god, then we must transform into. Then he saw Batman staring at him. No one is a god. Another eye contact. And, I hope you realize, that the famous quote you just quoted came from Hitler. Blake shook his head. He sighed. I'm not a fascist. I'm just pursuing justice. Batman didn't speak. Blake flew off the roof and stepped into the void. It seems that this conversation ends here. We don't agree, and maybe we are on different paths. But having said that, before we end our conversation, I still want to ask, what is your superpower? Batman didn't speak. Don't get me wrong, it's just that the abilities you showed before were very mixed, and I really didn't fully understand them. Are you a vampire or something? You can turn your body into fine sand, and then. Batman kept silent, and Blake finally realized that something was wrong. He used his psychic ability to scan the other person up and down. Except for the iron in his head, he was just an ordinary person with well-developed muscles. But you fought with the Kryptonians before. Blake's brain was a little confused for a while. You didn't. You completely relied on kryptonite. He suddenly realized, you let Superman do justice in Gotham on your behalf, so that Batman could be so fast. So, you are just an ordinary person wearing a Bat cosplay costume? No, I still have money. Then Blake heard Batman's muffled voice, I have money. Then Blake saw the other party snap his fingers, and a sci-fi style invisible bat plane appeared from the void not far away from him. Blake watched the other party board this plane that looked very expensive, and then flew away. He was the only one left standing stupidly in the air. So, this is the result. Chen Tao exhaled. Blake's thoughts are more dangerous than we thought. An angry online youth, a human racist, and a new age fascist has mastered superpowers that can fight against nuclear bombs. We should be prepared to deal with him. What a hassle. He operated the Bat computer, and countless news headlines appeared on the computer. Now Blake and his Ultra League kill criminals like killing chickens, and have gathered a large group of supporters. Chen Tao whispered, we need to take a long-term view to deal with them. He turned to Alfred and asked, by the way, there is another thing. Are you still tracking Bane? Yes, Master Bruce. Alfred answered him, but there is nothing. We have never found his whereabouts. Our old rival disappeared in the crowd after leaving Gotham with several Arkham villains he rescued. Also disappeared was the Red Hood who you asked me to pay special attention to. Bane must have made a big move, but I don't know what it is. Let's switch the perspective to the other side. Bane was sitting in a tavern, surrounded by all kinds of villains. He squinted his eyes and watched a debate in the center of the tavern. Chapter 135, The Second Generation Robin Red Hood. I actually became the second in command of the League of Evil. 5,600 words long chapter. I finally updated 2 chapters. I rarely make promises, but I usually keep them. Proud. Inside a bank in New York City. Hello, valued customer. The female teller at the counter looked at the hooded woman in front of her with a smile on her face. The other party's dress was a little strange, but customers are always God. Are you here to open a new account today? If you open a new account now, you can take this cute new toaster home. The female teller carefully observed the face under the hood of the other party. The other party's skin was unusually pale. What was going on? The female teller suddenly realized something. She had read the news, but it was a bit too late to run away now. She heard the other party say, well, I don't know how the toaster will work, girl. A wisp of lightning wrapped around the other party's outstretched palm, and the woman pulled down her hood. But if you don't hand over all the money, you might be the one to be roasted. Click. Take it easy, electric girl. But at this moment, a gun was pointed at the woman's head. My name is Liv Uire, if you want to know. It doesn't matter what you call yourself. It might work in your shitty hometown, like Gotham or Metropolis. Liv Uire slowly raised his palm, and the roaring electricity flashed under his skin. But this is New York, and we are prepared for people like you. Every security guard is equipped with a special gun developed by Techster Labs. Ouch. Huh, really? But before the guard could finish his words, he felt his whole body being lifted high and then thrown out heavily. Bang. A man with a hood also appeared behind him. I'm Heavy Bomb. The giant said. Nice to meet you, my friend with a broken spine. He said to the guard who was lying on the ground spitting blood, a friend who helped me escape from prison taught me the broken back trick. How do you feel? Is it comfortable? You guys from Gotham are really perverted. Liv Uire wrinkled his pale little nose, put his blue hair behind his ears, and then said, just by the way, big guy, I was completely at ease just now. The big Heavy Bomb said, the phrase you can't think of is probably thank you. A few minutes later, they walked out of the bank. How much did you get? Heavy Bomb asked. 28,000 US dollars. Liv Uire said, not bad for the amount of cash in a small bank. Heavy Bomb snorted. He walked to a taxi and directly took down the car door. Get out. The driver was so scared that he shook in the driver's seat. Liv Uire said, if it were me, I would be obedient. I listen. The pale-skinned woman shocked the driver, and the driver with a small belly finally regained the ability to walk, and quickly climbed down from the driver's seat and ran away. He was defecating while running away, not because he was timid, but because of incontinence, caused by the electric shock. Heavyweight sat in the driver's seat. Hiss. I've been in jail for too long. The clutch is on the left, right? Liv Uire heard what he said, and immediately wanted to get out of the car. Just kidding, just kidding. Anyway, we got 28,000 in one go this time. Not bad. I have to say, combined with the money from the previous 4 banks, this is my most successful partnership. What do you call it? A pair of evil robbers. Bombshell said, I still think mine is better. Don't even think about it. Liv Uire said, crackling muscle sounds like some rotten breakfast cereal. Oh, okay, whatever it is, partner. It's a pleasure to work together. I think we should celebrate. I happen to know a good place. It was late at night. Bombshell and Liv Uire trudged through the garbage dump. This is Hell's Kitchen in New York, the most chaotic and dirty neighborhood in New York. Bombshell threw the stolen taxi in an alley and walked along the narrow alley with Liv Uire. It was too dark ahead. Liv Uire stretched out a finger, and the crackling electric light illuminated the path ahead. She saw a comic book on the ground, with a lot of blood stains. On the cover was written, "The Amazing Spider-Man, its owner may be in danger." Liv Uire burned the comic book to ashes. People who believe in superheroes never have a good ending. Damn comic books, she said. Then she complained to Bombshell, where are you taking me? I mean, you are not going to do something stupid, are you, Bombshell? Otherwise, our group will be renamed Well Done Grilled Meat. Come on, you are dreaming. You know there is an old saying, if you are with a muscular man, you will wake up laughing in your dreams. Liv Uire made a vomiting gesture. It's terrible and disgusting. Bombshell said, it's quite disgusting, and, we are here. After passing through the narrow alley, a building with wooden doors and windows appeared in front of them. This damn place is shabby and old, with graffiti all over the walls, and it smells like a garbage dump. Liv Uire said, here. Are you serious? I thought you were taking me to a bar. Not with a bang. The door was directly smashed, and a figure was thrown out. I warned you before, Monocle. Another muscular man with red skin came out. Are you playing dumb here? Then get out of here. Monocle stood up from the ground, tightened his clothes, and immediately aimed the monocle on his face at the muscular man with red skin. But he didn't choose to take action in the end. Alas, this place used to be interesting. He said so, while slowly backing away, and finally disappeared into the darkness of the alley. The red muscular man turned his eyes to Liv Uire and Bombshell. Okay, what do you want? Bombshell took the initiative to step forward. Hey, you are fine too, amygdala. Did you take medicine today? Yes, so my mind is clear now. I can speak normally. Sorry, Bombshell, but I'm fed up tonight. I called 3 fights to stop, was shot, stabbed, and frozen by freezing rays. I thought the freezing gun was exclusive to Mr. Freeze, but that young man called Captain Cold. Damn it. I was also peed on by someone, and it wasn't even dark yet. No more talking. Do you know the password for tonight? Batman is going to have sex with Bats apostrophe amygdala waved his hand. Go in, do me a favor, and tell the people inside that we need a new door, and we need it again. Liv Uire and Bombshell walked in. The inside was broken and old, and there was no one. What's going on? Liv Uire asked. Don't keep me in suspense. Bombshell pressed on the wall, and then the floor opened, revealing a high-tech staircase. Wow. Liv Uire said. We have an elevator, if you want one, but I prefer the stairs. Bombshell said, you know, the sense of security. They walked down the stairs and soon it was clear. Music, dancing people, dynamic lighting effects, drinks, food, and a bar. Bombshell stretched out his hand and waved it in the air. Welcome to the Void Bar. Liv Uire looked up. Oh my god, I've never heard of such a place. The blasting music kept blaring. That's it, this place is very private, and only by invitation. Bombshell said, we don't want that scout to come in and ruin everyone's good time, right? I mean, where else can you see those criminals from Central City sitting with the villains from Keystone? I said more ice. Captain Cold said to the waiter. With a fishman, who looks like a great white shark. Liv Uire saw a sharkman with a big white sand head and a female orc who looked like a leopard standing in the middle of the dance hall not far away. Nanoi likes this exciting music. Heavy Bomb turned to the bar and said, "Hey, Jigsaw man, 2 glasses of whiskey, neat." Livewire watched the guy's arm fall off like a puzzle, but the interface was pitch black. The hand flew directly to the side and picked up a bottle of wine. "No, thank you. I don't get along well with liquids." "Then I'll have 2 more glasses." The muscular man Heavy Bomb raised his glass. Livewire turned around and leaned against the bar. "This place is really great, but it can't be opened in Metropolis, not with Superman." Livewire said, "The first time I went to Metropolis from Las Vegas, I was beaten to a pulp by Superman." "You mean it can't be opened in Gotham, with Batman?" Bombshell took a sip of wine. "I was beaten by Batman when I didn't have a brain before, and I was beaten by Batman again when I had a brain. Sometimes I feel like I have a brain for nothing." Livewire pouted and stopped talking. She felt that if she continued to talk, the two of them would have a disagreement, so she wisely stopped arguing with her partner. But another person interrupted their conversation. "Do you really want to compare Superman and Batman?" Livewire turned his head and saw a woman sitting at the bar next to them. "Who are you?" "My name is Shiva." "I don't know if you have heard of my name. I had a fight with a Kryptonian before." Livewire heard Bombshell whispered in her ear, "This is Ms. Shiva, the most capable martial artist, at least in the human category." Livewire heard Ms. Shiva say loudly, "Do you know what it feels like to fight a Kryptonian? That guy can do everything. Super strength, super speed, flying, invulnerability, freezing breath, heat vision." She poured a glass of wine into her stomach. "From time to time, she will take out a kung fu that you didn't even know she knew. Last time, I knocked her down and sat on her, but I couldn't even pierce her fur." Ms. Shiva threw the empty glass on the table. "I mean, come on. Batman is just an ordinary man wearing a flying rodent-shaped tights." Bombshell and Livewire looked at each other. "Huh, just an ordinary person? You superhero villains. Oh my god, let me teach you a lesson. Who is this guy?" Livewire stared at the Red Hood who suddenly appeared. "This guy's called Red Hood, Bane's henchman. It was him and Bane who got me out of Arkham some time ago and took us out of Gotham." Bombshell told Livewire, "But he's a new guy and probably hasn't fought Batman many times." Livewire nodded, and then he heard Red Hood say, "Batman is the strongest, that's for sure. Go and try to fight him. He's tough and intelligent, not to mention the endless equipment and weapons on his body. Yes, Superman is awesome. All you need to do is get some kryptonite. Bam. End of the show." You talk about it as if it's easy, as if you can just walk into a convenience store and buy kryptonite next to the frozen food. Livewire couldn't help but complain. "After those rocks fell from the sky, we discovered that this thing can make Superman fall from the sky like a kite with a broken string." Livewire played with his blue hair, "But every time this kind of thing falls, it is quickly divided up by the government's Lex group or Wayne group. The ones that fell in the past were directly melted on the black market. I don't know who would spend so much money to buy one." "She's right." Bombshell looked at Shiva with a squinting look as he put his hand on the back of Livewire, looking frivolous and casual. "If you don't take your hands off me, you're going to be an electric disaster." Livewire said, "Oh, don't be like that to me, sister, I'm on your side." Ms. Shiva turned to the bar and said, "Puzzle man, give my new friend some Georgia bums. I'm Livewire, and I don't drink." Ms. Shiva said, "It's okay, I'll have 2 more drinks." Red Hood also came over and held out his glass to Bombshell. "Hello, Batman villain." Bombshell clinked glasses with him in a friendly manner. Red Hood and Bane rescued their group of Gotham villains together, and they have a good relationship. Then Bombshell heard Ms. Shiva say, "So what Livewire said is right. Superman is stronger than Batman no matter what. Anyone who has fought him will understand." Then Red Hood said, "Really? Have you fought Batman in person? A master?" Ms. Shiva took a sip. "No, and I don't need to." Livewire finally couldn't help but start to agree with him. "Yes, just like he said, a nerd in nerdy underwear has no superpowers." "That's right." Ms. Shiva said, "Seriously, what can he do? Use bat darts to stab me?" The voices of several people are getting louder and louder, and now most people are beginning to be attracted by this dispute. Ms. Shiva saw Atomic Skull, who had just escaped from the laboratory again not long ago, sitting in the corner, and Toyman, who was the first enemy Superman faced. Man-Bat's wife Woman-Bat, Dr. Phosphorus, Killer Moth, Scarecrow and other bat-related strongmen were also sitting next to them. Or even more powerful, let his Wonder Boy toy Robin fight me? Oh, I'm so scared. Come on, Batman is a joke. A former Robin wearing a red hood blinked. Obviously with a bang. Bane, who was sitting not far away, threw his wine glass on the table. This man is an idiot. Ms. Shiver stood up and walked to Bane's side in a pompous manner. Wow, look who's here. The man who vowed to break Batman's back ended up breaking his own spine. He leaned in front of Bane. You said I'm an idiot. Ha, then what are you? The only achievement you can show off is that you fought Batman evenly, but you didn't win. That's all. So come on, I really want to know which side of this little debate you are on. Bane stood up. There's nothing to debate. You've never fought Batman, you know nothing about him, and you don't know how difficult it is to beat him. Bane glanced at the whole audience. Everyone was looking at him and whispering to each other. Ha, I know. If everyone thinks Batman is not that powerful, you are not a big shot. Ms. Shiver reached out and poked him in the chest. If you want, you can come and see what kind of big shot I'm anytime. The atmosphere between the two seemed a little tense. With a swish, Livy turned into lightning and fell between them. Ladies and gentlemen, let's try to restrain our aggression, okay? I just found this place, and I don't want to be banned for life. Ms. Shiver blinked. Yeah, maybe Wire is right. Livy, it's killing me. Livy said. Anyway, why are we arguing here? If you have this energy, why don't you use it in a better place? How to use it? Bombshell asked. Betting. Ms. Shiver's intentions were exposed. How do you bet? Livy asked. Me, you call a few other Superman villains to deal with Batman together. Bane, Bombshell and a few other bad enemies will snipe Superman. The winner can continue to brag. Bane stood up. I'm Bane. I'm not interested in self-promotion. Goodbye. Really? Ms. Shiver, who was standing behind him, said, a man who was defeated by Batman is worried that he will be defeated by Superman as well. Bane turned around. Hey, it's okay. You just proved my point. Ms. Shiver said. Bane stared at her. If you want to bet, I'll accompany you. After I win this bet, you and I will have a good talk. Wow, I can't wait. Ms. Shiver said. Look, what trouble you have put us all in. The corners of the Bombshell's mouth grinned excitedly, and he said to the live wire. Hey, this is not the worst. At least we are not Superman and Batman. Liv Wire said. She turned her head and looked at the atomic skull and the toy man sitting next to her. Hey, this little bet, do you want to participate? Today's show is really disgusting. Bane. A few hours later, Ms. Shiver, Bane and Red Hood Jason sat together. But we got a group of thugs for free. Each one is better than the other, and they listen to orders, bring their own dog food, are not afraid of death, are highly motivated, have a sense of honor, and finally thank us for bringing them to this gambling game. Bane sat next to him and took a sip of his drink, then said to the Red Hood who was in a daze next to him, Red Hood, you are the second person in this team in Gotham, and prepare tactics with me when the time comes. Oh, okay. Red Hood nodded. During these days of getting along, Bane valued him very much, which always made him feel a little strange. Shiver, you take Superman's group of villains and cooperate with our actions when the time comes. Shiver also nodded. Blake, why don't we just take action and take down this bad guy's nest as originally planned? We have successfully sneaked into this bar. Purple-haired Blake floated in the sky, and his teammate, Cold Casting, asked puzzledly. He is a tall black man with super strength and the ability to manipulate electromagnetics. I changed my mind. Blake said, didn't you see what happened in the bar today? Have you forgotten what I told you before? I failed to persuade Batman, and now Batman and Superman will be our potential enemies. He touched his chin. This alliance of villains can weaken Batman and Superman, and then we will take action to solve this group of bad villains and two baby superheroes together. He laughed softly. This is the most labor-saving treatment plan. The void bar closed. The third-line villain Jigsaw Man, who had been a bartender for a day, also got off work. When he took a vehicle and left far enough away, he turned into a small alley, then reached out and wiped his face. The drifting and condensed black sand rippled, and Chen Tao restored his original face and sighed deeply. Damn, it's really restless. Then he pressed on the wall, opened a dark room, and dragged the real Jigsaw Man with a bruised face out of it. The other party had been in a semi-enclosed environment for a whole day without eating, and his life was almost gone. Chen Tao picked him up. Come on, follow me back to the prison. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. Second Generation Robin Red Hood. There is a traitor among us. Guess who it is? Inside the Red Hood's secret base, Bane sat in the main seat, and next to him sat his two allies. He first operated the computer for a while. The plan has been going smoothly so far. Every day, villains from the Superman and Batman series are signing up to participate in this gambling game. There are more and more free thugs, and each one is more obedient than the other, which is good. Although I have to admit that most of them are third-rate guys. Look at this. He picked up a resume on the table. The king of condiments. His record is that he once smeared Batman's face with chili sauce and used durian lemon sauce to make Robin vomit with disgust against the wall. Bane tore the resume into pieces and threw it into the trash can under the table. But they have more people and sometimes there are some strong players. Shiver, you should let Atomic Skull be the main attacker then. Bane put Atomic Skull's resume aside and continued. In short, the odds of whether Superman will win or Batman will win have already become well known in the dark world, which is good. He operated for a while, and then the handicap interface in the dark world was displayed on the screen in front of him. Betting. Crisscross advantage. Superman 1:1.7 disadvantage. Batman 150-150? Bane said. Stupid. He turned his head and looked at the other two people who were bored. Shiver and Red Hood. Let's plan a specific action plan. Bane crossed his arms. After all, we need to face Superman and Batman at the same time, so we must act cautiously. If you want to discuss the plan, I will not comment on it. But Ms. Shiver folded her arms, leaned back on the chair. I will not participate in your plan discussion. I joined forces with you just to be able to fight the Kryptonians again. Don't forget that our battle has not yet been decided, Bane. So, no matter what plan you have, plan it out and tell me directly. She stood up. I'm always looking forward to another head-on confrontation with the Kryptonians, and this time the confrontation will be much fairer. And, if there is nothing else, I will go back to continue training. Bane did not speak, just let her stand up and walk towards the door. Sure enough, when Shiver was about to leave, Jason stood up and blocked him. Teacher Shiver, don't be so anxious. Jason sighed secretly. In this small team of 3, he has now completely become a lubricant. Bane was used to the self-centered criminal mode where all criminals obeyed his orders. However, when he applied this method to Ms. Shiver, who was not much different from him, it was often counterproductive in terms of communication. Jason guessed that Bane himself was aware of this, but he did not intend to change his way of doing things, so he could only make Red Hood suffer again. After a long conversation, Ms. Shiver finally sat back in her seat. Jason was afraid that the two of them would do something to compete with each other, so he immediately spoke first. I think before discussing how to deal with Batman and Superman, we should first consider how to deal with our teammates. Bane, who was about to continue speaking, choked. He swallowed the plan he was going to say, and then heard Jason continue. You know, although they are our teammates for the time being, if we win against Superman and Batman, they will immediately become competitors. I'm afraid we will have to counterattack each other. Bane was a little doubtful of himself, because of the train of thought of Red Hood Jason. It's a little wrong, but it also seems to make sense. Bane began to analyze himself. He was so busy thinking about giving Superman and Batman a good beating, that he really ignored the hidden dangers of these free thugs. The thinking direction of the young man Red Hood is just right to supplement his own. So he nodded and signaled Jason to continue. Their demands are different from ours, and they are very messy. They are numerous and powerful, and it is very easy for them to do bad things. They are very likely to compete with us for the right to deal with the defeated Superman and Batman, so I think we must anticipate the scenario of their conflict with us and take countermeasures in advance. Red Hood waved his hand and said, even if the possibility of this happening is only 1%, we must treat it as 100%. Bane nodded repeatedly, thinking that what Red Hood said made a lot of sense. Then the next second he saw Red Hood walk to the wall next to him and press the corner. A hidden storage space appeared there, and Jason began to take out props from the kitchen. Red Hood explained, after that time, I went to talk to Miss Leslie a few times. Oh, Leslie Willis is the real name of Livewire. She has the ability to turn into pure energy and fly and attack with electric current. She can create a huge electric shock effect that even Superman can hardly resist. But after several in-depth exchanges, I found that her weakness is liquid. Jason struggled to move dozens of bottles of large grenades from the wall. So, we need this. Bane. Rain curtain type liquid bomb. It can make the electrolyte solution inside spray out like scattered flowers. This kind of thing is much more powerful than water, and it will definitely make Livewire pay for it. Jason moved quickly, and he put the last bomb on the table with a bang. I have now found out clearly that liquid will cause our beautiful Miss Electric Light to lose control of the electric current. It only takes about 500 milliliters of water to cause her to have problems with the control of the electric current. Jason explained, the electrolyte solution is the liquid with the strongest conductivity at room temperature. It is formed by adding electrolyte solids to solvents, in which the electrolyte can dissociate into ions in the solution, so it has good conductivity. He put the liquid bombs like grenades upright one by one, so their effect will be stronger than pure water. According to my estimation, only 100 milliliters of electrolyte solution are needed to make the Livewire collapse to the ground and roll his eyes. But to be on the safe side, there are at least 6 liters of electrolyte solution here to ensure that there will be no mistakes. Bane looked at these liquid bombs that were obviously over-prepared in a daze. Are you sure that so much liquid will not be fatal when it is sprayed out? Damn, what am I thinking? Bane shook his head. I'm not a superhero. There is no iron rule of not killing. What does it have to do with me, whether the Livewire dies or not? He nodded numbly. Well, very good. Jason took out a sci-fi style gun from the storage room again. Atomic Skull is a superhuman with radioactive nuclear energy. The powerful nuclear power gives him energy projection and strength and speed that can rival Superman. But this does not mean that he is invulnerable. Jason said, after I met him in the tavern last time, I went out with him twice, invited him to lunch, and robbed nuclear power plants with him. Here is a mention. He went to the nuclear power plant not to rob money, but to rob energy. Jason spread his hands. We became good friends, and we have a good relationship, so I finally figured out his nature and made a plan against him. We can expose him to strong electromagnetic fields or electronic pulses to anger him and induce him to perform large-scale energy projection. Then, clang, Bane saw the other party jumping up and down. He took out a half-body exoskeleton armor worn on the arm from the storage room, with 2 huge metal blocks connected to the back. Absorb his energy, and then blast it out. Let me add here that this kind of energy absorption is like water flowing from high to low, or like electric shock. There is no need to worry that Atomic Skull will escape, because once his hands are stuck, he will not be able to pull them off before the energy is drained away. Bane watched numbly as the other party showed off one dangerous weapon after another that could blow up his good friend. After experiencing this, Bane realized deeply how unlucky it is to be friends with Red Hood. Oh, do you know Nanavi? Yes, that fish man. He also participated in this gambling. His name is King Shark. He is a super monster with demigod blood. I bet he can definitely fight Superman 1 or 2 moves. Red Hood said excitedly, but his only weakness is that his brain is not very smart, so maybe we can use illusions. It doesn't need to be very realistic, nor does it need to be logical. People with normal brains can distinguish the truth from the falsehood of these illusions. Even if they are deceived for a while, they will soon find out. But with King Shark's IQ, it is obvious that he can't figure this out. Ratcatcher. Do you know? He can control rats. I chatted with him for a while and found that his personality is also that of a depressed and frustrated sewer rat. His superpowers are very strong, but if we can use different infrasound waves to interfere with his control over rats, At this time, looking at the Red Hood who was still there, Bane began to think about a very serious problem. Is there a possibility the other party has also prepared a plan to deal with him? Bane thought about the time when he had valued this young man very much. They had conducted experiments on improving venom together. He had passed on his experience to this young man, and they were like friends. Bane had no expression on his face. It shouldn't be the case. He and Red Hood were different from those free thugs. They were real partners, and Red Hood didn't need to be wary of him. Probably. Sizzle. In the dark alley, purple-haired Blake lit a match. He liked to light cigarettes with matches, which was more old-fashioned and more stylish than using a lighter. You're called Snacker Skin? Behind him, his black burly man cold casting, was pressing a woman against the wall viciously. The force was so great that it directly cracked the bricks and stones behind the woman. Oh, I'm not Snackerskin, and I don't know this Snackerskin. What do you want me for, huh? Blake threw away the match and blew out a smoke ring. Jack Houston, nicknamed Snackerskin. He walked forward and stood in front of the woman. The big black man made way for Black to grab the woman's hair. Do you think we have checked you out so thoroughly that we could have made the wrong person? Purple blue beam shot out from Black's eyes, a sign before his telekinesis was activated. Cold Cast took a step back and let go of the woman. Snackerskin, I have checked you out thoroughly. You are a character with the ability to transform, just like Clayface, but your ability to transform is much worse than Clayface's. Not only can you not change your own DNA like him, you can't even change your fingerprints. You can only change other people's appearances. Black pinched the woman's delicate face and made a tut-tut sound. It's so lifelike. No wonder you can cheat, rape and rob with this skill. He pinched the other's palm, but I've already said it. You've exposed your hand. The panic expression on the woman's face gradually disappeared. Or more precisely, he stood up and spat. Damn, what bad luck. He looked directly at Black. What do you want me to do? The delicate face of a beautiful woman was destroyed like candle wax, and his face began to deform like a snakeskin wriggling. The towering breasts on his chest shrank back, and the tall figure sank a few centimeters. Soon, the delicate woman with blonde hair and big breasts just now turned into a middle-aged man with a sly look. I'm Snakeskin. Yes, you guessed it right. Damn fingerprints. Damn DNA. I just can't change these. Snakeskin cursed. What do you want me to do? Invade a military base or steal important documents? It can't be an assassination job. I never take this kind of job. He said, but you should also know my weaknesses. I just can't. No. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Black waving his hand. We are not asking you to do these uncreative tasks. Black floated up and smiled. Snakeskin inexplicably felt that this smile was a bit malicious. And even if there is a mission, we will not give it to you, a fraudster, drug dealer and rapist with a long criminal record. We just want to borrow your body. Black's eyes glowed with green light. You. Before Snake could speak, he was knocked unconscious by the telekinesis, condensed by Black the next second. On the other side, Red Hood Jason said goodbye to Bane and the others, and returned to his private idiot. This is not the same place as the base he provided to Bane and the others. It is a secret base that belongs to him alone. It is one of the safe houses built by Batman in Metropolis. Out of the instinct of the Batman cub, Jason would never let himself stay with these villains without any defense. But today, his safe house welcomed an uninvited guest. Jason Todd pushed open the door, and then immediately saw a character he did not expect to appear here on the sofa in the safe house. Batman. Chapter 137 Jason. It's broken. Batman is crazy. I found a lot of information in the computer. Red Hood tried to remotely control the counterattack weapons he had placed in the room, but there was no response. Don't try your counterattack weapons. Then he heard Batman's voice. I have already dismantled all your toys. Jason's hand began to touch his waist. Don't move. Batman looked at the void in front of him with a deep gaze. He didn't even look at Jason, but the sense of deterrence like a thorn in his back had made Jason dare not continue to draw his gun. Jason slowly retreated. According to the tradition of the Bat family, all bats don't like to fight encounters. He thought as quickly as possible about how to escape from Batman's hands. But why did he want to stare at Batman's face? Run away quickly. It is obvious that Bruce is well prepared. Jason knows that it is impossible for him to defeat Batman, who has been planning for a long time here. According to his understanding of Batman, if he appears here, it means that he has made full preparations. At this time, as the prey, shouldn't he run away as hard as he can immediately? But why? Jason felt like he was really crazy. You should know that I'm different from those criminals. I'm different from those scums. Red Hood himself didn't know why he had to explain this, but if he explained it in detail, he would reveal his plan in full. Obviously, he couldn't tell Batman about his plan, so he shut up immediately. After he said this, Jason's body slowly arched up. He retracted his hand and pinched the cuff. He hid the venom inside his coat. He only needed to gently flip the switch on the cuff to inject the tightened venom steroid into his body. Although the duration and effect were far from Bane's due to the insufficient dosage, it could at least improve his combat effectiveness in a short period of time. He was ready to fight Batman. He knew that Batman would attack him without saying a word. Batman's attitude towards criminals has always been cruel and ruthless. In addition to not killing people, he would do all the most horrible things that everyone could think of to the criminals. Of course, most of the time he would not beat the prisoners to vent his emotions, but would directly break their limbs. He was always as cold and ruthless as a scalpel, and completed his goals as precisely as he did his job, which was unlike himself. But what surprised Jason was that Batman didn't pounce on him as he had expected. I know you're not a criminal, so let me guess what you would do. Batman finally looked at him. You're in league with Bane. But you never considered really working with this criminal, even though your goal was the same as his, to defeat me and Superman. So you betrayed him without hesitation. No, or rather, you never worked with him from the beginning. You're still as angry as before. Batman guessed right. Jason thought. He felt himself trembling slightly. In the past, the information revealed in the other party's words made his whole body tremble. You originally planned to find an opportunity to murder him, but Bane's plan to deal with Superman and Batman made you change your mind. You suddenly found that this plan could attract countless villains together, and you might be able to kill all the most heinous ones among them. He heard Batman say, so, you revised your plan again. You cooperated with Bane and successfully attracted a large number of villains. Then before everything started, you instilled into Bane's mind that these recruited villains might be competitors, and provided him with weapons against Superman villains. One by one sentence by one, Batman told him everything he had done, and his plan like peeling off silk from an onion. Jason couldn't believe that the other party could do it so easily. Batman's voice was still ringing. This will greatly enhance the opponent's confidence and prompt him to make more radical choices. Then when the time comes, with your instigation, after successfully defeating Superman and Batman, the dispute between them will immediately break out, and they will fight for the right to dispose of Superman and Batman. But you still don't have the confidence to fish in troubled waters. Chen Tao said, so you introduced an external aid. He hooked his finger, and the monitor next to him turned on its own for no reason, allowing Jason to see the image of Blake on it. You discovered Blake's government-authorized team of killer heroes. In order to reduce Superman's influence, Amanda Waller is making them the stars of tomorrow. Although their thinking is somewhat fascist, you still like their cruel methods and plan to use their force. You deeply analyze the personality portrait of their leader Blake, and judge that, as long as he listened to Bane's plan, he would definitely choose to wait and see, and wait for more villains to gather before taking action together. Therefore, you deliberately exposed your tracks in the dark world, attracting Blake and his team to find the top of the nothingness bar, and then calculated the time to make sure that he would definitely see the birth of your gambling game. I guess you even have some contact with Amanda Waller to counter Blake. Chen Tao said one by one, and then clapped his hands slowly again and again. Wonderful, linked together. You played everyone in the palm of your hand. Worthy of being Batman's child. Chen Tao added in his heart. But what makes you think Bane knows nothing about it? He may not know it's you, and he may not know to what extent the plan has been leaked, but Bane is not an easy opponent to deal with. I don't believe he didn't find out about Blake's existence. Do you think you can rely on Blake to wipe out Bane and the supervillains he has summoned? Maybe you are the one being surrounded. Don't contact Blake anymore. Jason heard Batman say, I have hacked the anonymous account that you used to contact him directly. Now this account is mine. Just think of it as me leaking the location of the Void Bar to Blake and his Ultra Alliance. Jason Todd. Jason paused for half a second. Then he took off his red hood and threw it on the ground. So you already knew my identity? He heard Batman say, yes, that's right. I recognized you when you and Sewer first appeared in my sight. I'm not so old and confused that I can't recognize my own Robin. Jason gritted his teeth. Then he suddenly took out 2 guns and pointed them at Batman. You are wrong, Batman. You guessed most of my plan, but you didn't guess the most important part. I'm no longer your Robin. He became a little emotional the day when I was beaten to death by the Joker with a crowbar and then crawled out of the tombstone. I was no longer that Jason Todd. I have no plan to let Blake kill all those villains. I will let Bane die, and then the Red Hood will be the leader of the villains, leading them to fight against Blake and completely become their leader. Jason said, there is no end to criminals, and there is no end to evil. Bruce, you have been fighting crime in Gotham for many years. Do you think I don't know everything you asked Superman to do in Gotham? Do you think that letting Superman use his power to forcibly suppress those criminals will be able to completely end crime? This is impossible. The most profitable businesses are written in the criminal law. As long as crimes can obtain profits thousands of times greater than those of law-abiding, there will always be people who take risks and pursue these benefits. Crime and justice are like light and darkness, day and night. Crime can never be completely eliminated. Therefore, I will no longer fight against crime, I will control it. He said, those villains will become my strength. With their support, I can reshape and even unify the dark world of North America, and then gradually erode the South. We will control the drug business. Under my control, they will never flow to campuses, children and those who keep themselves clean. Pornography, gambling, drugs, all evils will be curbed and safely supervised under grey rules. Except for those who are self-depraved, no new people will be poisoned by these evils. Roman Falcone thought so when he was young. Roman, an early villain in Gotham, the gangster godfather who unified the Gotham gang. Jason heard Batman say, if you really did that, it means that you are just ruling the underworld through coercion and murder, just like the Romans did. Then he saw Batman stretched out a hand to him. It's not too late now, we can still repair this relationship. Jason raised his gun. They had broken down, and Jason was very aware of this. The next thing would be a fight. He was not sure he could win. Then the next second, he heard what Batman said. The world was blurred at this moment, and Batman's voice seemed to come from the bottom of the sea, distant and trance. He heard the other party say, I love you, Jason. Jason thought he had heard it wrong, and he lowered his gun. I'm sorry for you. Your death is the biggest regret and failure in my career as Batman. It breaks my heart. You can't imagine how happy I was when I found out you were still alive. Jason staggered back a few steps. He heard Batman say, I know you have reasons to hate me, and you have every right to hate me. I'm sorry, but there are some things I have always regretted not being able to tell you in person, but now I can finally tell you, my child. I love you. Stop it, Jason. What you did is not what my Robin would do. My Robin. Jason heard Batman say slowly, he is a hero of light and justice. He will not associate with criminals. My Robin, my Jason. I hope you can go home with me. Intense emotions surged into Jason's brain, and he tried his best to make his voice not sound choked. No, liar. He said, do you think I did it for this reason? Because you failed to save my life. I don't know what can cloud your judgment more, your guilt, or your pedantic moral sense. Bruce, I forgive you for not saving me. I have forgiven you a long time ago. But why? Why exactly? The Joker is still alive. You let him go? Again and again. Do you know how angry I was when I learned from Penguin that the Joker was still alive? You ignored all the evil deeds that the Joker had committed so far, blindly and stupidly ignored the large cemeteries he had filled, the hundreds of victims, and the countless separations of life and death. Do you know that? Jason finally choked up a little. I thought my death would stop you from letting him hurt people. If it was you who was beaten to a bloody pulp by him, If it was you who was killed by him, I would only do one thing, that is to dig 3 feet into the ground, to dig out this evil executioner, and send him to hell. Then Jason saw Batman stand up, approaching him step by step, ignoring the muzzle of his gun. What do you want to do? Bruce, don't you have the guts to answer me? Bruce? Your moral code doesn't allow you to do that. It's too difficult to cross that line. He saw Batman holding the barrel of his gun, and then took the gun from his hand. Crunch, 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 crunch. The barrel was bent by Batman, and Jason's eyes showed infinite disappointment. He raised his head, trying his best not to let the tears flow down. I'm not talking about killing the Penguin, the Ventriloquist, or Dent, or Mr. Freeze. I had the opportunity to kill them when I invaded the Batcave in Gotham, but I didn't do it. I'm just talking about killing the Joker, for so many years. This villain, kill him. Jason was a little incoherent. I'm talking about killing him, only him. Kill him because he caused you and me to be separated forever. Jason lowered his head. He knew that Batman would not break his principles, and nothing he said could move Batman. He just felt very sad, very sad. Then he heard Batman say, okay, but we don't need guns. Batman snapped his fingers, and at that moment, the whole room was brightly lit. Jason saw the wall next to him flip over, and the classic storage design commonly seen in the Bat base was revealed again, revealing 2 crystal coffins. And lying in them were Jokers. And there were 2 of them. Jason's brain stopped working. He turned his head to look at the display screen next to him, and a video began to play on it. Batman in the video walked to a crystal coffin. He pulled the joystick, and then the Joker. Jason suddenly realized that after his death, Batman had killed the Joker for him. But the Jokers were not one person, but a group of people. He saw Batman with a creepy smile on his face, and walked in front of one of the Jokers. The other party was sleeping, like a cold corpse. If you use a gun to kill the Joker, it may cause some unexpected bad results, so I recommend using this tool that is specifically designed to kill the Joker. Jason heard Batman say in a tone that sounded like an epileptic, convenient, fast, permanently sealed, and eliminates all virus risks. Crack, and the Joker is dead. Jason watched helplessly as the other party pulled the joystick, and in an instant, after a burst of lasers, the Joker turned into a pile of fine pieces in front of him. Good. Killed another Joker. Jason saw a sick and twisted smile on Batman's face, and saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. The Batman in the video on the screen also pulled the joystick with the real Batman, and the Joker on the screen also turned into pieces. Batman grabbed the joystick and made a crazy sound. Okay, we still have one more clown to kill. I caught 2 last time. Jason, I'll kill him right away and show you. Jason hugged Batman's arm. Stop. That's enough. Jason wiped the cold sweat from his head and said righteously, don't kill him. We are superheroes. We have a rule of not killing. Chapter 138. Give Jason a little laughing bat shock. No, I'm going to kill. I'm going to kill. 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 Jason's eyes lingered on the weathered lower half of Batman Bruce Wayne's face. At this moment, this face that should have only shown a calm and resolute expression, but there was a twisted smile from the corners of the mouth to the roots of the ears. How could Batman become like this? Am I dreaming? Taking advantage of Jason's moment of distraction, Batman grabbed the other gun on his waist, and then the other party twisted his body and escaped from his grasp. Batman just held Jason's gun in his hand and laughed wildly at the sky. Ha 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 ha. There's no end to pretending, right? Jason took a breath and then said, listen, Bruce, I'm very touched that you killed the Joker, but you don't have to pretend like this. But before he finished speaking, he saw Batman dragging out 4 or 5 unconscious people in prison uniforms from another secret door. Hey, Jason, do you see these gifts I gave you? I'm worried that 2 clowns won't be enough for you to kill, and it's really less fun not being able to kill people with a gun. So I brought them here. They are all felons sentenced to life imprisonment, and most of them are hopeless scum. You can kill them at will with a gun. Oh, don't be polite. I'll kill one first to show you. Stop it, Bruce. Jason said, even if you kill the clown, I believe you won't become a murderer. I'm not angry anymore. You don't have to do this anymore. But Batman acted as if he didn't hear him. The other party hummed a song, holding a gun, and walked half a circle around the prisoners in an extremely arrogant posture, and then, bang, without warning, he shot one of the unconscious serious criminals in the stomach. This shot directly woke him up from deep shock. He screamed, "Ah, you're crazy. You don't even know if I can deflect the bullet and save him. If I had reacted a little slower, he would have been shot in the head by you. He should be tried by the law, not lynched. Oh my god, what are you doing? Do you take life as a joke?" Jason just finished speaking subconsciously and felt something was wrong, and his face fell. "Thank you for the gift. Great, now I'm Batman." He let go of the other party in dissatisfaction. Then he saw Batman raise the gun again. Damn. Jason didn't bother to say anything else and immediately rushed up to hug him. "Don't kill me, I beg you. I really give in. Ha 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 ha. I want to eat people." Batman laughed wildly and had a seizure in front of Jason. Jason felt very scared after seeing it. "Don't be like this, be normal." Oh my god, what's going on? The prisoner who had just woken up from shock and was shot for no reason was confused. What the hell is going on? Am I not in prison? Then he saw Batman. He was so painful from being shot that he was rolling on the ground and didn't even notice who shot him. He focused his eyes and saw two transvestite strong men hugging each other in front of him. The prisoner's eyes widened immediately. Oh my god, Batman. Then he looked at the Red Hood. He didn't recognize him. The two stared at each other. Jason, who was holding Batman in his arms, quickly kicked out a left kick and hit the prisoner's neck hard with his toes so that the other party fainted again. Finally, after the two fought for a long time, Jason got his gun back, broke it into two halves with a creak, and threw it on the ground together with the first one that Batman had bent just now. He wiped the cold sweat from his head. "That's enough," he said. "I will hand these serious criminals over to the police, and I won't do it privately. I didn't catch these criminals from the street. I snatched them from the prison." "Oh, then there's no need to hand them over to the police. Just wait." "What did you say?" Batman's answer immediately made his voice rise 8 degrees. "Did you snatch these criminals directly from the prison? Isn't this a jailbreak?" Jason was heartbroken. Where is the law? Has the authority of law enforcement become worthless? How could you do such a thing? Where is your ethics? Where is your persistence? Then he saw Batman's faint smile. He said, "From the day these ethics and persistence took you away from me, they no longer had to exist, Jason." Jason felt like he had been hit hard. He was really about to faint. And he did fall to the ground with a plop. "I must be dreaming," he said. "But it is absolutely true without a doubt." He heard Batman say to him, "If we can reach an agreement, I think we need to talk, Jason." Chen Tao knew that Jason could block the bullet shot at the forehead of the serious criminal. Bat dart shooting bullets, knife slashing bullets. These operations have almost become essential skills for everyone in the Bat family. Mortal years of training have given Jason a strong body. As long as he wants, it is almost impossible to miss. What's more, Chen Tao shot the serious criminal in the stomach with the first shot. The second shot deliberately raised the gun and paused for half a second before shooting, which gave Jason time to react and mentally preset. And then again. In fact, even if Jason missed, it didn't matter. These serious criminals were not good people. If they died, they died. Chen Tao would not deliberately kill them, but if Jason missed, it would be an accident, and it could only be said that these serious criminals had bad luck. "What do you want to talk to me about, Bruce?" Chen Tao looked at Jason's trance and felt that his IQ had dropped. Chen Tao talked to him about this for a long time, using a lot of charm skills, like "you are my favorite Robin again." Finally, they talked about the main point. "Since we have decided to join forces to deal with Bane and those Superman villains, let's talk about how you should backstab, betray, sell out, and beat up your teammates." After Chen Tao finished this sentence, he suddenly realized that this kind of speech sounded like a villain, so he quickly explained, "For justice." When Jason heard about selling out teammates, he was no longer sleepy. He straightforwardly revealed Bane's next plan. Bane has found out Clark Kent who often sticks with you, through Bruce Wayne's identity, and thus confirmed his identity. The time was too short, so he didn't find out where Clark's hometown was, but he found that Clark had a girlfriend, Lois Lane, who he had a good relationship with. Therefore, he asked me to find out Lois's get-off work schedule and kidnap Lois to threaten Superman when the time comes. Chen Tao touched his chin. It's the hostage-taking trick again. Bane is really incorrigible. Does he have no intention of giving up this traditional and old-fashioned method? I can use insider operations to get Lois Lane on a business trip and then tell Bane that I came up empty-handed. Jason said, I can also find a way to make a fake Lois Lane to fool Bane. You know, the face-changing mud that caused Mudface to mutate. And no. Chen Tao told him, show him the real Lois first, and then we can arrange a replacement plan. He warned Jason, be careful when kidnapping Lois. Don't let her scream, otherwise Superman will come to save his girlfriend, no matter where he is on the earth. You have to do it quietly and knock her unconscious immediately so that she won't have a chance to scream. Got it? Jason said. The two of them discussed the plan to kidnap Lois for a while. After that, Chen Tao also felt it was a bit strange. Although he had planned the plan in detail, Lois would not be hurt no matter what. But helping Jason plan the plan to kidnap Lois, is this another level of selling out teammates? Chen Tao fell into deep thought. Then he immediately shook his head. Haha, how can this be considered selling out teammates? He was just carrying out his own plan. It's so funny to accuse him of selling out teammates. Did Bane set a time for you to kidnap Louis? Yes, he. Full of science fiction, the iron door weighing several hundred kilograms was opened, and Blake and his Extreme Hero Alliance, a total of 4 people, walked in together. This is Lex Luthor's base located 50 meters underground, with lead coating everywhere. This is the first time Blake and his team have visited here. This place makes my bugs uncomfortable. Beast Girl Pamela Ferris said. She is a jewel thief, but an accident caused her to bond with a snake-like alien, thus transforming her into a beast girl. It's not always like this. Another teammate among the 4 said, the Magic Hatter. He is the only magician in the team, and he has no shortcomings, except that he likes to drink. So at this moment, it was no surprise that he was reeking of alcohol. He raised the bottle and took 2 more sips, then suddenly covered his mouth. Ugh. If you dare to vomit on the ground here and embarrass us all, I will control you to slap yourself 100 times. Blake walked in front of the team, followed by the big black man cold casting. This big man who mastered electronic power was the most capable character under Blake. In his hand was a man who was unconscious like a dead dog. It was the Shapper Shifter Snacker skin they had caught before. They passed through several heavily guarded checkpoints, and the Magic Hat Man said, like the previous few levels, I can pass them by just moving my fingers. Enough, I know this. Blake answered him. After passing through several doors, they finally saw Lex Luthor in the hall. The other party was sitting in front of rows of huge computers, operating 5 or 6 computers at the same time, leaving only a bald head exposed on the top of the seat. I brought you the snakeskin, Luthor. But facing Blake's voice, Luthor did not answer immediately. He was immersed in the ocean of knowledge. But even if he didn't even look at the other party, a cage rose up from the side. Blake nodded, and the cold cast next to him put the unconscious snakeskin in the rising cage. Blake glanced at the snakeskin, and then said, happy transaction, Luthor, you should fulfill your promise. I know, Blake. Then he heard Luthor's voice. He saw the other party turned his head, with a deepness in his eyes that he couldn't look directly at. This aroused Blake's curiosity. He tried to use his mental ability to connect with the other party, but it seemed that he was connected to a black hole that was constantly flipping and collapsing. You can leave now, he heard Luthor say. Clark, today we are going to learn how to pretend to be a terrible villain. You learn my movements first. Chen Tao said this and began to demonstrate to Clark. Ha 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 ha. The corners of his mouth rose and he let out a creepy laugh, then stopped abruptly. Have you learned it? I have learned it. Superman nodded and then followed the practice. Ha 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 ha. But to be honest, why do we have to practice this weird thing? He said, it's always a little weird. Just practice it first. Chen Tao told him, aren't you always worried about the extreme ideas of the Extreme Heroes Alliance and their increasing number of supporters recently? One day you will have to teach them what it means to fight violence with violence. It is still good to practice scaring others more. Okay. Superman was convinced, and he began to continue practicing obediently. Ha 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 ha. No, it should be a little sharper here, with a higher tone, which will be more frightening. Soon, Superman had mastered the basic skills of laughing wildly. Then Superman mentioned the recent events. Oh, by the way, but recently, Louis said that he always felt that someone was secretly watching him. Chen Tao felt a little guilty after hearing this. He tried his best to control his heartbeat and did not change. I can only say that he is worthy of being a reporter. Even if Jason did not reveal his whereabouts, did the other party still intuitively feel the presence of the Red Hood? However, Superman did not doubt his mentor at all. Chen Tao laughed it off. Red Hood, you did a good job. Bane looked at Lois Lane tied to the chair with satisfaction. Then, he raised a bucket of water and poured it on the other party's head. Lois was soaked like a drowned chicken. Even with his mouth blocked, he still whimpered angrily. What are you doing? The Red Hood was a little confused. Testing whether the other party is Mudface. Bane answered him. Chapter 139 Black steals a country. What? What test? To test if the other party is Clayface. Jason. Bane explained to him. Listen to me, there is a traitor among us. Hearing this, Jason's heart immediately tried to skip a beat subconsciously, but the organ's instinctive action was immediately stopped by his brain. Jason's heart was calm. He was absolutely sure that Bane must have used some interrogation related techniques at this moment. If his heart had any abnormal beating, he might immediately reveal his true colors in front of Bane. But fortunately, he had been trained by Batman and had enough resistance to such interrogation techniques. Who is it? He answered Bane's question as usual, thinking silently in his heart. In addition to him, could Batman have sent someone to infiltrate this small anti-Superman and Batman alliance they have now formed? I'm talking about Clayface. Bane repeated what he said before. For some reason, Jason always felt that the other party's tone was full of deep resentment. Bane paused, then explained. A villain with the ability to transform. Batman used him to trick me before. When Bane mentioned Clayface, his face couldn't help but darken. He subconsciously thought of the few phone calls he had made. Every call was the same. First, there were screams from his men, and then there was Clayface's annoying voice. Hey, this is Clayface, Batman's favorite Robin. He muttered that Clayface actually calls himself Batman's favorite Robin. It's ridiculous. Then he felt Jason in front of him suddenly petrified, and his heart almost stopped beating. What's wrong with you? He looked at him in confusion. Bane admitted that he did observe Jason, but this didn't seem like a spy's reaction. Even if the other party had something to hide, his heartbeat should have accelerated when he said there was a traitor. Then he heard the other person burst into laughter. PFFT. Ha 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 ha. Clayface, a villain, actually dares to call himself Batman's favorite Robin. This is so funny. Oh, the change in heart rate was just because he was amused. Bane lowered his head again. Although he didn't think it was funny, it seemed that Jason was tickled and was amused by the joke. Jason laughed and swallowed his teeth. Bane also laughed with him. This is indeed quite ironic. Those psychopaths in the mental hospital are not normal in their brains. Then he connected a water pipe and sprayed a few more tubes of water on Lois Lane. Then he drew a tube of Lois blood for testing. After using several procedures, it was completely confirmed that the other party was a real flesh and blood body, not a Clayface pretending to be. Bane breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and faced Lois Lane, who was whimpering non-stop. He originally wanted to remove the rag from Louis' mouth and talk to him, but it was obvious that this would attract Superman, so he gave up. He waved his hand and continued. The next step is to find a place for Miss Lane to stay for 2 days. She is our hope against Batman and Superman. Bane said, I'm ready, I already have a place, boss. Then Bane heard Jason say to him, I have a secret base that can be used as a prison. It's full of people loyal to me. It's just right. Bane saw the other party walk to the monitor standing next to him, and then pressed it, as if he had been prepared. Then, Bane saw a small single room similar to the one in the mine. As the video angle lengthened, there were some construction workers wearing worker hats around. This place that can be used as a prisoner is hidden under a lead mine, just in time to block Superman's sight. Bane silently swallowed the plan he had prepared before, and continued to listen to Jason. This location is very secret, and it is inserted in one of the dark rooms of the underground mining pipelines that extend in all directions. Look, this is Jason. The more Bane looked at him, the more satisfied he was. He always gave you a solution or follow-up plan immediately after completing a task, and you don't have to worry about anything. Who wouldn't like such a mature deputy? So Bane crossed his hands without hesitation and said, "Just do as you say." A few minutes later, when Jason left, Bane operated on the computer for a while, and it showed the internal surveillance of the Daily Planet. Bane manipulated the camera to freeze and zoom in, and Clark Kent's face, like a bereaved mother, appeared in the surveillance probe. Bane carefully observed the expression on the other person's face. His judgment would never be wrong. Clark Kent had no ability to hide his emotions in front of him. Even aliens had the same attitude as Earthlings in expressing emotions. Now it seemed that Jason had not lied to him. He really had captured Lois Lane. Bane silently crossed Jason out of the possible suspects, who had been replaced by the Clayface. Woo woo woo. On the other side, Jason drove for several hours and brought Lois Lane to a lead mine on the outskirts of Metropolis. Lois Lane, who was gagged and unable to speak at the beginning, sat in the back seat energetically and kicked the driver's seat all the way, giving Jason a headache. When they finally arrived, Jason was more fortunate than Lois. He took Lois into the mine. The light inside was relatively dim, but the female reporter quickly adapted to such a grey world, which made her calm down. Even in an unfamiliar environment, her instinct as a reporter was driving her eyes to observe everything that could be dug into news, and the loopholes that this place might provide for her to escape. But then, Lois Lane saw that all the miners working in the mine stopped working at the same time. There was a dead silence. Lois stared at everything in front of her blankly. "Hello, I'm Patton Shelby." A miner took the initiative to introduce himself. "I'm Mudface." Then, under Lois's horrified eyes, she saw a young miner who looked quite normal before immediately collapsed into a large pile of mud in front of the two of them. Before she could continue to speak, the other party suddenly turned into her Lois Lane. She just watched the fake guy walk in front of her and casually pulled his hair up. "I'm Superman's favorite woman." Ugh. What? The other party said such disgusting words to her face, which made Lois feel like vomiting. The rag on Lois Lane's mouth was pulled off, and the rope that tied her was also cut in half by the Red Hood. Lois Lane crossed his arms. "So, does anyone want to explain what's going on?" The war between the small Middle Eastern country of Tansliba and Lesel is still spreading, but at least here, the capital of Tansliba is still tasting the sweet fruits of peace. Maybe you won't believe it, I used to love superheroes. Purple-haired Blake and his team were suspended in the air, quietly observing the cloudless sky. The other three members were either lying or sitting, and the light blue telekinesis supported them. But the mask is for hiding, the cape is for playing. Superman is the first and the best, but he is outdated now, and can't keep up with the needs of the times. The whistling sound gradually came from the sky, like the song of the god of death. Then there was a sharp and piercing alarm, deafening. Mad scientists, idiots in their underwear, bank robbers. Superman is busy with only these. Blake just watched countless bombers flying from the horizon. The conflict between the two countries intensified and finally reached the point of attacking each other's capital. But the work of maintaining the world will be left to us, starting from Tansliba. Woo 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 woo. The shrill alarm sounded, and the whole city was in chaos. A father with a child on the street collapsed and shouted, "Why, this city is full of civilians? Why are you bombing us?" There were too many people, and the whole street was packed. The father couldn't squeeze out, and could only watch the fighter planes in the distance getting closer and closer. Blake didn't make a move. His eyes burst into a blue-black light, and in his perception, a figure approaching at supersonic speed gradually approached the planes. A smile appeared on the corner of Blake's mouth, and he whispered to himself, "Yes, yes, it's always Superman. We have entered the airspace above Tansliba's homeland, and the capital is within the range of firepower. Request to launch a missile." All buildings are targets that can be hit. Blow up the entire city. Long live Leslie. The pilot pressed the launch button. But what he waited for was not the missile launched. With a loud bang, in the unbelievable eyes of the pilot, he saw the Man of Steel standing in front of him and directly pulled off the front half of his plane. The missile, a punch, blasted, and the red and blue shadows blurred into after images, quickly destroying the resistance of the lesser Air Force formation at a speed beyond human reaction. The wings were like paper, and the pilots who were ejected were grabbed by Superman and placed on the ground in an instant, and then immediately soared into the sky again. In full view of the public, one plane after another was turned into wreckage by Superman in just a few seconds and placed on the ground. Those pilots all became goods rolling on the ground, lying on the ground at a loss. Just a few minutes later, everything was over. With terrifying ease, the god with a human face floated in the air, patted the dust on his hands, as if wiping away the dust in the air. The war ends today, with no loss of life. People looked up, staring blankly at the god announcing the end of everything. Silence. With a puff, a pilot who was placed on the ground urinated. "Oh, man, you really opened our eyes, didn't you?" Blake and his team floated out, and he clapped his hands slowly. "Am I insulted? What should I do next?" Superman Gandhi, the magic hat man, walked forward and took out a fishing net bag from his hat. Then he made a gesture of offering. "This is a net bag that Superman used to catch criminals in the Superman cartoon." Superman slapped him away. "Next, I will let the leaders of Tanslieber and Leslie hold peace talks in the neutral zone. Don't you think it's a bit too late?" Superman narrowed his eyes. "Blake, it's never too late for peace. I just want you to understand that. No, I mean it's a little too late, because the leaders of Tanslieber and Leslie are all dead now." "What did you say?" "You know that. The antonym of life is death." Superman turned around suddenly, and his extraordinary vision allowed him to immediately cross thousands of mountains and rivers, and see the scenes of corpses everywhere. "You already? Their security is like paper in front of us, Superman. Just a small cup of venom can send these evil devils to hell. We should have done that long ago. I can read their minds, and I can see their precious little state secrets at a glance. The bottom line is that the bastards' war will only escalate unless their rule is crushed to pieces. No offense." Blake suddenly looked to the side. Behind a hidden camera, Amanda Waller punched the table in anger. "Bastard. No, you didn't do that." Superman's eyes were blank. "The only reasonable thing to do is to overthrow everything and start over. So congratulations, kids, your leaders are dead. Peaceful rule and centralized power. This country now belongs to the Ultra Heroes Alliance." With a clang, Amanda Waller kicked over the coffee table in front of her. She pulled the microphone in front of her eyes and roared deafeningly, "Blake, I give you the legal right to kill, not to let you interfere in the internal affairs of other countries." Blake threw away his headphones and smiled. This is the right time. With Amanda Waller's best efforts to promote and support, Blake and his Ultra Heroes Alliance are now widely recognized around the world. The reputation that the other party has worked hard to build for him to compete with Superman has now become the best capital for him to take over this country. Superman lowered his head and saw the jubilant crowd below condensed into an ocean. Everyone was calling the name of the Ultra Heroes Alliance. Blake opened his arms to the crowd. "This country now belongs to the Ultra Heroes Alliance." "No." Superman soared into the air. "You are not qualified to rule." Blake's eyes burst into a dark blue light. "Come on, Superman. In less than a week, people will forget the existence of these countries. But they will never forget the day when Superman declared war on the hero they support. Write down your wishes and say goodbye to the world. Everything is a foregone conclusion." Superman clenched his fists, and a battle broke out. 9:56, 9:57, 9:58. Chen Tao counted in his mind, and waited until the last second. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he tried his best to maintain the existence of the speed bullet transformation. "Warning, warning, the protection time has been seriously exceeded." Chen Tao gritted his teeth and persisted, and finally released the transformation again with a groan. He panted, trying to relieve the needle-like pain in his mind. This is not meaningless. It at least proves that the protection of Alfred's agreement is not mandatory. If he is willing to pay the price, maybe he can. Chen Tao thought silently. The last time he murdered the Joker in front of Jason, he did not trigger the new Batman. During this period, he has been training himself to manipulate the speed bullets and Bizarro bats as much as possible. Now he can successfully prolong these transformations for a longer time. Chen Tao held the wall. He was still a little dizzy, but he will be fine soon. But at this moment, Alfred came to tell him, "Master Bruce, Lucius is here to see you." Chapter 140, the expert in killing teammates is ready. Metropolis, in Lucius's luxurious laboratory. Doomsday spores are a very dangerous synthetic biological weapon. Every time I observe cells infected by it, I'm amazed at the destructiveness of this creature. Lucius explained while operating on the computer for a while, and then a three-dimensional image of Doomsday appeared in front of Chen Tao. This guy has no internal organs, no digestive system, and lives purely by absorbing energy. His abilities include, but are not limited to self-healing, amazing strength, and "Can you make what I want you to make?" Chen Tao interrupted his introduction without hesitation. To be honest, Lucius's understanding of Doomsday is a little worse than his. After all, one is based on the conclusion, drawn purely from dissection and research in the laboratory, and the other is based on the setting of the screenwriter's comics. The two are completely incomparable. Lucius did not answer Chen Tao's question directly. He asked back, "Does Alfred know about this?" Chen Tao responded with silence. Lucius said slowly, "I thought Alfred knew this very well at first. After all, you have supported each other for so many years. There is almost nothing that Alfred doesn't know. What I mean is, you always have various plans. Some I know, and some I don't. I know this is what Batman often does, but have you never thought that you will get out of it? You didn't tell Alfred anything. You left him in Gotham City, forced him to go to school and give up being Robin. You are trying your best to protect them, but have you ever thought that, if one day you have an accident, will they blame themselves for not helping you at all?" But he didn't wait for Batman's reply. After a long time, he heard the other party say, "So, have you finished what I asked you to do?" Lucius sighed, "I came to you, because I finished it." He walked to the wall, and found a hidden password input device. He entered the password first, and then continued to enter multiple biometric information such as iris fingerprints, and the wall opened the Bat family's usual hidden wall design. Inside was a large safe welded to the ground. Lucius opened it, and inside was a smaller safe. After a long time of nesting dolls, Lucius finally entered the last password, and then took out a tube of blue potion from the last safe, which was not even as big as a basketball, and handed it to Chen Tao. "This is the answer you have been looking for." Chen Tao took it, and held it up. Under the light, the potion showed a breathtaking and dangerous sea blue. Intravenous injection. It will take effect within 10 seconds. "I hope you know that this thing will most likely kill you directly," Lucius said, "but it may also help you turn into Doomsday." He handed over another 3 injections of medicine. "These are antidotes that can turn you from a monster back into a normal human. The needles are made of kryptonite. Use the first dose of antidote in 1 minute, the second in 3 minutes, and the last in 10 minutes. Lucius warned, "Not a second can be wrong. Otherwise, all the muscles in your body will become fibrosis, and then your soft internal organs will all become ossified, becoming a complete decoration. Did I tell you that Doomsday doesn't need these digestive organs and cardiopulmonary system?" Lucius went on. "Even so, there is a risk of death. Bruce, I know you have some magical abilities, such as transformation, but after being injected with the Doomsday virus, the severe pain will make it impossible for you to play with those transformations. What's more, your transformations with unknown principles will not improve your physical problems after you change back." Lucius warned, "Be careful. If you don't change back within the time when the antidote can take effect, the transformation of you by the Doomsday virus will become permanent. Don't think that you can get superpowers for free just by becoming ugly on the outside. In the next few weeks, you will become very irritable, and then all the memories in your mind will disappear little by little, as if you have Alzheimer's disease. The world will gradually fade in your perspective, and then soon, you will no longer exist, and finally become a complete monster." Lucius said, "I really don't know if it is right or wrong for me to give you this almost suicidal drug. As long as you take the antidote within the prescribed time, There will be no problem. Chen Tao took it over. It's better to be prepared. I can do without it, but I can't live without it. He put the drug on his chest, and then his chest turned into the appearance of an orbit. He swallowed the drug in one gulp, then spit it out at his waist, and stuffed it into his waist bag. Chen Tao continued, another thing. How did you figure out the Mad Hatter's memory device? I solved it. Lucius replied, I modified his hat, and maintained the function of weaving shallow memories. He explained, the Mad Hatter's hat originally has the ability to weave false memories, and what I have to do now is to cover the real memories with these false memories that the Mad Hatter would originally use to replace the real memories, and then use the memory reading function to read the false memories. This is a trick with no technical content, he said, but if there are no accidents, it is enough to fool those telepaths, provided that their telepathic abilities are based on the same principle as the Mad Hatter's mind reading through machines. Lucius paused, then said, in fact, after I finished making this set of fake memories, it suddenly occurred to me. He clicked his tongue. The more people rely on telepathy, the more they trust their superpowers. Once this set of memory falsification technology is widely used, it will have a great impact on those telepaths. You know, it's like them disproving that everything they see is not true, just like the Truman Show. Note, the protagonist of the film is an orphan. His parents and relatives are all actors. His life is a planned large-scale reality show on TV. If we prove to him that memory can be faked, then he, who has always used memory as the criterion for judging his own actions, will doubt his memory and then fall into a vicious circle of skepticism and embark on self-destruction. Forget it. It's just a possibility. Lucius shook his hand. Don't take it too seriously. I'm just making a random deduction. He turned his head suddenly, but saw Batman still standing there, and couldn't help but be startled. You haven't left yet? One more thing. Chen Tao told him, during this period of time, modify the kryptonite powered armor that I stole from Luthor and the government. It will be used soon. Lucius heard Batman say, I require you to change the driving mode of this mecha from a pure kryptonite powered power to a hybrid power of kryptonite and energy reactor, just like a hybrid electric car. Okay. Lucius said, these are not difficult, but what makes me curious is, what new plans do you have that you plan to hide from Alfred? There was no response behind him. Lucius turned his head, and the Batman behind him had disappeared. Is what I want ready? Poison Ivy was standing in her open-air transparent plant greenhouse, admiring the children she had raised with great effort. Then she heard Batman's voice, and her face fell. It's done. She waved her hand unhappily, and then the vines next to her meandered and handed a tube of green potion to Batman. Ivy turned around, and saw that the ventilation door at the top of the transparent greenhouse was right above Batman's head. The other party probably fell from here. The control toxin mixed with kryptonite has been specially doubled, 20 times more effective than the ordinary people I controlled before. Poison Ivy said, in order to ensure the effect, I didn't make it like the lipstick style I used to give Holly, but changed it to oral. She said, take a sip, then sip it in your mouth, to mix the potion with your saliva. Remember to mix it thoroughly for at least 5 or 6 seconds. Otherwise, if the biological information is not completely absorbed by the potion, the other party will stand there like a wooden fool, because they can't figure out who to listen to after the potion takes effect. Chen Tao nodded while listening. Yeah, then what? Poison Ivy shrugged. Then you give the person you want to control a French kiss, and put the potion into his mouth. It will take effect in 1.5 seconds. No matter what you ask him to do, he will obey your orders. Even if you ask him to sell his ass, he will rush forward without hesitation. Chen Tao looked embarrassed. Does it have to be a kiss? I mean, if the essence is just to let the other person drink the potion mixed with my saliva, then. Poison Ivy said, if you spit it back into the bottle and then let the other person drink it, the effect will be the same. But in my opinion, if you kiss directly, the other person will most likely not resist, and it will be more efficient when controlling people. I used to do this, including when I gave Harley the lipstick used to control others. Chen Tao looked at him with squinted eyes. He suspected that this woman was deliberately making fun of him, but there was no evidence. Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? I gave you kryptonite and asked you to mix it in. Can't you guess who I want to control? He was a little unwilling to give up. If I mix it with saliva in advance. He thought about it. If this works, he will produce a few hundred milliliters, and then. Of course not. Poison Ivy answered him. The important thing about bioinformation collection is accuracy. I say it again. You will only make the controlled person confused about who he should listen to. Intravenous injection is always okay. Yes, that's fine. Chen Tao decided to use the kryptonite syringe directly when the time comes. He rubbed his temple. Okay, I got it. Another thing, my parents. There is no progress in the research on the two big zombies. Speaking of this, Ivy sat in her seat a little dejectedly. They are just some byproducts of creation. I basically understand the principle of their existence, but it is difficult to replicate. You know, this extraordinary fusion must be a coincidence among coincidences. The birth of every great discovery is a miracle. Many things are not so easy to find laws and replicate, just like you and me. Poison Ivy said, but I have studied it very deeply, and I almost figured out how they were made. If you can bring the person who created these two corpses to me, I think my experiment will have an explosive breakthrough. Poison Ivy picked up her cup and took a sip of coffee. On the mug was written, "Come on, plants. Humans are the best fertilizer." She said, by the way, in order to make my experiment more motivated, the several farmland reclamation and afforestation projects in Africa have been supported by some local farmers. Then she turned her head and saw that Batman, who was standing there, was gone. "Oh, come on," she muttered. "What the hell?" Ivy clapped her hands, and then the two parent zombies were lifted out from the layers of plants. Originally, Ivy wanted to kick the zombies to vent her anger for working overtime for many days, but when she saw the zombies looking at her in confusion and making questioning sounds like roar, she couldn't bear to kick them. "Forget it, I will always be tortured by you." Poison Ivy manipulated the vines to lift up the two zombies. "Let's continue with today's experiment. Are you the guy codenamed Red Central?" The 4 members of the Extreme Hero Alliance sat in their base. Since they killed both governments together, they have become the kings of 2 countries. At this time, the purple-haired Blake looked at the members who came for the interview on the screen. "I only know your secret code name in the dark world now, and I don't know your real nickname yet." Black said, "Give me a reason to accept you." "My name is Red Hood. And the reason is," the next second, the other party said something that made Black's heart beat. "I have a mecha powered by kryptonite, which is completely targeted at Superman." He heard the other party say, "Yes, you must have recognized me quickly. I'm a member of Bane and his small alliance. But you know, I never associate with criminals. During my time in Gotham, I killed a lot of scum who sold drugs. You can check these at will. I only have one request." Red Hood said, "After solving this group of criminals, let me have the opportunity to execute them myself." Black crossed his arms. "I don't trust you very much, unless I'll let you read my memory." "I know." Then he heard the Red Hood on the screen say, "I'm now at your door." He heard Red Hood say, "Please believe me, I really want to be your teammate." Chapter 141, The Big Clayface Scam. When Superman arrived at the Bat Base, he seemed a little panicked. "Batman, I've been looking for Louis for half an hour, but..." Superman paused because he saw 3 identical Louises squatting in the Batcave. When they saw him breaking in, they all turned their heads to look at him. "Superman." He turned his head mechanically and saw another roadhead freak with Louis head and face but a man's body, walking over with a plate of sandwiches, speaking Louis nice female voice as he walked. "Do you need anything, Master Superman?" "Alfred?" Superman asked in a low voice. "It's me." Then he heard the roadhead man say, "Oh, I'm sorry to appear in front of you with this face." Then he saw the other party put the plate in his hand aside and rubbed it on his face for a while, and then when he put his hand down, Clark was horrified to see that the other party had turned into his own face. "What the asterisk asterisk asterisk? What?" The man with Clark's head looked at him in confusion. Then he took out a small mirror from his chest and looked at his face, then turned to the other 3 Louis standing there and said, "Master Mudface, didn't you say that you would return to normal after rubbing your face?" "Oh, sorry, Alfred." Then Clark saw one of the 3 Louises answer. He snapped his fingers, and Alfred rubbed his face. Soon, a lot of brown yellow mud was rubbed out on his cheeks. The mud seemed to have life, climbing and jumping on the ground, crawling back into the body of Louis, as if mixed into a larger pile of mud, and disappeared. Oh, Mudface, huh? Clark scratched his head. What kind of experiment are you doing? But he interrupted himself and said, never mind that, listen to me, something big has happened. Louis has been captured by the villain. He hurriedly flew over from the corridor and landed in front of the three Louises and then felt a little dizzy. Who among you is Batman? One of the three Louises was full of sweetness, and when he saw Clark's silly look, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Superman could obviously use his perspective eyes to know it at a glance, but he looked like a fool and hadn't remembered it until now. Putchy. Superman turned his head and saw Alfred throwing the tray, laughing, then wiping his hands on his face, and then rubbing them down on his body. More brown yellow mud fell from his body, and Alfred became Batman in front of Superman. The big lump of mud transformed into a mud-faced head, which stretched out some mud-made limbs from its neck, and then climbed onto Batman's palm, singing and dancing happily in his palm, cheering loudly. Good play, wonderful play, great play. Superman decisively turned on his perspective eyes. The next second, he appeared next to one of the three Louises. Louis, I'm so glad you're okay. Chen Tao walked over from the corridor. We have been discussing how to deal with the current situation. In the end, we concluded that perhaps destroying the villain's sense of security is the most useful method. Chen Tao attached the mud face to his head while walking. In an instant, his head turned into a trash can. A real trash can. Green, even with some stains on it, with yellow handrails. Before, I just let Clayface possess those metal robot skeletons, which is too unimaginative. Clark heard him say, we can definitely use it in more ways. You see, it covers my face, but it doesn't prevent it from turning into other things, such as a basketball. Chen Tao wiped his face, and the trash can turned into a basketball. A living person with a basketball head walked back and forth in the corridor and accidentally bumped into the wall with a bang. It's a bit problematic to have no eyes, but if the thing that Clayface turns into has, Chen Tao patted the basketball, and then a rooster grew out of the basketball. Eyes. Oh, he can use it normally. It can turn into almost anything, anyone. Chen Tao wiped his face again. Volleyball, football, toy car, even magic tiles. Everyone you have ever seen. As he wiped his face back and forth, his head kept turning into different things, and finally stopped on a huge magic tile. There were two big words on it, red center. The only drawback is that the object must be bigger than your head, otherwise your face will leak out of it. Chen Tao peeled the mud face off his face, and said with some regret, honestly, Batman, I'm still confused. What on earth do you want to do? Superman felt his head buzzing, and hugged his Lois tightly in fear. After secretly scanning it twice with his perspective eyes. Yes, that's right. It's his Lois, not the mudface. What am I here for? Oh, by the way, I came to find Lois, and now Lois has been found. Clark suddenly realized that it was Batman who kidnapped Lois. Lucius invented a device that can weave memories based on the technology of the Mad Hatter. Do you realize it? When we combine the two, a nearly perfect pseudo-human is born. If you cut him, Clayface can pretend to bleed, and if you use your psychic ability to spy on his memory, you will only spy on the fake one. Unless you pour water on him, or draw blood for testing, it is almost impossible to see through Clayface's disguise. So do you understand? Clark was still a little dizzy. Understand what? He felt that he should condemn the other party's behavior of taking the lead in kidnapping his relatives and friends, but he didn't know how to start. Chen Tao explained to him the gambling handicap planned by Bane. The other two Louis also changed back to their original forms, namely Clayface himself and Red Hood. Then Chen Tao pressed on the big screen, and Clark recognized it at a glance. This was Louis' home. Thump thump. The door on the screen was knocked. Ah, what a coincidence, Clark. There's a new guy here. Louis on the screen put down his apron and opened the door, and several men in black rushed in. Without saying a word, they sprayed a large cloud of mist on Louis' face, then quickly put it into a black sack and took it away. This is the third mudface Louis who has been captured today. Clark looked at the people on the screen dully. They are. The first one who wanted to capture Louis was Bane. He suffered a loss at the hands of Clayface before, so he's not easy to fool. When the time comes to inspect the goods, he will definitely pour water on them. Chen Tao said, so I sent a real one to him, and then replaced the prince with a cat. He continued, the second one is probably Luther. This guy is secretly making trouble again, and then captured Clayface. The third one looks like Amanda. I guess this is protective custody. Chen Tao said, seriously, Clark, you can't always let Louis take pictures of you alone. It's too eye-catching. I was wrong. Superman admitted, I did bring some threats to Louis. I'm sorry. There won't be a next time. He turned his head and said this to Louis. Louise kissed him back directly. Your photo helped me get a promotion and a raise, and if I could, I would actually be happy to have it all to myself. This is a danger of my choice, and you don't have to blame yourself for it. In short, this kind of bad behavior of arresting superheroes' relatives and friends at every turn must be curbed, so I plan to play a big one this time. Chen Tao said, the key is to destroy the villains' trust in everything they see. He pulled Superman to the side of the screen. Bane will definitely guess that we will exchange identities, so I plan to play a little trick. Chen Tao stretched out his hand, and the mud face jumped onto his arm, and then quickly covered his upper body, and the original Batman immediately turned into Superman. First of all, on the surface, I'm Superman. Then Chen Tao grabbed the curly hair on his head. With a fierce pull, he pulled off a layer of the mud face like a hood, and turned into Batman. Actually, I'm Batman. Then he pulled off another layer, and turned into Superman, and pulled off another layer, and turned into Batman. Then, when he wanted to use Louis, the Louis that he had checked repeatedly, and was definitely not Mudface, Chen Tao clicked his tongue. Essentially, it was to destroy his trust. After 2 such repetitions, Bane couldn't believe what he saw. He said, Mudface is a story of the boy who cried wolf. We were too lacking in imagination about him before. Think about it. From today on, the villains walk into a convenience store to buy a cup of coffee, but buy a cup of poison instead, and lie on the ground in pain and cry about stomachache, and then the Clark suddenly wipes his hand on his face and tells him that he is Mudface. The villains find a beautiful girl, spend a lot of money on her, and finally hug her, and then the beautiful girl that they originally loved the most suddenly turns into Mudface. They make an appointment with someone to rob together, and then when they get to the place, they find that the superhero is waiting for them. The villain is about to fight to the death, and then turns to look at his teammates, and the other party turns into Mudface. Great. Mudface almost climaxed after hearing this. He himself is a serious performer. Strictly speaking, it is a kind of obsessive compulsive disorder and extremely serious mental illness. He gets pleasure from pretending to be someone else, and he never tires of it. Every time he pretends to be someone else, the relatives and friends of the person he plays will completely treat him as that person because of his superb acting skills and know nothing about him, and he will secretly enjoy himself. In order to increase the difficulty for himself, he often does things that the original owner would not do, and then uses his acting skills to make relatives and friends believe that this is really done by the original owner in the suspicious eyes, and such behavior makes him even more excited. For example, he played Robin before, and did all kinds of actions in the city that Robin's physical fitness could not do, and then said something as Robin. Lifting a car is a piece of cake. It's a bit exaggerated. It's just average. Then he used his acting skills to make everyone believe the fact that every generation of Robin can lift a car. It's no big deal. It's not that no one raised doubts during this period, but they were all fooled by his superb line skills. After his long practice, the people of Metropolis now regard Robin's ability to lift a car as a very common and obvious fact. All of this is a recognition of his acting skills, which gave him a great sense of accomplishment. But this time Batman taught him, and it was so cool. He suddenly realized that the real recognition of his acting skills was not the times he was deceived, but the unbelievable expression on the other party's face when he revealed his true identity. This is the ultimate recognition of his acting skills. The great sense of accomplishment from deceiving Clark just now almost overwhelmed him, let alone others. Red Hood gave my kryptonite-powered armor robot to Blake. I secretly replaced the kryptonite in the heart of that thing with an iron ball, coated with fluorescent powder. Chen Tao said, you don't have to worry at all. He pointed to Red Hood. Red Hood is our man. He will ensure that he has left a backdoor on all weapons against you. People are always so strange. Bane. As Batman's most dangerous enemy besides the Joker, he can play with everyone, not just villains. Whether in terms of wisdom or force, he is fully capable of becoming a threat at the Justice League level, just like Wanda Savage, Lex Luthor, the Joker, Black Manta, Gorilla Grodd, Sinestro, and so on. But he always limits his behavior pattern like Captain Cold, the strongest villain of the Flash besides Gorilla Grodd, and always revolves around a city. To be honest, Bane, I admire you. You have demonstrated quite strong abilities, and some people would even call this trait genius. You have turned your name into a synonym for weapon with your own strength. Bane quietly heard Luthor's voice coming into his ears. But what's interesting is that you only want this, a Gotham? Why is that all? Why are you satisfied with this? Why do you want to make a contract? Maybe someone can guess. Although Bane has the ability to win a great victory in any corner of the earth and the ability to defeat all the opponents he can find. But what has he never defeated? Has anyone brought him a failure that has left a deep impression on him? Bane opened his eyes. You can have my help with your plan, Luthor. Bane bowed his head. And Batman is mine. I know, you're going to break his back, Luthor said. Still nothing new. Chapter 142 Bane, you never make the same mistake twice. I'm Bane. I had planned to weaken Batman, which is why I attacked Arkham Asylum and released all the lunatics. But it turned out to be a stupid decision. My plan was fine, but I overestimated the determination of those lunatics to fight Batman. Batman beckons them with his finger, and they run over like puppies to drive for him. Instead of becoming my help, those released lunatics drained my energy. And Clayface. Oh, yes, damn it. I'm tired of being fooled by the damn Clayface. This time, despite my strict defense, I still feel that many Clayfaces have infiltrated my team. I know that Batman must want to repeat the same trick, just like he did to me in Gotham before. The Clayfaces hiding under my command are definitely a time bomb, ready to hit me from behind at any time. But unfortunately, I think everyone I see now looks like Clayface, but I have no evidence. After all, I can't throw people into the pool anytime and anywhere to try if they are Clayfaces, and I can't draw blood for tests every minute and every second. But I would never give up these powers that might weaken Batman. Unlike the foolish sewer who was thinking about a fair fight, I just wanted to defeat Batman. As for what means were used in the process of opportunity, to be honest, I don't care. Batman's ability is getting weirder and weirder. I'm not without confidence that I can defeat him in a one-on-one duel, but it is obvious that Batman will not fight me in such an old-fashioned duel. He will definitely use means, just like he did countless times before. I find more and more that if I want to fight Batman, I can't be alone. And more importantly, from a realistic point of view, after I defeat Batman, I also need enough manpower. From an ideal point of view, the evil in conquering all evil obviously also refers to these criminals. So the point is, people will never make the same mistake twice. Bane waved his hand, and then a rat head slowly crawled out from under his table. It was a real rat head, not like a duck neck at all. The power of the decayed black completely controlled it, and the rotten lips made the two front teeth more prominent. A small green branch grew out of the broken neck of the mouse, like a spider's leg, carrying the mouse head and crawling on the ground. This should have been a very scary scene, but Bane was used to it. He controlled the mouse head to jump from the chair to the table, making a squeaking sound. Obviously, people can learn to be smart, and people can also improve. Becoming stronger is not the privilege of Batman alone. During this time in prison, although he was deeply addicted to Titan venom and the forced withdrawal reaction caused his brain thinking and IQ to drop sharply, he never gave up the training of the black power of decay with his strong willpower. Unfortunately, this power seemed too aggressive and could hardly be used to strengthen himself like the power of the green of all things. If this power was forcibly stimulated, it might even overwhelm the power of the green of all things and the amber gold, causing the risk of self-collapse. But in other words, it can act on other external objects. For example, the mouse in front of him. Although it only had a head left, it did not prevent Bane from controlling it as easily as controlling his own fingers. This little guy has broken away from the concept of death and life, and has become a little monster wandering in the land of the dead, and is controlled by the black of decay, Bane. Bane clearly feels that he can control the living, just like he controls this mouse, and retain their abilities, just like the 3 monsters of the black of decay controlled him, and the dead shot in the slaughter swamp in Gotham. Therefore, this is the plan. Lex Luthor, who cooperated with him, has sold Black cleanly. After all, he provided a large amount of funds for the telepath. And Bane has also initially figured out Black's plan. Isn't it just to wait for the gang of villains he has gathered to fight Superman and Batman to a draw, and then he and his ultra heroes will stand up and reap the benefits? This is a common strategy used by Bane. Although it didn't succeed last time, it doesn't mean that this strategy is bad, and it doesn't mean that Bane can't use this strategy well. To be honest, after figuring out Black's plan bit by bit through various means, Bane even felt a little insulted. He, Bane, would be the one standing behind the scenes. He, Bane, would be the one calculating others. He was the only one who used others. When did others have the right to use him? Exclamation mark. Therefore, he set a new trap, a trap specifically for Black. When the bet was about to happen, in order to prevent the Clayface, he would announce on the spot that he would bring all the villains to play a fake match on the spot, inducing Black to show up and clean up the mess. When they were almost done fighting, he would get up from the ground again. This move was exactly the same as the one when he played the Joker before. So, this time the battle became a fight between Black and his enemy. When they were both injured, Bane next to them would not only be able to harvest a Black controlled by the Black of corruption, but also greatly weaken the opponent. It should be mentioned here that this bet was getting more and more intense in the dark world, and he bet that Batman and Superman could not have been unaware of it. Therefore, according to his calculations, Batman and Superman might have the possibility of exchanging identities. That is to say, if the identity exchange happens, he, as the leader of the Bat-type villains, leads those people to attack Superman on the surface, but in fact it is Batman. If it does not happen, then he will face Superman. To be honest, he really wants to face Batman, so that he can have a chance to avenge Brockback, but no matter who he faces, Bane has prepared props specifically for the opponent. He knows very well that these props cannot easily defeat Batman or Superman, but it is enough to delay enough time, delay until he successfully controls Blake. Yes, the key is to hide the key information, that he can control Blake. Batman will never think of this. He is not a god. No one can predict everything. In the eyes of Batman or Superman, both he and Blake are enemies, and it should not matter who to attack first. This is his opportunity. Blake's telepathic ability allows him to distinguish who is the hidden Clayface in the team, and who is the traitor who may betray him and surrender to Batman. As long as he can successfully eliminate the existence of these two, and keep the team pure, without the Clayface who is ready to stab him in the back at any time, under the attack of a large number of people, using the many props he has prepared, in advance against Batman and Superman, this time, he will definitely be able to successfully break Batman's back. What I mean is, I'm not a god, I can't predict everything. Chen Tao said to Lucius, but we can be prepared for everything that might happen. Red Hood has told us the time to act. He said, I ask you to quickly make enough robots for Clayface to parasite. He said, Red Hood will use his special gadgets to knock down his good friends for us in times of chaos. And you must make models specifically to disguise those villains who might be knocked down, such as Liv-Wire. That robot must have the ability to discharge electricity, just like the real Liv-Wire is using its abilities. In this way, when Clayface parasitizes, Liv-Wire will be exactly the same as the original, and even Blake's mental ability will not be able to tell the difference. That's right, if Liv-Wire appears to be able to discharge electricity, and the memories read are still normal memories, then who dares to say he is not a real Liv-Wire? The night in Metropolis is so peaceful and tranquil, not at all like Gotham. Hey, I'm Atomic Skull. The intelligence says Batman will show up in Metropolis today, so we are here to wait for him. Mr. Skeleton said to the Electric Beauty with his arms folded, do you know me? Speaking of the bet we are participating in, have you seen the odds? Everyone is betting on us to beat Batman to a pulp. They don't think they can beat Superman, which is really unlikely. And this is the result of the bets from the people of Gotham. In fact, I bet on them deliberately, even though I knew I would lose money. Then again, they won't win at all. Livewire stood there with his arms folded. I'm not interested in betting. This time I'm just participating in the bet. I just hope Batman is as easy to deal with as expected. She looked at the Batmobile driving on the street below the rooftop. Immortal. Although everyone says so, I still. But the next second he saw Atomic Skull jumping off the rooftop. Batman's car really appeared at the corner of the street as the intelligence said. Oh, come on. Livewire said, no foreplay at all, just rushing into fight. Are you serious? Atomic Skull is a very creative experimental accident. Maybe we can't rule out the reason that the experiment interfered with his brain, but as far as the result is concerned, he is brave and brave. Livewire turned his head and saw Ms. Shiver standing beside him with her arms folded. Aren't you going to join in? Livewire rolled his eyes and jumped down. Atomic Skull jumped directly onto the street. He let out a deafening roar, and atomic rays spewed out of his mouth and nose, directly hitting the Batmobile and sending it flying backwards. I'm Atomic Skull, Batman, what are you going to use to fight me? He saw Batman jump out of the Batmobile and shoot 3 batarangs at him. Ha ha ha, stop it, Batarang, you want to defeat me with just 3 batarangs? What a joke. On the other side, Superman also encountered the same attack. With a loud bang, Blockbuster smashed through the wall and directly pinned Superman, who had just stopped a traffic accident, to the ground. He raised his fist and hit Superman hard, knocking his head into the ground. What the hell, who could have thought? This is much easier than I thought. I will probably move to Metropolis in the future. But such damage is nothing to Superman. He got up from the ground. If it were me, I wouldn't find an agent so quickly. The other part, his eyes lit up red. But Blockbuster immediately took out a kryptonite from his arms. You are just like the rumors say, with so many tricks, that I can't even count them. But guess what? He watched Superman kneel on the ground in the green kryptonite light. Even a super freak like you still has a fatal weakness, Achilles ankle, isn't it? Whoever gets the kryptonite can easily knock you down. I really don't understand why your villains don't do the same. He shouted. Red Hood easily got a lot of kryptonite. I was right. These kryptonites are as convenient as walking into a convenience store to buy things. With a bang, the other 2 villains, the Egghead brothers, who were holding kryptonite, directly pulled out the roadside fence and hit Superman's head hard. Ha ha ha, totally vulnerable. But Superman quickly stood up again from the ground. On the other side, Atomic Skull grabbed Batman's neck and laughed deafeningly. Ha 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 ha, Batman is just a... But he heard Batman whispered, come on. What did you say? He asked. The next second he was hit by the Batmobile at high speed and flew away, making a violent scream. He got up from the ground and saw the Batmobile coming over under the remote control of Batman. Batman jumped directly on it and stood on the front of the car. Why don't we test how hard your Atomic Skull is? Bane stood in the distance and slowly watched the battle unfold. So far, everything seems normal. Batman has not used any superhuman abilities at all. Atomic Skull grabbed the Batmobile. The opponent's wheels kept turning, but there was no way to move forward. That's right, little bat, just keep spinning in place. You can't go anywhere. The live wire fell beside him. Oh, actually he will go somewhere. Actually, he should have gone to the morgue long ago. The violent electric current instantly penetrated the Batmobile, making a violent explosion. The weapon that Batman had been using to contain the 2 supervillains finally came to an end. Superman's side. Superman now seems to be completely overwhelmed by many Bat-type villains, such as Bombshell, Amygdala, Eggman Brothers, and the Big Tent. Almost every villain has a kryptonite in his hand. The green light completely covers Superman. On Batman's side, Atomic Skull and Livewire have completely blown up the Batmobile. The weapon called a car, but actually a tank, is as powerless as paper in front of villains of the level of Atomic Skull and Livewire. Bane has been observing the 2 battlefields repeatedly. So, who is Superman, and who is Batman? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Unlucky, All Muddy. Superman was beaten up by numerous Bat-type villains with kryptonite and fell to the ground. Heavy Bomb scratched his head and looked at Bane standing on the rooftop in the distance, somewhat at a loss. He originally brought his own Raifu to participate in this gambling game for the honor of the Bat-type villains, but Bane told them about Blake before they started the gambling game and asked them to catch Blake as well. He agreed. After all, Blake, a superhero who is more extreme than Superman, is also a threat to them. If they can solve it, it is equivalent to defeating the Superman-type villains, which is definitely a point worth bragging about. But he never expected that Superman would kneel down before the fake match was even played. Is the opponent really that weak? Although Bane asked them to play a fake match to lure Blake, he did not ask them to surrender after knocking him down. At least they have the upper hand at this time and are suppressing Superman. After fighting like this, isn't it a bit insulting to fall to the ground now? But then again, Superman's reaction to kryptonite was beyond their imagination. If they could get rid of Superman right now, then he looked around again. Without Blake, the world was silent. Has the other party not been lured out yet? But it doesn't matter, they have already defeated Superman, and they haven't even tried their best. The continuous beatings gradually stopped, and several Bat-type villains equipped with various kryptonite weapons looked at each other. Why did you stop? Blockbuster, who was still thinking, turned his head, knocked Superman unconscious first, then they saw Superman standing up from the ground. Blockbuster looked at the kryptonite in his hand blankly. He raised it and shone the green light on Superman's head. Superman is afraid of kryptonite, you should. Then he saw Superman walking in front of him, and then his eyes blurred, and the kryptonite was in Superman's hand. Kryptonite. He saw Superman weigh the kryptonite in his hand, and then sighed. Well, I have to admit a fact. Blockbuster was a little dazed. Actually, I'm not afraid of kryptonite. Huh? What are you talking about? Then he saw Superman weigh the kryptonite in his hand twice, then put it in his mouth, bit off a piece, like biting a cake, and spit it on the ground with a puff. What a joke. Kryptonite is just an ordinary stone on my planet. Are you afraid of a stone on the roadside? Oh, it's all fake, you know. Blockbuster saw Superman pat his head. You know, they are all afraid of me. Giving them a false weakness is more conducive to harmony. He spread his hands. But to be honest, I feel a little tired recently. You guys, one by one, run in front of me with kryptonite and jump around, as if you can defeat me, as long as you get this thing. The other party's eyes lit up red. So, are you ready to be beaten by me? Blockbuster looked at the kryptonite bitten into two pieces on the ground, and immediately believed what the other party said. He breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. Things finally developed in the direction explained by Bane. He should surrender immediately, wait for Blake to appear, and then sit and watch the two of them fight, and then wait for them to tire themselves out, as Bane said. But then his face froze. The reason why these characters could fight Superman on equal terms was entirely because of the little green stone. If kryptonite didn't work on Superman, how could they fight Superman? Bane lowered his eyes. It was certain that this was Batman, but he was just dressed up as Superman. You see, from just now to now, at most his eyes had a red glow, but he never used his heat vision once. He pressed his fingers on the headset, and the voice of Red Hood came from it. Bane, Mr. Skeleton and Darkseid have been defeated by Batman. It didn't even take any effort. On the other end of the phone, Red Hood threw another liquid bomb at the live wire that had collapsed to the ground. Just now, he used the props he prepared in advance to sneak attack his teammates. It was so easy that even Jason was a little excited. God knows why this happened. Maybe the Bat family has the blood of attacking teammates in their bones. Liv wire suddenly twitched. On the other side, Atomic Skeleton hand was stuck in the center of a huge metal block behind a removed exoskeleton armor. The energy in his body was constantly sucked away like water flowing from high to low, causing him to wail. With a bang, Mr. Skeleton collapsed to the ground with a look of exhaustion. All the energy in his body was drained. His inspiration, his wisdom, his courage, He lay on the ground like a shrunken salted fish. Red Hood looked to the side. Silver Banshee was stunned by her own howling, and the criminal nicknamed Prisoner was tied up by his own chains. As for King Shark, to be honest, Red Hood felt that he was not a villain of Superman at all, but Nanoi, who had a good chat with Red Hood in the bar, still followed him loyally, just to help his friend. So now he is lying on the ground sleeping like a big baby, because he accidentally drank the bat shark spray given to him by his good friend Red Hood. Yes, Bane, I didn't do anything, and now I'm alive. What? You asked how Miss Shiver is doing. Jason looked at Shiver, who was tied up and gagged, with a guilty conscience. It's over, Bane. You are not a match for Batman. He is too scary. I don't think he is Batman at all. Shiver struggled on the ground for a few times, but was covered by the quick-eyed Batman. He pinched her jaw and throat with great force, so that she couldn't even make a muffled groan. I'll try. I will definitely find a way to rescue them. No problem. I think I can do it. Let me try. Okay, Bane. Black didn't show up here. Yeah. Don't worry. Maybe I can bring Superman's villains to help you. Yeah. Goodbye. Jason hung up the phone and took the cloth out of Miss Shiver's mouth. You are cutting yourself off from the dark world, my foolish disciple. Shiver's face was gloomy. From today on, no one will believe you anymore. You will be hunted by the entire dark world as a traitor. Jason was silent. Teacher Shiver was right. Today, he backstabbed almost every teammate. Unless he killed everyone here, the reputation of Red Hood as a traitor would be spread, and the identity of Red Hood would no longer be used in the dark world. But this is under normal circumstances. Jason and Shiver looked at each other. Miss Shiver's eyes were cold. Then she saw the Red Hood on the opposite side suddenly burst into laughter. He clapped his hands happily like a 3-year-old child, jumping around himself who was tied up like a dumpling. Ah. She believed it. She believed it. I laughed my ass off. She really believed it. Miss Shiver was confused by the other party's epileptic behavior. Are you crazy? Then the next second, she saw the other party wipe his hand on his face, and his head suddenly turned into a magentile. Damn. This weird scene made the martial arts master's hair stand up. She saw the other party wipe his face again, and then turned into Luthor, Batman, and Superman. The speed of change was so fast that it switched repeatedly like a revolving lantern until it blurred into a group of residual images and finally turned into the brown and yellow face of the Clayface. The other party clapped his hands and laughed. Wrong, it's Clayface. Miss Shiver immediately understood the current situation. She took a breath of cold air. It turned out that Red Hood had been replaced by Clayface before the battle began. When on earth was this? How on earth was this done? Then he saw Red Hood clapping his hands, and one Clayface after another came out from the corner. As they walked, they changed their bodies. Silver Banshee, King Shark, Atomic Skull, Livewire, and Miss Shiver herself. When they stood in front of Miss Shiver, they had become exactly the same as the villains lying on the ground. Miss Shiver even saw that the Clayface who had become Livewire raised his hand and released an electric wave to the ground. Damn, this should be the unique ability of Livewire. Can it be imitated? Everyone, let's catch them all and keep them company with the real Red Hood, Jason said. For some reason, Jason felt great to call himself Clayface to deceive people. Great. Damn it, he even felt a little addicted. With the help of the people, one villain after another was quickly carried to the invisible bat plane that appeared from the corner. Each villain was happily given a pair of ability suppressing silver handcuffs and was put into a specially made transparent cage. Miss Shiver saw that the person opposite her was the Red Hood and immediately became more certain of her opinion. She heard the fake Red Hood outside say to the villains transformed from Clayface, "Well, we are going to help Bane next. Everyone must sincerely help our boss." Miss Shiver shook her head. She secretly mourned for Bane. Oh, busy day, isn't it? Luthor picked up a cup of coffee and sat in front of various large and small monitors. It's been a long day filled with familiar old rivals and unfamiliar enemies from other cities. But you know, Snackerskin, Superman always takes everyone down. Everyone. 1, 2, 3. And Batman knows everything. He's always prepared for everything, and he never seems to fail, right? They work together to save all those innocent, unsuspecting lives that are like sitting ducks. I'm not interested in any of this, Luthor. On the screen, Lois Lane crossed his arms. I know what you, the masterminds, are looking for me to do. But I must warn you that, if you mess things up, it won't be my fault. I told you I don't have the ability to change my DNA. That's why I've been a shape-shifting villain for so many years, but my business is far worse than Clayface, and most people don't even know me. Even if you find a place that looks like Batman's secret base, and then let me turn into Lois Lane and attract Superman, he can tell at a glance that my DNA is different from Lois Lane's. You know, he has X-ray vision. There's no chance of this scam succeeding. TSK, that naive boy knows nothing about the real world, doesn't he? Unlike you and me. But Luthor didn't seem to hear what Snackerskin said at all. He was completely immersed in his own world. I plan to show Superman the truth of the world. Superman is hindering the development of mankind, and thinks he is a safety net and the patriarch of all mankind. What a hypocrite. A body that is envied by a completely different race. He seemed a little excited. He reads people's expressions and sheds artificial tears whenever he thinks it's time for a hero to cry. He laughs like the rest of us and frowns like the rest of us. But now, I'm going to make him feel what humans go through every day. Feel human pain, even if it's fake pain. And this will ultimately prove. Luthor raised his arms. Superman is not human. He said, I have to admit that Batman's hat trick is very effective. It prevents me from finding the real Lois Lane. Frankly speaking, it would be better if the real Lois was the star of today's show. But if she can't be found, I can also find a replacement. I told you, Luthor, I can't change my DNA, so Superman can see through me at a glance. Damn, if it weren't for the money you gave me, I wouldn't risk being killed by Superman. Don't talk. Then he heard Luthor say to him, can't you be quiet? For the sake of the money, Snackerskin shut his mouth. You are a villain who can change your shape, I know. You distort your body and muscles through mimicry, but you are powerless at the genetic level. But why do you think I did so many experiments on you? Your experiments didn't work at all. I still can't change my DNA. Your experiment failed, Luthor, and you still threw me here. Snackerskin said. No, my experiment didn't fail. You made a mistake, Snackerskin. I don't need you to have the ability to change DNA. I just need you to have the ability to change your DNA to be exactly the same as Lois Lane's. Actually, if time permits, I would rather use a clone of Lois Lane, but time is too tight and the embryo can't develop completely, so I can only use you reluctantly. Snackerskin didn't understand. Come on, Luthor, you said so much, but I still can't. Wait, what did you do to me? He suddenly covered his neck and fell to the ground weakly. He struggled to breathe air like a drowning fish. Normally, when he lost the ability to resist, his ability to change shape would fail, but it didn't at this moment. He still maintained the appearance of Lois Lane. I only need a body of Lois Lane. You see, my friend, it's much simpler now, isn't it? I modified your genes so that your DNA will completely become like Lois. Maybe this is an enhancement of your superpowers, but obviously, this enhancement will kill you. But it doesn't matter to me. Luthor took a sip of coffee and quietly watched Snackerskin on the screen lose his breath. Anyway, I only need a fake body that is good enough to fool Superman. You came at the right time, Snackerskin. Chapter 144. Bane tries to break Superman's back. Bane hung up the phone. Based on the information from Red Hood, the Superman in front of him should be completely disguised by Batman. Batman's hat trick was very good and successfully confused him, but this time, he was the one who was waiting for the opportunity. He repeatedly reviewed the situation in his mind. During these days, he had tested his men many times. Needless to say, Red Hood, as a person entrusted with many things by him, could not and would never be Clayface. He tried several times, pretending to accidentally splash water on the other party's face, and finally got satisfactory results. In the end, he even stopped pretending and directly asked the other party to draw blood for testing, which also confirmed the other party's identity as a living person. Atomic Skull, a villain who emits radioactive nuclear energy at any time, is even more impossible to disguise. As for the live wire, it is a bit troublesome. The other party naturally hates liquids, and it is not easy to convince her to agree to touch water or have blood drawn. But fortunately, his general Jason Red Hood came out to persuade the other party so that he did not have to use some secret means. Well, although Red Hood's methods were not very above board. What? You asked him how he knew. When Red Hood patted his chest and said something like leave it all to me in order to prevent the two villains from joining forces to fool him, Bane also followed him quietly and found that Red Hood's method was to sleep with live wires. Well, this is very simple and crude. In short, he eliminated the suspicion of his subordinates one by one during this period of time, and he repeatedly confirmed that each of the remaining characters like toy people was alive, and there would be absolutely no problems. At the same time, he put them all under 24-hour surveillance to ensure that there was no possibility of substitution. Under such circumstances, he really found Clayface, who tried to sneak in several times, and many of them were discovered by Red Hood first, although he also knew that destroying Clayface's clone would not have any effect on the opponent's original body, but this was not enough to make people ignore Red Hood's achievements. He liked this good guy more and more, sharp, evil, and born to be a villain. Moreover, he and Jason had many conversations. When talking about Batman, the resentment in the other party's sentences was real and passionate. His criticism of Batman was profound and philosophical, full of all the extreme ideas you can find in utilitarianism and virtue theory. Sometimes, Bane couldn't stand some of Batman's behaviors and could only say a few hypocritical words, but the Red Hood could quote a lot of arguments, from Hegel to Kant, attacking Batman's moral values in all directions, which amazed Bane. Bane understands philosophy. In prison, he taught himself many subjects including, but not limited to, natural sciences and geography, and of course philosophy. It is precisely because of his understanding that he can understand how wise and difficult these sentences of the Red Hood are. Sometimes Bane even has some illusions that the other party's criticism of Batman's behavior pattern is so meticulous and the language organization is so philosophical, as if the other party has prepared for many years to debate with Batman. Such a thoughtful and capable young man is his good helper in dealing with Batman. Bane has absolute confidence in his judgment ability. He is not a fool, and trust in a person cannot come out of thin air. It is because the other party's emotions and criticisms of Batman are so real, and his trust is also based on these facts. To be honest, the failure of the Red Hood surprised him a little. He thought they would be finished, but he didn't think it would be so fast, as if there was a traitor who blew them up. But the traitor has been cleared out by him. There won't be any, which means Bane cut off his arrogant emotions in an instant. He is a person who is capable of self-control and often warns himself not to weaken his judgment because of arrogance. But as for the current situation, I can only say that it is also expected. After all, if the so-called Superman in front of him is Batman in disguise, then the Batman on the Red Hood side is Superman in disguise. As for those superhuman villains, they were all defeated by Superman. Even if a mob was assembled, it would still be a mob. Ms. Shiva did not have the prestige to lead them, and Bane did not need it. In such a scattered battle mode, a complete defeat was foreseeable. But to be honest, why didn't Blake come as he expected? Bane looked at the battlefield below. Blockbuster, Eggman Brothers, Reaper, Big Tent, and other second and third tier villains in Gotham were no match for Batman pretending to be Superman. They were about to fail now. Why didn't Blake show up? Logically speaking, he would never let go of this bet. Bane suddenly felt a headache, and he quickly pressed the button on the back of his hand. More venom gurgled from the canister behind him and injected into his body, greatly alleviating his withdrawal reaction. Bane's eyes were gloomy. In prison, he fell into a long period of depression due to the lack of access to venom, which led to a comprehensive decline in his physical fitness and brain. However, it was during this period that he actually quit venom through his own training. However, he recovered quickly after he came out. He needed the power of venom, and along with venom, of course, there was also the withdrawal reaction after using it. This is another hidden reason why he wants to control Blake. He needs a telepath to help him eliminate the negative effects of Titan venom, so that he can continue to abuse venom without scruples, to suppress the balance of the 3 element of amber gold, green of all things and black of decay in his body, so that his strength can be further improved. He vaguely felt that, as long as he could eliminate the side effect of lowering IQ after the withdrawal reaction of Titan Venom, and with unlimited use, he might be able to further master the 3 powers in his body, to the point where he could use them as easily as his own hands, and form unexpected changes. Note, in the original story of Batman v3, the telepath who helped Bane suppress the side effects of Titan Venom was another supervillain, the Psychic Pirate. Here it was Blake, and the result was the same. The venom was injected gurglingly. Under the effect of the super steroid, Bane suddenly had an inexplicable thought in his mind. Luthor betrayed Blake to him, so easily? So is there a possibility Luthor also betrayed him to Blake? If he did that, then a branch suddenly emerged from half of Bane's body, and then began to grow lushly and uncontrollably. That was the green of all things in agitation. In a spontaneous resistance to Titan Venom, Bane broke off the half branch expressionlessly and threw it on the ground, then stopped the excessive injection of venom. He still had a tough battle to fight next, and now was not a good time to fight internally. As for Luthor's conspiracy, let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, he has gathered a considerable force now, and there is no Clayface among them. No one can ignore their power. At that time, it is nothing more than responding to each move and acting according to circumstances. Drive clean, it's time to act. He turned his head and said to the scarecrow standing in the shadow, "Remember your promise, Bane." Unlike Superman's idiotic villains and those simple-minded minions who are brainwashed by honor, it is not something that can be solved by just asking us to take action. Hurry up, Clean. I thought we had a clear discussion. Don't be obsessed with getting more territory. You are like a cat that discusses the division of the spoils before even catching the fish. Bane didn't even look at him. The big guy sat on the edge of the roof and squinted his eyes. If we can't deal with Batman, all our grand plans for Gotham's future will be in vain. Why do you think I lowered myself to cooperate with you? In terms of dealing with Batman, our goals are exactly the same. Prepare your fear gas trap and trigger it at the right time. We need that. Scarecrow snorted. We have never been friends who get along well. I haven't forgotten the time of the Court of Owls. He paused, but at least we can still cooperate this time. Your plan better succeed, Bane. Not far away, the woman bat flapped her wings and landed on the ground of the rooftop. The electro-sensing effect in the air is ready. She is the wife of the supervillain human-faced bat. Like her husband, she used the human bat potion. So like her husband, this potion created an evil beast personality in her body. And unlike her husband who gradually defeated the human bat personality, she is now in a stage of being fully controlled by the beast personality. She lay on the rooftop and told Bane, "Your creations of the black of decay made the red of all living things in my body scream. But it can also suppress Batman's dinosaur transformation. Targeted attack. But we are obviously facing Superman. No, we are facing Batman." Bane said firmly, "My judgment will not be wrong. And Batwoman, I believe that you, who have permanently turned into a bat, will not be greatly affected by this level of suppression." Okay. Batwoman was silent for a while, but still accepted it. She hung herself upside down on the edge of the rooftop with some displeasure. "Let me hang myself like this for a while, and call me when the fight starts." Killer Moth followed Batwoman and landed on the edge of the rooftop. He is a villain with technological equipment. The electric sensing device created by Red Hood and Livewire is actually quite technological. He said, "The effect is far beyond my expectations. There are countless electric charges in the air now. Any nanorbot encountering such charges will only be destroyed like a mosquito hitting an electric mosquito swatter." He said, "But to be honest, this kind of thing is just a special effect method for Batman. It has no use against Superman, right? Bane, are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Okay, you have the final say, boss." Killer Moth shrugged. After a while, the last villain, Dr. Phosphorus, climbed onto the roof from the back. The roadblocks blocking the intersection for the Batmobile have been completed. As long as the Batmobile dares to hit it, it will cause a violent explosion. Mr. Skeleton said while complaining, "But to be honest, I think it's obvious that we are dealing with Superman." "Bane, has the venom filled your brain?" Bane was disdainful to argue with him. He raised his wrist to check the time, and then looked at the many powerful second and third tier villains who were all knocked to their knees by Superman's bare hands. Black will not appear, he said gloomily, so we have to rely on ourselves to defeat Batman. It's Superman. Mr. Skeleton corrected him with a green flame. Bane didn't listen to the persuasion. Start. Killer Moth took out a remote control and pressed it. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of electricity all over their bodies. Then each of them took out a gas mask and put it on their face. Yellow smoke came out from several blocks around, covering the entire battlefield and soon spreading over. Heavy bombs. They took a breath and immediately let out wolf howls in fear. The power of the Black of Decay. Bombs and roadblocks blocking cars. One after another, the backup plans against Batman were all set up in just a few minutes. Bane jumped directly from the rooftop. A green vine stretched out from his back, carrying him to the ground like Spider-Man. Several other villains also showed their magical powers and fell on the battlefield one after another. Bane. He saw half of Superman's body disintegrate into black mud and sand. Bane guessed that the reason why it was not black mist must be because of the electricity in the air. His face under the mask showed an excited smile. You actually targeted me. He saw Superman's face showing pain and then blurred into a ball, and then, as expected, it turned into Batman's head. Holy shit, Bane, your guess is right. He heard Dr. Phosphorus's surprised voice. He is not Superman, but Batman. Bane put his hands behind his back, nodded his chin, and then his villains rushed forward. This is how it should be. He stood behind and watched the villains who obeyed his command besieged Batman, and then he would be the one to make the final move. This is how it should be. The sound of violent hammering continued. He saw Batman trying to transform into a big green dinosaur, like he had done before, but the dinosaur head only appeared on his head for half a second before disappearing immediately. He saw Batman trying to transform into that muscle man with venom stuck in his back, but only half of the venom tank appeared before the other party's face immediately showed fear, and the fear toxin in the air interrupted the transformation before it could be completed. He saw the other party being punched in the face by Dr. Phosphorus, and the flames ignited the other party's mask, making him fight desperately. This made Bane's face darken, and he remembered that the skeleton burned his mask in Arkham Asylum before. But now Dr. Phosphorus is his subordinate, and it is Batman who is besieged, and the offensive and defensive situation has been reversed. The attack of the woman bat, the energy gun beam of Killer Moth. Finally, Batman fell to the ground. Bane walked in front of the other party, looking down at the seriously injured Batman. He felt the blood rushing from the soles of his feet to his heart, and then rushing to the top of his head. He tried his best to keep his voice from trembling, and his hands behind his back from shaking. The excited heart, the shaking hands, the steady voice, the lines of the villain. It's too easy, so easy that I'm a little bored. Bane paused, then took a deep breath. His voice seemed a little dull under the breathing mask, like a devil in hell, or a child who got a lollipop. He lifted Batman high. Finally this moment. I could have killed you. I could have killed you, but death will only silence your sorrow and end your pain, so I just want to simply break your damn back. Then, he knocked Batman heavily on his knee. Crack. There was only a crisp bone cracking sound. It was like the sound of rice cakes being fried on an iron plate, and it was like every young kneecap flying and bravely traveling to the end of the world. The next second, Bane felt that he had hit a piece of steel plate. Chapter 145 I Trust Superman. Hiss. Bane took a breath of cold air. With a bang, he threw the oblivious Superman to the ground. Clark was thrown straight to the ground like a piece of iron, and then sat up with an innocent look on his face. Ah, hiss. Bane gasped in pain. That's not how you fight. He heard Dr. Phosphorus say sarcastically, I told you, we are fighting Superman. Scarecrow saw Superman floating from the ground, and his heart was beating wildly with fear. Damn it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bane roared deafeningly. He pressed the button on his arm, and in the next few seconds, high-powered venom gushed into his body, like it was free, causing half of his body to grow into a small tree, and the other half to become a zombie. Huge power filled Bane's body. Whether you are Superman or Batman, he suddenly contracted the muscles on his back, and then the vision of decay and plant growth gradually disappeared, but became more hidden and more dangerous. Bane once again injected more venom into his body. Under the effect of amber gold, a large number of torn tendons and muscles were entwined and intertwined, lifting his body, making his muscles swell like an inflatable ball. In just a few dozen seconds, he swelled into a small monster nearly 4 meters tall. Raw. If at the cost of giving up reason, the maximum venom power that Bane can control is 120 tons. After being strengthened by the 3 powers in his body, this number has become 360. In other words, his strength is like a sound of leaking air. Superman grabbed Bane's fist, and his towering muscles had already appeared in the stacking of structures beyond the human physiological range. But such a huge force in front of Superman is just like an ordinary person being hit by a mouse. Superman punched down, and the towering muscles were flattened like balloons. So many thick muscles, like balloons sold on the roadside, were dented by Superman's fist. Oh. Dr. Phosphorus said with a faint green flame burning on his head. This is trouble. Damn it, I knew Bane was unreliable. The hair on the woman Bat's body exploded. Kryptonite. We need kryptonite. Scarecrow quickly took out a few pieces of kryptonite he had prepared in advance from his bag, cursing as he took them out. Damn it, idiot Bane. Fortunately I didn't completely trust him and secretly asked Red Hood for a little more. It's a great help. Killermoth quickly hid behind Scarecrow. With kryptonite, we can. But he soon froze because he thought of a problem. Scarecrow also thought of this problem. Blockbuster, they used kryptonite, but defeated Superman's men in front of them. If this Superman is really not afraid of kryptonite at all as he said, then what should they do? Let's retreat first. Gotham's many villains. Scarecrow said. Once Bane was in trouble, Scarecrow immediately became the backbone of the remaining Gotham villains. He immediately whispered to himself and happened to let the other villains standing next to him repeat it. When we have a way to deal with Superman, we will come back. That's right, clean. You know, Dr. Phosphorus said immediately. There is a saying that it is not advisable to stay here for long. While Superman is dealing with Bane, we have to hurry. Then the next second, the villain with a skull saw Superman holding Bane's collar and hitting his face again and again, and suddenly turned his head in a very terrifying posture. Actually, I'm Batman? Question mark? The Gotham villains present looked at each other. I was crazy to argue with you, a lunatic, who you are. They immediately wanted to scatter, and then turned their heads, and saw Superman holding Bane appeared behind them. I really am Batman. Yes, you are Batman. The Gotham villains didn't want to argue with him at all. They just wanted to escape. Why don't you believe me? I'm telling you the truth sincerely. Superman sighed, then stretched out his hand and wiped his face. In a flash, his head turned into a pointed bat head. The Gotham villain's eyes widened at once. Damn it. But he flashed in front of Killermoth. I'm really Batman. You have to believe me. You. Then Killermoth saw him sigh. I just made up that Kryptonians are not afraid of kryptonite. How could such a thing be possible? Everyone knows that kryptonite is Superman's only weakness. He saw the other party stretched out his hand, and black quicksand condensed on it. I'm indeed Batman. Superman and I exchanged secret identities, just to deal with the current situation, and conduct tactical deception on Bane. He took out the kryptonite that was specifically used to deal with Superman to deal with me, so he was defeated so badly. The Gotham villain stared blankly at Batman, who was explaining there. What the other party said seemed to make sense. This whole thing is weird. Dr. Phosphorus shouted. In theory, this is indeed a trick that Batman would play, a fraud or something. He said, but this is not Batman. Batman never explains. You are really not Batman, you are Superman. Bane, who was beaten and swollen, made a whimpering sound, and the blood from his nose poured into his trachea, causing him to cough uncontrollably. It's really a ghost. Clark was silent for a while, then he stretched out his hand and wiped his face. In a flash, the face with a bat mask and a but chin turned into the appearance of Wonder Woman Diana Prince. No, I'm Wonder Woman. Do you know me? I have been doing justice in Boston recently. I'm a person from the Amazon, who would believe it. The Gotham villains could no longer believe what they saw. They tried to scatter again, and soon they were all caught up by Superman again, and they were punched one by one. It's not fair. It's not fair. Dr. Phosphorus condensed a huge energy wave with his hands, and the majestic energy hit the body of Superman Clark, but the biological force field protected him, and the mud attached to him. Clark took a bath in the nuclear radiation shock wave leisurely, and easily knocked Mr. Skeleton to the ground with one punch. Even if it's Superman, can it? Can it? Bane actually stood up from the ground staggeringly. He raised his fist. Clark didn't move at all, just watched him walk in front of him like a drunkard, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Clark pulled out the tube on his head and clapped his hands. He looked in the direction of Batman. Things should be over, right? Clark touched his chin. But to be honest, not only Bane, but also he was very curious, where did Blake go? However, the next second, Clark's face changed suddenly. Blake's call and a woman's dying scream rang in his mind. Louis. Chen Tao looked at the person who appeared in front of him with a gloomy look. He was on his way to Superman's battlefield, but the person who blocked his way was beyond his expectation. Lex Luthor. The drifting black sand gathered from Chen Tao's body, and the face of a bald man was reflected in Chen Tao's pupils. You don't look like someone who would interfere in such things. What I mean is, whether it is Bane or Black, they should not be qualified to trouble you. Luthor didn't say anything. He just watched Batman analyze his behavior pattern quietly. Then there is only one possibility. Everything is you behind the scenes. He heard Batman's sarcasm. It's really a very Lex Luthor result. Luthor laughed. Don't pretend to be surprised, but he manipulated the huge mecha and took out several round bombs the size of a human head from his arms. Well done, Batman. Brain pulse bomb. A weapon that can shut down brainwave activity. I just invented it less than 3 months ago, but you completely dialyzed it in just 5 minutes, and then used nanorobots to turn it into a pile of scrap metal. Luthor threw the bomb on the ground. A dangerous character. Like you can't figure out what I did. I'm not an omniscient and omnipotent god, Luthor, and I never claim to be a god like you. But the only thing I know is that if you dare to do something too extreme, no need to threaten. Luthor chuckled. He turned on the monitor on his arm, which showed what seemed to be a cage somewhere, and Louis Lane was sitting on it bored. Let me see. Luthor pressed on his arm, and the next second the so-called Louis was drenched by the spray from the sky in the cell, revealing his true identity as a mudface. What the hell? Although I expected it, I caught a mudface. It's bad luck. That's right. Chen Tao said to him. You didn't catch Louis. Don't think I will check Louis' location now, and I'm stupid enough to show you the way. Luthor, what do you want to do? But Luthor didn't respond to Batman's words. He seemed a little weird. You know what? That alien regards life above all else, but that alien can't see life in hope. Luthor stretched out his hands, and his mecha also stretched out his dark green palms with him. Hope is a wish, a lamp brighter than any star, guiding the way for all mankind. Hope is a rejection of the inevitable, a hand raised to the sky. Because of hope, we become human. I didn't expect you were a poet. Luthor ignored him and continued. When reality is about to destroy us, we reach inward and create hope. That is the best gift we can give each other, although it may only lay a foundation leading to a house of cards. But even through the ashes, we still have tomorrow. But Superman is different. Batman, you know, when I stare at Superman, I see the end of humanity, the end of our potential, the end of what we can achieve, the end of our dreams. Enough of your nonsense, Luthor. I'll ask again. What did you do? Chen Tao asked him in a deep voice. What on earth have you done? Batman, I have studied countless times how to deal with you. Bane revealed to me a booklet you once gave him, which gave me countless inspirations. Blake, Bane, that ridiculous bet, countless villains, too many things distracted your attention, lowered your judgment, made you blind to the truth, and made you ignore the most important issues. You didn't get Louis, and you didn't get Martha. Luthor heard Batman tell him, you don't have any cards in your hand. Yeah, damn, it's all Clayface. Luthor muttered. I've had enough. But the problem is, Batman, why do you always think you are the only one who can play a hat trick? Facing Batman's eyes, Luthor revealed his purpose. I'm going to prove to you that Superman can't be trusted. Luthor announced, he's not human. You should know that. You must first stabilize the country before you can fight against foreign enemies. We should never trust him. I'm going to prove it to you. He said, I found a villain called Snackerskin. He will pretend to be Louis' death and blackened his psychic abilities, as well as the trace amounts of kryptonite I mixed in the air, will ensure that Superman really thinks that everything is real. So let's make a bet, Batman. A holographic projection lit up from under Luthor's feet, projecting an image of a room, Louis' body, and Black sitting there smoking. Superman will lose control. He will tear off his hypocritical mask, and then, enough, Luthor, you stupid pig. Luthor heard Batman curse. The other party was not someone who would curse such a bad word, which made Luthor feel good. You want to drive Superman crazy? You won't succeed. I've made all the preparations for this situation. Fake is fake after all, and Clark will never go crazy as long as he finds out that the person he loves is not dead. But you will never be able to trust Superman again, right? Luthor asked him back. I just want to prove to you that Superman is not indestructible. I just want to plant a seed of doubt between you. To be honest, Batman, your trust in Superman makes me sick. Luthor sneered. Seriously, Batman, why don't you let Superman wear a maid costume and change your diapers? Yeah, that's right. Batman knows everything, but you are always defenseless against Superman. You let Superman protect everything you have and replace everything you have. Why don't you just let Superman live for you? Luthor's voice gradually became higher. You too, those stupid people too, the media too, and even the officials too. Do you regard Superman as the hope of tomorrow? No, you regard him as your nanny, a free nanny. And then let yourself degenerate and become despicable. The bad guys are coming. Superman's nanny, come and save me. You never think of relying on yourself. Luthor exhaled. This is a very, very dangerous problem. Even more dangerous than Brainiac. And today, I will completely break your trust in this nanny and teach you how terrible it is when your nanny is angry. I will completely destroy your untimely trust in Superman and reveal to you the nature of this alien hypocrite. Then you will know. Never believe. Then he saw Batman took out an injection jet dual purpose gun, a synthetic agent that can make Superman obedient, rich in kryptonite. It can turn Superman into a dog that can only howl on the ground within a few minutes. Wow. Then Luthor saw Batman constantly pulling out various kryptonite weapons from his cape and belt, like a hamster diligently pouring out its food reserves. Kryptonite spears, kryptonite knives, kryptonite bullets, and superpower potions. You don't need to know the details. You just need to know that, after I use this, I can smash Superman. Luthor just stared blankly at Batman constantly pulling out various weapons to murder his teammates, and then concluded, in short, I actually never believed in Superman at all, but it doesn't matter. He put all the things away, and then said to the holographic image floating in the air, do you think Superman is easy to turn evil? He heard Batman say, we'll wait and see. But do you want to know what I think? Chen Tao's voice was low. I said Superman would never go on a killing spree because of Louis' death. I said Superman is definitely not the alien monster you imagined. Because he is Superman. Our Superman. Chapter 146 Betting. Hill. Amanda Waller sighed. Every time she reviewed Blake's behavior, she always felt that there were many strange things. What was going on? According to psychological analysis, Blake would never use such radical means to practice his little fascist ideas at this time. A week before the other party interfered in the internal affairs of the two countries, Amanda conducted a psychological test on the entire Ultra League. Their mental state was good, and all the assessment reports were completely normal. She even talked to them on the weekend, and had a pleasant exchange. Why did the other party suddenly do such a stupid thing as stealing the country and cutting themselves off from the government? Even if they wanted to do it, why were they so anxious? But things have happened, and everything is meaningless. Amanda shook her head. No matter what their reasons are, the government will not allow the Ultra League to continue to grow like this. After drying her body, Amanda Waller put on a formal suit and returned to her bedroom. Soon, the vertical screen video of Superman and Blake's group fighting, because of the dispute between the two countries, was played on the computer screen. The video had been processed twice, and many key parts of the battle were slowed down and explained with text data. While watching, Waller once again pondered the comparison of Blake and Superman's fighting power in her mind. But the next second, she paused. Because the computer, where the video was supposed to appear now showed the scene of Luthor and Batman confronting each other. Amanda slapped the table, fluttered and stood up from the sofa chair, and almost slipped. How is it possible? In order to prevent Batman from invading her home data network like entering a public toilet again, she has already physically disconnected the network. He believes that even the world's top hackers, with their ability to reach the sky, can never remotely project images onto a computer that is not connected to the internet. At the microscopic level, that cannot be seen by the naked eye, Chen Tao's robots are working hard to carry the signal. Amanda Waller opened her eyes wide. A dangerous character, like you will not be able to figure out what I did. You didn't get, and you didn't get. Amanda narrowed her eyes. She was very sure that the person who deliberately blurred the voice must be someone very important to Superman. If she gets hold of that person, maybe she can. Ding 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 ding. The phone rang. Amanda Waller picked up the phone, and President Wilson's voice came from it. Ms. Waller, I don't know if you have seen the video that someone invaded and sent to us. Amanda Waller suddenly realized that the other party's video, all of broadcast, was not sent to her alone, but to everyone. Batman confronting Luthor is playing on the big screen in your meeting, right? Amanda's first reaction was to be furious. Today is the day when the bet we monitored broke out, and you actually blocked the news from me. But then, Waller calmed down. Damn it, what does Batman want to do? She looked at the screen. What's the point of this? Then she heard Luthor on the screen say, with friends like you, who needs enemies? This is. Luthor picked up the kryptonite bullet that Chen Tao had dropped. The arrow of Paris that had shot into Achilles' ankle had been insidiously made to look like an ordinary bullet. Luthor knew that Superman never dodges bullets. If he hadn't used his X-ray eyes to scan the core of the bullet beforehand, he would most likely have discovered what it was made of only after the bullet had shot into his chest. It was so insidious. The foldable kryptonite short spear, which had the ability to eject and assist in stabbing, was also lined with lead. Insidious. There was also the kryptonite knife and the jet gun, and Luthor suddenly laughed. So that's it. I understand, Batman, our goals are the same. We have never believed in Superman. I mean, it seems that we have the same opinion. He said, that's right. What Superman did was not a heroic act, but just an irresistible whim, a force that could easily destroy Metropolis, just like he held up a falling plane in the air. And you, us, we can feel the threat of Superman. Our actions are not based on lack of personal security, but because we recognize that Superman's position poses a threat to the world. Our goal is not to make Superman surrender, but to save humanity before Superman surrenders. You know, but then he heard Batman say, the only thing we have to prevent Superman from persecuting humanity is Superman's own promise. Luthor was stunned. How did Batman steal his lines? Then he immediately nodded. Yes, you are right. He said, my. Chen Tao immediately interjected, your motivation does not come from insignificant little evil, but from selfless kindness. You are just an ordinary person. You know very well that what you can do is to open people's eyes and change their views on Superman. Let them stop. Let them say, maybe he is not so perfect. So you murdered the villain Snackerskin and used him to fake the death of Superman's girlfriend? It felt so weird that all my lines were stolen by Batman. Yes, Luthor said, Superman will show his true colors at this time, but he didn't finish his words at all and saw Batman pressing his earphone with his finger. Did you all hear it? Luthor frowned. What are you talking about? Yes, we all heard it, Batman. Luthor's face darkened, and he saw Batman open his armor and also open a holographic projection. Amanda Waller, who was sitting in front of his computer, and all the senior officials sitting in the conference room appeared in this image. To be honest, I'm tired of your endless suspicion of Superman. Chen Tao added in his heart, you always don't trust Superman. How can I retire with peace of mind and leave everything to him? So, taking advantage of this opportunity today, I suddenly have an idea. Let's make a bet, everyone. I will mosaic it well, and you won't know Superman's true identity, but let's bet on Superman today. I bet he will never change his code of conduct because of the death of his girlfriend. Never. Your reasons for opposing Superman are nothing more than Luthor's. But today I will prove one thing to you. Superman is never as threatening as you think. Luthor's eyes widened. He looked at Batman, who had left him aside, and preached his theory to the holographic projections of those government officials. I want to show you the human side of Superman. During this period of time, I have read through your confidential documents. Every one of them is predicting the scene after Superman turns bad, as if he is some kind of mentally unstable super pervert. Luthor heard Batman say, "You are wrong. You, ha 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 ha." Luthor looked at him in a daze, and then suddenly laughed. "Have you anticipated this situation a long time ago?" "Got, you have anticipated this situation a long time ago. You acquiesced in my calculations against Superman, and acquiesced in my testing him. Admit it, deep down in your heart, are you also full of doubts about him?" He said loudly, "If you really believe in Superman as you said, why do you need to prove it to those government people?" "Of course not." Chen Tao thought silently in his heart. Luthor had thought wrong. Of course, he could not have anticipated the other party's plan, but as everyone had said, he would always be prepared for anything that might happen. He had already infiltrated the electronic equipment of those senior government officials, like a sieve. And Luthor happened to be at the right time. So he took advantage of the situation, and used this opportunity, to show those government people what kind of person Superman is. Of course, he did not imagine that the government would give up their various plans for Superman just by the fact that Superman is a good person. But the important thing is that after he proved Superman's goodness in front of these government officials, no matter what he did in the future regarding some of the government's actions against Superman, he would have an excuse and morality. If he won the bet, if Superman really showed everyone the glorious side of his humanity, then everything he did to protect Superman after Batman would be logical. At least officially no one would have an excuse or reason to target Superman. If he lost the bet, he thought that Superman would not become anything horrible. But if Superman's temperament really changed because of Louis' death, if he really lost the bet, then he could just return Louis to Superman, and then poof, it's snakeskin. But if that was the case, Chen Tao felt that he had to seriously consider the issue of retirement. He didn't want to enjoy his retirement life for a few years and then suddenly see Superman punching through the Joker's heart on the news and then starting to rule the entire earth, slaughtering criminals everywhere, leaving piles of corpses and rivers of blood. If Superman becomes like this, he will become what he never wanted to be. He will feel guilty for abandoning Superman and retiring. Chen Tao looked at the image projected by Luthor. "Louis, I'm not trying to hit you, man. He can't be a reporter for a while. I mean it." Superman knelt in panic, trying to lift Louis, who was as soft as a lump of mud, up from the ground. Her heartbeat. I can still hear her heartbeat. "Damn, you are so simple-minded." Blake said, "You two are not the only two people left in the universe, not even in this room. It's a bit disappointing. The shock of this moment is even more shocking after your life is torn apart piece by piece. See if we can't sort out our thoughts a little. That heartbeat that you crave like the Irish rely on corned beef chips? That's not his heartbeat, idiot. It's mine. Louis is dead." Superman grabbed the body in a panic. "Impossible. Batman once told me that he has protected." Batman is not omnipotent, Boy Scout. Bane and those villains distract him too much, and the hat trick will be out of control one day. You see how ridiculous your identity and what you do are now, don't you? You see, when I told you that all of this was garbage, you should know that I was right. Blake made a shooting gesture. "Remember what you said to me after you defeated me? With devotion pouring out of your sweat and blood and breath. Tell me how the fucking world works. Spare my life. I guess it looks like a mess, doesn't it? I'm going to pull you out of your ivory tower and tell you, without a doubt, how the cruel world works for real people. For the past few hours, you've been playing games that Luthor and I played. You've beaten the shit out of every supervillain who deserved to be shot into a wall. You've saved the city. Fuck, I repeat, you've saved the world, idiot. Everyone survived except one Lois Lane." Superman was stunned. "The most important thing, your life is now a tragedy. Your fate is no longer fair. You have cancer. Your child was run over by a bus. Your house was destroyed in an explosion. The pain, loss, and resentment, the hell that followed. You are finally human like the rest of us. How do you feel?" Black stood in front of Superman, his telepathic ability releasing his power without restraint. Superman fell to the ground helplessly. He scanned again and again with his perspective eyes, confirming Louis' body again and again, but he only got the real confirmation. It's not a mud face, not a fake, not an illusion, not everything. The DNA comparison is exactly the same. Louis is really dead, right in front of him. His eyes glowed red. You are a mind reader, come and read me. Intense hot eyes spurted out from his eye sockets, knocking Black back. The telepath got up from the ground. That's love. You have fallen into human form. I've said before that you are no better than me. When push comes to shove, you and I are both beasts. Black grinned in a low voice. Chen Tao behind the screen had a blank expression on his face. Luthor's eyes revealed a wild and excited light. The audience whispered. Superman roared to the sky. Chapter 147 Superman should die before dawn. Can you imagine? One morning, not too long ago, you wake up, and the sun is already up. You hear birds singing from all 7 continents, and your lover is beside you, curled up in your arms. You turn sideways, look at the beauty in your arms, and just quietly look into her eyes. Watch her beautiful eyelashes tremble in the golden light of the morning, softening the whole world. Then, finally, the world is beautiful. You put on your clothes. Not in a hurry, not in a hurry. Not in a phone booth or a closet when the bombs fall, not when you just happen to save her while circling in the sky, but calmly, casually, and peacefully. You listen to her talk about how he messed up the latest exclusive and smell the vanilla in your morning coffee. Then, you fly into the sky. Your first stop is the trial. You appear in court as a witness, not as a judge or jury. You swear to God that every word you say is true and nothing is hidden. You believe that judicial efforts will eventually bear fruit, and justice is always worth protecting and expecting. You tell them that the man in the dock never touched the true soul of this city. You tell them that this city means hope to too many people, hope that the villain has failed to achieve despite all his efforts. And Luthor watched silently all the time. Then, you investigate, observe, use your unique vision to look from here to there, explore the wonderful evil deeds that easily challenge the power of ordinary people, and search for all the chaos that always calls for you and needs you. You look and look, and then yawn. After a while, you feel a little bored. You get up and go to work. You are typing away at your keyboard. You like this job as a reporter. You write about blackmail, collusion, and corruption. Behind you, Louis and Perry are arguing over the definition of categories and spelling issues. Perry roars loudly, shouting that he has decades of experience, but Louis will shut him up. It's just a matter of time. So you look at her doting smile and go back to work. You refine your opening line, making it brief, poetic, and read it silently in your dad's voice. That's what you wanted. How would your dad read it? Yes, just like that. How wonderful it is that you have time for all these wonderful things. You're going to have lunch with old friends. Make jokes, laugh, reminisce, ask about their worries, their families, and their children. Although you've never met him, you often hear about him from Batman. Tim goes to school. Tim has a girlfriend. Tim joins the football team, and on the field, and with the cheers of the crowd, he defeats a freckle-nosed senior with the same skills he used to fight murderers and lunatics. Batman says that this is what a kid his age should experience. You laugh again. Batman tells you that he is really going to retire this time. You know he has been through a lot, and he deserves a happy life in the second half of his life. You wish him the best. He entrusts Gotham to you, and you agree. You make plans to see each other again, and you know you will. In the afternoon, you go to the park, and the children call you. Superman. 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 Look at me. That night, you ask her out, and she agrees. You put a spacesuit on your lover, and you sit on the moon together, watching the Earth rise. The ocean blue planet is so magnificent and romantic in the moonlight. You lean on her, holding your fingers, and you feel warm even in the cold space. Later, you return home, and hear a kitten crying around you. You concentrate, expand your hearing, and search for another crisis. Alien invasion, hidden massacre, crazy robots, something like that. There must be something worse. But all you hear is this kitten. So you take it down from the tree and put it in the arms of its owner. You see the cat licking the old woman's cheek, and the old woman holds her cat. You stand behind her with your hands on your hips and smile. Everything is quiet and beautiful. Boom. The ground is shaking. This is Luthor's safe house on the outskirts of Metropolis. A huge green telekinetic wave slammed Superman to the ground. Impossible. Batman told me that he would take Louis to a safe place. Superman crawled on the ground. He did not resist at all and scanned the whole body of Louis with his perspective eyes over and over again. Blake was suspended in the air. His figure was magnificent like a god. His face was slightly green. He tilted his head through the skin. 3 not very obvious dark pink spots appeared on his forehead and then disappeared. When he raised his head, the green on his face disappeared with it. Is this all you can do? Ah, come on. I just punched you with my telekinetic fist. You didn't try hard, Clark. Do you need more motivation to fight like a man? The ground around Superman sank suddenly, and then it could no longer support it, and it exploded directly, and the gravel flew. How about a telepathic review of the last hour of your wife's life? Every detail. Tear through the cracks. Or do you like to hear him curse you for intruding into his life? What did he say? Dirty alien. Oh, she was really good at cursing, in every sense of the word. Even when her mouth was full of blood, you had to prick up your ears to hear what she said. A heavy punch from the angry Kryptonian threw Blake away, and Blake responded with a telekinetic shockwave. The two superhumans fought to the death, and the earth was torn apart like tofu. The earth was lifted and broken, and trees and rocks were grabbed like weapons, thrown, and then smashed, and finally stopped talking. Superman broke through all obstacles and hit Blake's head backwards with a single punch. Even the powerful telepathic ability in telekinesis could not stop this unparalleled strange power. That's it. Superman's hands were shaking. But Blake did not die from this exaggerated blow. Superman grabbed Blake's throat, and they fell to the ground like a meteor. The suburban plain had turned into a small basin. Blood was oozing out of his mouth and nose, and the green on his face became more and more obvious. Nice shot, small town boy, hitting my chin. Of course, it still looks like the way your girlfriend hit me, but keep going for your sake, because I'm considering making this an annual event. You know Batman can't always protect your mom, right? How does that saying go? Without 1,000 days of defense, he'll fail. And then Perry, Jimmy, I'm going to kill you. Black began to laugh strangely. That's funny, Clark. You won't. You can't. Just like you never kill those criminals. Now do you understand the feelings of those whose relatives were killed by criminals? You saintly bitch. He slowly recited Superman's lines. We are saved by dreams. We are changed by dreams. I swear, I will never stop fighting until the world of dignity, honor, and justice in my dreams becomes the reality we all expect. Superman let go of Blake and knelt down in front of him. Blake tremblingly took out a cigarette, lit it, and then held it in his bloody mouth. Nonsense. You just can't live in the real world. You just can't. It never happened to you, right? So you can stick to your ridiculous rule of not killing? So, now, the high god, the seemingly pure and flawless perfect person, you have fallen into mortal. So now, come on. Blake opened his hands frantically. He tilted his head. The green on his face and the 3 dark pink spots under his skin suddenly appeared, and then immediately sank into his cheeks, making his face return to normal. Come and kill me. Superman stared at him in a daze. I have used my perspective eyes to scan Lois Lane's body countless times, down to every cell and every DNA. That was her, without a doubt. My super senses reminded me of this fact every moment. I had never been so angry. I became a wild beast, a raging wind. I felt that life was becoming intangible in front of me. Then I smiled. Louis was still dead. My heart was still filled with hatred, and the only achievement was to kill my original self. There was a part of me that wanted to kill Blake with all my heart right now. Just for what he did. I could do it. I knew I could. Superman's eyes glowed red. Everything is just as I said. Chen Tao's face was grim. Luthor said, Superman is going to kill Blake. He is going to kill someone. He originally wanted to say, you lose, Batman. But fortunately I have a backup plan. Superman will know that Louis is not dead at the last second, but the bald man suddenly got stuck here, and then he was in a trance. He finally said this: Black will eventually escape, and Superman will eventually find out that the Black he killed was just an illusion created by his telekinesis combined with the kryptonite and hallucinogens in the air. Luthor's face showed a hideous viciousness. His face was reflected on his green armor, and it also looked a little green. You've done something wrong, Batman. You took the initiative to show the government a murderous Superman. Superman will change his code of conduct in front of the government, ladies and gentlemen, just as I expected. Luthor said, although I had no intention of proving all this to you, it is obvious that our overconfident Mr. Batman has shown us how unstable the little boy who can urinate on our ant nest at any time is. Superman's noble character amazes us, but, what? Luthor was stunned. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? He turned his head to look at the Superman who punched Blake on the screen, and then turned his head to look at the holographic projections of the government officials who were still chattering and whispering, and then he suddenly realized. You lied to them? You created a false illusion of Superman's glory and justice, and performed a cartoon in front of them? With Luthor's IQ, he quickly reacted to what Batman had done. Batman, you are simply cheating. You didn't want them to witness anything at all. The live broadcast they see is controlled by you. No matter what choice Superman makes, they can only see that Superman can stick to his bottom line. Then he heard Batman's steady voice. I didn't even think about a fair bet, Luthor. If I didn't take the initiative to transfer the situation on the scene to those government people, I'm afraid you would do this, Luthor. This is very similar to what you would do to promote the Superman threat theory, create a tense atmosphere between Superman and the government, and prove to the government that Superman may turn bad. Therefore, in order to prevent you from doing bad things first, I did this first. At least if I take the initiative to connect, then all the images they see will be under my control. I can temporarily suppress things within a controllable range. No, I didn't even think about doing such a thing. Luthor said, you are just overthinking. Chen Tao paused slightly. Luthor shook his head, but what's the point of what you did? Luthor opened his mouth. He wanted to say, if Superman really killed Black, and it became a fait accompli, even if you deceived those government officials with the fake phantoms you created, they would find out in the end. But he got stuck again, then shook his head and said, even if you deceived those government officials with those fake phantoms, I will tell everyone the real truth. Superman killed the Phantom of Black, and he will really kill people. Then he heard Batman say in a deep voice, no, not the Phantom. He might kill Black. No, Black will not be killed. Black will use phantoms. Phantoms. I'm going to stop Superman. Superman must not be stained with blood. Chen Tao didn't want to pay attention to Luthor anymore. He had confirmed that Black was seeking death. He had a vague guess in his heart, Luthor's abnormality, Black's abnormality, the guided government agencies, and the fear of Superman. Everything lingered in his mind and then converged into one point. He thought of the laughing bat, thinking of the Batman who strangled the Joker and inhaled the Joker's poison gas. No, Superman can't kill people, or rather, he doesn't dare to bet on the consequences of Superman killing people. In countless parallel universes, there may be a righteous but murderous Batman, Bat of Universe 51, but there will never be any normal Superman who kills people. Not to mention the unjust Superman. Even the good Lord Super is a hegemon who will prosper if he obeys me, and perish if he disobeys me. Just as Chen Tao didn't dare to bet whether he would become a laughing maniac after killing the Joker, he didn't dare to bet whether Superman would change after killing Blake. Superman, you should be born noble and pure. You represent light and hope. You shouldn't and can't be stained with blood. He immediately changed his original plan. I'm going to stop Superman. Whether he kills people or not, everything is over. No. Luthor said, if you want to go, you have to beat me first. This is why I'm here. When our battle is over, Superman will be finished. Blake and his phantom will prove. Chen Tao sighed. Your situation is not right. Very wrong. What did you say? But fortunately, I never thought of playing this gambling game with you in the first place. What? Chen Tao reached out and wiped his face, and clumps of brown mud appeared on his face. Then he directly used his fingers to cut open his body, revealing the hollow core. The nanorobots and Mudface constituted the fake body that stood here and talked nonsense with you for so long. My real body had already quietly burrowed into the ground and ran away. Chapter 148 Bane Batman Superman. Reclaiming his own self. Bane got up from the ground, the pain in his muscles whispering to him. That was his old friend who was so familiar to him. At this moment, only this familiar pain accompanied him. The street was empty, no one was there. No one arrested him, and he didn't even realize that he was in the police station. No one cared about him, as if he was just a third-rate little character, a dispensable supporting role. His gathered villains scattered like birds and beasts. Those mobs, untrustworthy thugs, they had no loyalty, and Bane never expected anything from them. He pressed the communicator on his arm. Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? No one responded. Is anyone there? If anyone can hear me, reply to me immediately. No one responded. Bane propped himself up and took 2 deep breaths. The illusion appeared again. Bane covered his head in a trance. The vast sky like the white night, the infinite pure white world. He shouted in the boundless wilderness and ran wildly in the fog. In the shadow at the end of the world, the giant bat was flapping its wings. He soared into the sky, waving away the darkness. So beautiful. He fell countless times, roared, struggled, and roared, just to catch the reflection of the bat. The hurricane engulfed him, the thunder and lightning engulfed him, and the darkness warmed his heart and drove him. The countless inverted and chaotic lights and shadows, countless memories, and the deafening roars mixed in them. Come, face me. I will defeat you. I will defeat you. I will be your nightmare. The biggest nightmare of your life. I'm Bane. I'm everything. I'm not afraid of you. Come on. Come on. In the end, everything returned to silence. Even the sound of the wind fell into nothingness. In the end, at the end of everything, he just curled up and felt like a piece of garbage in a corner where no one cared. No one even caught him. They just knocked him down and then let him collapse casually in the middle of the street. He propped himself up with his shaking arms. The venom tube that Superman had torn apart was dripping with some residual venom, flowing on his pale, bulging muscles and his arms with wooden textures. No one answered me. No one answered me. Bane knelt down tremblingly. He found a steel bar on the ground, one end of which was extremely sharp. He pressed it against his neck, quietly feeling the cold temperature of the steel. Then he used the steel bar to cut the skin of his neck, and the familiar warmth flowed around him. He stood up. Don't you know who I am? He spoke word by word. He asked into the void, to the reflection of the bat flying in the sky. Do you finally understand me? When he took the first step, all the pain in my body disappeared. My lungs, face, abdomen, all felt refreshed and extremely strong. Half of my body was sprouting, and the other half was decaying. Life and death had never been so harmonious and resonant in my body at this moment. I shouted into the deserted wilderness. Do you finally know who I am? As I took the second step, the pain in my mind lifted. My worries, my troubles, my self-doubts, all gone. As I took the third step, the pain in my soul lifted. I moved closer to Bane, and Bane moved closer to me. Bane held me as I cried, holding my face in his hands, crying with me. The boy saw all the options. The boy decided to choose his own end. The boy saw Bane holding his hand. And for the first time, since he turned 9, he felt safe. He chanted, I swear by the blood of my parents, I will avenge their deaths. I will spend the rest of my life conquer all evil. No more plants, no more corruption, no more boundaries between life and death. No more ceilings. No more timidity, cowardice, and addiction. Because Bane is here. The boundary between the black of decay and the green of all things was broken at this moment, and mixed with the regeneration brought by the amber gold, condensing an unprecedented power. The black air of corruption entangled the vines representing life, making the green look so delicate and beautiful. The stench of corpses and the fragrance of flowers bloomed on his body at the same time, just like the towering trees sprouting on the bodies of the dead. The countless ethereal voices sang. Holy King who inspired me in the sky, am nurtured by the power of God, from the supreme love and instinctive love. Before me, all things have not yet happened. Boom. The silent explosion rolled up the dust in Bane's heart, washing away every inch of cowardly corners. Bane opened his eyes and saw the communicator on his arm light up, and the voice of Red Hood came. "Bane, I'm here. Can you hear me?" "I can, Red Hood." Bane pressed the communicator. "Great, we are now. Pass on my orders, Red Hood." Bane closed his eyes. He heard the plants whispering to him. A few kilometers away, the body of a dead mouse was transmitting information to him. His roots were feeling the tremors of the earth, and the bodies of small animals rotting in the soil were telling him everything he felt. He opened his eyes. "I will send you a location. All people, no matter who the villain is, as long as they are willing to come to this location." "Ah, but shouldn't we retreat?" "No retreat, Red Hood." Then he heard Bane's voice. "Only Bane. It's okay for no one to come. This is the last battle with everything at stake." Jason heard the determination in the other's words. "Okay," he said. He turned his head and saw Clayface's live wire trying to use electricity to shock the fake flames on top of Clayface's atomic skull. Next to him, the freshly baked Clayface heavy bomb was putting a real scarecrow into a transparent cage, and then a piece of Clayface attached to a robot, and it turned into a real scarecrow. "I promise to bring enough people to help you, Bane," he promised the other party on the phone. "Believe me, I promise not to bring only a few people to you. It doesn't matter." He heard Bane's cold voice on the phone. "It's okay. I have transformed, and am not the same as before. As for helpers, I have them, if I want them, and I don't care if I don't." Red Hood wanted to say something, and then found that the call had been hung up. "What are you doing?" Jason muttered a few words and saw that Clayface was still playing a stand-up comedy with himself, and he couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. Clayface is good in everything, but his desire to perform is too strong, and he often doesn't know the occasion. "Clayface, are the weapons against Bane ready?" No response. Jason took a deep breath. Batman's favorite Robin. "Where are the weapons to deal with Bane?" Clayface reacted immediately. "Damn it." Jason exhaled from his nose. He knew that this was not Clayface's fault. When he was playing other roles, he would immerse himself in this role. Therefore, he had to use a specific word like Robin to awaken his desire, to want to play the role of Robin and pull him out of the desire, to want to play the live wire. But I was still angry. Chen Tao was flying. The drifting black sand condensed on his body. Too slow. He gritted his teeth, and the next second, the sea blue moss covered his mouth and nose, and the dark bat cape turned into azure blue. The speeding bullet bat possessed him in an instant. The sonic boom was instantly broken, and the air made a sharp groaning whistle. "It's okay. I'm in time." Chen Tao repeatedly warned himself in his heart. He knew very well that the Superman in his universe might not be the bright Superman of the main universe he was familiar with. But Louis was not dead, and Martha was fine. Based on his previous preparations, no matter how serious the accident was, the incident should not have collapsed to the worst. But Brainiac. He took out the communicator from his belt. After synchronizing with the speed bullet, he could no longer directly use the nanorobots of the broken bat to synchronize the situation at the scene in real time. But fortunately, he left another communicator in the fake body made of mud and nanorobots, which was enough for him to see the situation shown by Luthor through the eyes of the fake body. Superman strangled Blake's neck, and he punched him in the face again and again, causing him to bleed from his mouth and nose. The shield formed by telekinesis seemed to be non-existent. Just as it was propped up, it was blown up by the Iron Fists. First countless spider web-like cracks appeared, and then it shattered with a loud bang. Superman's fist was stained with Blake's blood, which was extremely dazzling. Superman's murder was a foregone conclusion. It was really terrible. I prepared for the worst. Chen Tao took out the spray gun that Poison Ivy had prepared for her from his arms. Based on the control potion formed by kryptonite synthesis and the green power of all things, with the blessing of Lucius technology and Superman's specific physical data, the power will only be stronger than the toxin that Poison Ivy synthesized by herself in Batman. Hush. With the speed of speed bullets or bizarro bats, he can force this potion directly into Superman's mouth. Even if the oral effect is too poor, he has prepared a kryptonite syringe. The onset time of intravenous injection is definitely shorter than the time that speed bullets or bizarro bats can synchronize. No matter how bad the situation collapses, he will never be helpless. He saw red light in Superman's eyes. He can understand Superman's choice. No matter who it is understandable to kill people when forced to such an extreme. Although he thinks this is most likely a trap. Blake, Luthor, they joined forces to use layers of false targets to block people's sight. Chen Tao was annoyed that he trusted too much in the impression of the two of them from the comics in his previous life. Brainiac must have done something. He interfered with Black's mind, magnified Black's hatred and jealousy of Superman, and made him lose his mind. Black was deliberately tempting Superman to murder him. Obviously, this is a serial plan. Once Superman really kills Black and fulfills Brainiac's wish, what will Superman become? Will he be controlled by the Green Bald Universe Collector Brainiac like the purple-haired Black? Or will Brainiac do something to Superman to make him unable to resist, and after removing Superman, the strongest protection of the Earth, he will take Metropolis or another city into his pocket and then destroy the entire human civilization? But it doesn't matter. Chen Tao took a deep breath. His eyes focused on the image provided by Luthor. The blood on Superman's fist was so obvious. I'm still here. I can solve this problem. Superman. I can solve him. Chen Tao sighed. He is already planning his retirement. You know, in the original comics, Superman has defeated Brainiac more than once by himself. He has the ability and courage. Brainiac will always fail, and Batman doesn't need to do anything. Really. I am already going to retire. I'm already planning my retirement. But unfortunately, at least, now, at this moment, I'm temporarily still Batman. Chen Tao whispered to himself, his voice drowned in the sonic boom of high-speed flight, and also echoed repeatedly in his heart. I'm Batman, I'm in action. Superman's eyes glowed red. The destructive power burst out from them. The evil devil was reduced to ashes turned into burning and dry bones. The gods of justice and kindness are no longer the only thing left is the world's Tsui, the devil on earth. Yes, this is how the plot should be. This should be the end of the story. This should be the beginning of the story. This should be a normal development. This should have been an abnormal change. However, the gods only wept, and then, vicious mortals, did you hear the oracle of the gods? Do you understand his determination? I will not let my lover be ashamed because of you. Blake was stunned. Let me put the whole thing in perspective. When you were playing the cowboy idiot game, I broke into your safe house and killed your girlfriend. And you didn't even have the guts to fight back. The green on Blake's face disappeared. He grabbed Superman's collar, and the other looked at him coldly. Blake's mouth and nose were full of blood. Come on, aren't you a good fighter? Like a devil, like us? Are you pretending to be your mother? Keep doing it. Our fight is not over yet. The majestic green telekinesis erupted with Blake's raised palm, hitting Clark's body, but couldn't shake him at all. Under the protection of the biological stance, Blake couldn't even lift Superman's collar. That's what I said. I won't kill you. If that's what you want, you miscalculated. Blake felt his hands soften. He didn't know why. He felt his telekinesis weaken, but he didn't care. He still insisted on attacking Superman. But it was no use. The biological standpoint protected him, and when he flashed to the side of the corpse and picked it up, Blake couldn't even attack the corpse. The god of the world shed tears in a low voice. Revenge is not justice. Blake, this is my choice. Revenge is not justice. Never. Recommend a book to a friend. Book title, Hogwarts. I'm Harry's eldest cousin, and became Harry's eldest cousin. The original author is a muggle. Brothers unsaid it well. Merlin will open a window for you when he closes a door for you. After obtaining a strange wizard system, Merlin opened a skylight above Dudley's head. Well, maybe Merlin lifted the roof of Dudley's house. Dudley Dursley, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I'm really a spellcaster. Under the moonlight, Dudley twisted his waist and made a strange posture. A background music sounded behind him. Okay, I'm going to be frank. I admit that wizards have limits, so I don't want to be a wizard anymore. Potter. System. If you continue like this, I will have to learn the 72 transformations and become a Super Saiyan. This book is also known as the God of Physics and Law. I know everything except magic. Actually I can do magic, and I'm really not Harry Melling. Chapter 149. Bane thinks he has found the real Bat this time. But these are two different things. Blake said, "You idiot. Do you understand what I did? What I did? If it were you, wouldn't you? It doesn't matter. If you run away, I will catch you as soon as possible. After I bury Louis in a safe place, I will use my life to ensure that you will never breathe fresh air again." But why? Any ordinary person, any person, even a superhero, I dare say, even Batman. If I kill, Blake's voice that was originally raised stopped abruptly, and he suddenly couldn't say a word. Something seemed to strangle his throat. He suddenly pulled his purple hair a little madly. "But your trick doesn't work. What about the anti-government demonstrations in Syria? Just a few days ago, you obviously have superpowers that can destroy the entire country at any time, but you sit in the square with those demonstrators every day. You should just send those idiots to hell like us. To hell. I admit that killing all the top leaders of Israel did cause some chaos, but as long as..." But Blake stopped talking. He originally wanted to prove that Superman was just a saintly bitch who was high and mighty and said those iron rules of not killing, but the fact is, you are serious, right? This is not a coward, and you are not afraid of me. You just still believe deeply that even after all this, you will still arrest me and send me to prison. Even if I have done such a heinous crime, you are still willing to abide by procedural justice? You just won't kill me? You will never cross your cerebral palsy bottom line. Never. Blake was silent. Never. Then everything is over. He snapped his fingers and removed his ability. Superman looked at the body in surprise. It was still Louis' appearance, still Louis' DNA, but in many details, it was completely different. The calluses formed on his hands from holding pens and typing on keyboards for a long time. The brands of mascara, face cream and lipstick made him immediately recognize that the body was not his lover. I originally wanted to use a little misleading, a period of fear, to push a person to the limit and collapse, and then let him break through the bottom line, and then tell him that all of this is a scam, and then let him realize that he is wrong. That kind of thing can completely destroy a person. This is what I want. I want you to destroy yourself with your own hands. Blake saw the ecstasy on Superman's face, the enviable peace of mind, the joy from the heart, and the incomparable tenderness. But you are not that kind of person. You will never be. You are serious. I fucked him. Blake threw the cigarette butt on the ground and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm. You are a fucking saint walking on earth, man. Green once again appeared on Blake's face, and followed by the 3 pink highlights. Blake tilted his head, wiped his head, and saw that he had lost a few purple hairs. He turned his head, and saw the sky not far away. Batman roared in, landing in the middle of the field that had been beaten into a mess by the two of them in a superhero landing posture. Superman. Lois was not killed. They used a shape-shifting villain named Snackerskin to trick you. However, Chen Tao quickly figured out the situation at the scene. "Good afternoon, Mr. Wayne. There is no need to say Superman in front of me. You can just call him Clark. It doesn't matter. Luthor and I have already found out your true identity after we found out about Lois. To be honest, you really need to let the Kent boy pay attention next time and not always give all the exclusive news to Lois Lane or Jimmy Olsen. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wayne, those smoke bombs you put on the internet are very useful, but it is obvious that they can't fool the real dangerous people." Superman put down the fake corpse. The whole person was shaking with excitement. Then unfortunately, this is the last time. Black's eyes sprayed dark green light, and the whole person slowly floated into the sky. The red cape flashed, and Clark blocked Batman. Chen Tao saw his toes drooping, and squeezed his toes tightly. Chen Tao sighed. "Clark, go check on Louis. I know you can't fight to your full potential before you confirm his safety. You're so love-brained. Blake is dangerous. His condition is not good. We may have to join forces. I can at least hold on for 7 or 8 minutes. Come on, you are an idealist Superman. I don't want you to be thinking about other things when fighting. I won't leave you alone to face him. After confirming Louis' safety, you will be stronger than you are now." Chen Tao emphasized, "Go with peace of mind. You know where she is." "Okay," Clark said, "I will be back soon." He looked at Blake deeply, then turned around and flew into the sky. from beginning to end. Blake just watched quietly. When I was a child, I dreamed of some childish things. He started to light a cigarette again. Chen Tao opened his palm and released the black nanorobits, but Blake didn't care. Blake held the cigarette, but like he was talking in a dream, and saw the flame flickering in the tobacco. This light was like the first bonfire lit by a dead branch on the snowy plain. He looked a little dazed, and people couldn't tell whether he was talking to Chen Tao or muttering to himself. Those dreams were burned, shattered, desecrated, and killed. I thought that was it, he said. On the other side, Superman was flying in the sky. He was eager to go home. Just like the nightmares that Batman and Chen Tao had had, Superman also had his own nightmares. He defeated countless villains and walked through thousands of miles of desert, but in the end, there was nothing there. But fate can't be so cruel, right? Fate can't be so cruel to a kind person. Clark, what happened? Before the found Lois could speak, he was embraced and kissed by his lover. Oh, I swear if you pick me up and kiss me like this again, I will pass out from lack of oxygen sooner or later. Lois' voice was full of laughter, and she met Clark's tearful eyes. So she didn't say anything, but stood on tiptoe and kissed him again. Blake stood in front of Chen Tao. His face began to swell green again. Until I met him, I hated him because he made me feel like I was a dreaming kid again. But that's the truth, isn't it? He is the real dream. He is Superman. And I am a fucking supervillain. No, you are not a villain. Judging from what you have done so far, you are an anti-hero who has gone astray. While Chen Tao continued to release nanorobits, he tried to provoke Blake with words as much as possible to delay his changes as much as possible. Remember when Luthor pulled your consciousness to Black's ship? That idiot, pulling you over to deal with Brainiac was just part of his plan. If you couldn't deal with Brainiac, he would force the connection and sacrifice me as a shield for him. Obviously, you made Brainiac very embarrassed, so the mental shock that followed Brainiac's disconnection in the end failed to cause serious damage to me. But he taught me a lot about mind control. My telepathic ability is just an innate superpower. In the past, all I did was use huge telekinesis to smash people, just like primitive people use aircraft carriers to smash nuts. Forgive my inappropriate metaphor. But Brainiac's knowledge is like putting the entire evolutionary path in front of an ape. I can't resist it, and there is no way out. Yes, that's right. I learned Brainiac's knowledge, and that's why I ended up in this field. Brainiac is now eroding my body and my mind. No, or when I started to learn his knowledge, Brainiac already existed in my body. That's why I know what happened between you and Luthor on that spaceship. Those are all Brainiac's memories. He left the trap in that knowledge, and I ran into it head first. More and more black nanorobots gathered around, and they could forcefully connect Chen Tao and Blake's brains in a short period of time. Chen Tao was ready to synchronize with the Joker at any time. Once successful, he would just pour those crazy thoughts into the other party's head. He and Lucius had anticipated the scene of dealing with telepaths. In addition to the information provided by the Red Hood that Bane can effectively target Blake, he still made sufficient preparations to face the other party. Brainiac amplified your jealousy of Superman. He manipulated you and tried to drive Superman crazy with your hand. Blake heard Batman's voice. Don't let Brainiac succeed, Blake. You are very likely one of the strongest telepaths on this planet. There is no reason for you to be completely powerless against Brainiac. I can't beat him. Blake began to lose his hair. His proud purple hair fell from his head one by one. Do you think Brainiac controls me? No, he doesn't. Blake said, I admit that Brainiac is very strong, but he is not yet able to interfere with my thinking. I took the initiative to do this. Since I started to learn the knowledge that Brainiac taught me, everything has started to go wrong. Blake said, if I can prove that my theory is correct here, if I can prove that Superman is just a hypocritical pseudo-god like us, I may not only be able to confront Brainiac head-on, but even fight back against him. The reason why psionic energy is called psionic is because it is essentially a kind of idealistic energy. The stronger your mind is, the more determined and deeply you believe in your goals and determination, and the more you are unwavering in your own principles, the stronger your telekinesis and mind-reading abilities will be. But now, But the worst thing now is that Superman is really a saint, which has screwed me over. My psionic power will be completely absorbed by Brainiac, Batman. Black had begun to gradually transform towards green. He spat out blood. Some things belonging to Black gushed out of his mouth, while others belonging to Brainiac, some mechanical things, were cast and constructed in his body. You were right to send Superman away. I always felt that Brainiac wanted to do something to Superman. He was full of malice towards Superman. I could tell even without reading his mind. He said, "Brainiac is coming. Brainiac is coming. Batman, he is very dangerous." Bane. Bane turned his head and saw Red Hood bringing a large group of people to join him. He was slightly surprised. Such a defeated army could actually gather such a large group of people. Red Hood was thoughtful. "Shh, don't make any noise." Bane wanted to carefully check whether Clayface had mixed in with them, but the current situation obviously did not give him the time. Forget it, it's okay. As long as he gets Black's ability, he can easily distinguish Clayface with telepathy. There is no need to rush. So he gestured to Red Hood to stop talking, and then quietly stretched out his head to look at Black floating in the air and Batman standing below. "Bane, what did Black say?" "Be quiet, Red Hood." Bane didn't want to pay attention to the other party. He was concentrating on eavesdropping. The green of all things gave him extraordinary hearing. He could feel that a small grass among the gravel not far away could clearly hear the conversation between the two. Now all the green plants are his spies. But Bane didn't want to listen to Black's words at all. He just used the grass to closely sense Batman standing there. It was Batman. The real Batman. Not Clayface. Not Superman. Not anyone in disguise. The real Batman was there. His target. His enemy. Bane only felt a surge of hot blood rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The blazing fire roared violently in his heart, but he forced the fire down. "Bane, Bane." Red Hood called him twice, but he turned a deaf ear. So Red Hood turned his head to look at Mudface, who was disguised as a live wire next to him, and then nodded. The few of them approached Bane quietly, and then they all touched a potion in their arms quietly. More Mudfaces also came over. But when they were about to raise their hands and insert them behind Bane, they saw Bane suddenly twist his body, and then countless vines stretched out from his back, and then dragged him out like Spider-Man, straight from the hidden place, through the blind spot of the other two people's vision, through the ruins, and swung to Blake, who was still chattering in the air. Dozens of traitors who wanted to backstab him didn't have time to do anything. They looked at each other. "What should we do?" "Red Hood, Bane didn't give us a chance to attack." Red Hood gritted his teeth. "Bane will definitely find a way to deal with Blake. Things are irreversible. We should make the final preparations. Summary: we will backstab depending on the situation." "Great, I'm Pi again. Starting from that Korean city Yuna," I said, "I will support you." "Taozi, Oppa, when are you going to do something bad? Take me with you." The male protagonist smiled. This gigolo is almost full of himself. A male and female protagonist double-crossing gigolo novel. Chapter 150. Bane, cooperating with his enemies. Bane hid his body behind the ruins. On the way here, he had reviewed Blake and Luthor's plan bit by bit. Bane's stern face under the mask twitched slightly, and then quickly fell into calm. He had to admit that his judgment was weakened by the withdrawal reaction of the venom, so that he was easily played with. To be honest, it was really embarrassing for the Bat-type villain. Well, Bane shook his head. "Don't think so. The so-called honor dispute between Superman villains and Bat-type villains is just something he made up to fool those idiots. Although he preached the so-called honor to those idiots every day, it was just a brainwashing speech to make them bring their own dry food, to serve him as dogs, and be taken advantage of by him. He used a false goal to unite everyone, and then led everyone to work towards that direction. But all this is fake. Don't believe it yourself." "That's right. There has never been any honor for Bat-type villains." Bane didn't know why his thoughts were so divergent. Was it the side effect of the venom that was still taking effect? In short, when he finally got his brain back, he finally realized that Luthor and Black had set him up, and he had become a tool for them to attract the attention of Batman and Superman for free. Luthor also told him something about selling Black to him. He was probably playing him like a monkey and tricking him into working for them for free. In the past, He was the only one who got free stuff from others, but now he was the one who got free stuff from others. But this doesn't mean that his previous preparations were meaningless. Bane narrowed his eyes. At this time, his body was covered with large and small colorful flowers of different varieties. He was as beautiful as a fairy of flowers, and there was even a red rose growing in the center of his brain. Note: for the specific appearance, you can refer to the appearance of the plant master after he obtained the power of the Council of Flowers in the Harlequin and Poison Ivy issue, with flowers growing on his head. The green of all things is divided into 3 councils: the Council of Trees, the May Queen, and the Council of Flowers. This should have been a very eye-catching appearance, but the problem was that he had to do it. The pollen secreted by these flowers can effectively block Blake's mental energy detection, making the other party identify him as a small flower. To be honest, he didn't know why he was identified as a flower. The longer he mastered the power of the green of all things, the more he felt that his connection with the green of all things was often expressed in the form of flowers. I don't know why. It was not obvious before, but after successfully integrating the black of decay, this connection with flowers suddenly became clearer. In short, this is a method he developed specifically to successfully sneak attack Blake. Blake's mental ability is indeed very useful, but it is by no means a god's perspective, let alone an intelligent scanning system. As for being visually conspicuous, this is an inevitable side effect, but with his master level stealth skills, he is confident that Blake will not be able to detect his presence at all. Just like at this moment, Bane hid his body behind the ruins, then retracted the beautiful flowers growing on his head and quietly poked his head out a little. He saw Batman and Blake confronting each other in the air, and the other party only had eyes for each other, and seemed to be completely unaware of his existence. Bane gritted his teeth, and took a deep breath. This is good. He has to get closer. This is a risky move, but it is worth it. He stretched out a hand, spread his palm, and clenched his middle finger and ring finger, forming a special gesture with only the thumb, index finger, and pinky finger stretched straight. Then, a vine sprayed out from his wrist, pulling him to quietly approach the two again. Blake's face was a little strange. The rich green accumulated on the back of his head and spread to the front half of his face. Bane made sure that the other party did not turn his head at any time. He was sure that his stealth was very successful. Even Batman didn't notice him. His attention was distracted by Blake. But Bane's attention was also completely involved in the two people, and he didn't realize that the Red Hood standing behind was busy selling out his teammates. Jason, the best Robin of the year, observed Bane's movement while secretly thinking. No, Jason suddenly realized that he could use the communicator in his hand to report his location to Batman openly. Anyway, he was surrounded by his own people. What? You are a traitor. A voice suddenly came from behind, scaring the Red Hood. Then he saw Clayface covered his mouth with a shocked look, and then suddenly stuck out his tongue and knocked his head. What? It turns out that I'm also. Hey. He hated Clayface. My psychic abilities will be completely absorbed by Brainiac. Batman. Bane heard Bright say to Batman, Brainiac is coming. Brainiac is coming. Batman. He is very dangerous. Do you know his true nature? Do you understand who he is? He will absorb and drain every bit of wisdom and computing power of humans on Earth, and then find a city to collect them like a specimen. Blake's face has almost completely turned green. 3 pink spots of light began to shine through his skin. As more and more Brainiac appeared in his body, Blake's thoughts overlapped with Brainiac's more and more. His purple hair has completely fallen out, except for his face, which is still Blake's. From the appearance alone, he is no different from the person Chen Tao had seen on the Brainiac spaceship. And Blake also looked a little crazy, and his speech was no longer as organized as before. But Chen Tao knew that the other party was actively telling all the information he could see while he was awake at this time. He's like a snail absorbing cheese. He drains everyone's creativity bit by bit. He's a robot. He's essentially a robot. He can't create, but he can plunder creation. What a blasphemy. Blake hugged his head, and Bane saw Batman with a gloomy face, black sand condensed on his body, and built a bridge connecting the two brains in the air. Bane was a little horrified to see Batman's face under the mask gradually turn pale, and the corners of his mouth began to slowly grin, as if a part of the Joker appeared in his mind. Hiss. Bane took a breath of cold air. Although he had long thought that Batman should not be unprepared for the current situation, it was a bit scary to watch Batman start laughing in front of him. But soon, Bane returned to indifference. As long as the other party could help him consume Blake, it would be fine. No matter what method the other party used, it was not something he should care about. Yes, that's right. He saw black tubes condensed by nanorobots growing out of Batman's body, one by one connected to Blake's head, which had begun to transform. This seemed to be a precursor to some kind of mental shock. But at this moment, Bane saw the communication message from Red Hood on the communicator in his hand. Bane, I'm next to you. I'll rush out first to attract Blake's attention, and you sneak attack from behind and defeat him quickly. He turned his head and saw Red Hood appear not far from him. He actually sneaked over. Bane was a little annoyed. Didn't he tell the other party to wait for him there? Why didn't he listen to his orders? But the problem is that disobeying Batman's orders is almost a traditional skill of every generation of Robin. So we can infer that the same is true if Batman is replaced by Bane. What Jason said was a complete copy of the classic tactics that Batman had used before. Robin attracted attention, and Bat sneaked and knocked everyone down. In other words, although Bane had fought with Batman many times, he had never engaged in criminal activities in Gotham for many years. Otherwise he would definitely feel familiar with such tactics. But since Red Hood had already come, Bane would not be stupid enough to drive him back. He nodded, and then he briefly communicated with the other party on the communicator about the direction of the next battle, and he had a rough idea in his mind. He looked at the field, and Batman's face was solemn, as if he was completely unaware of the existence of him and Red Hood. Blake was already a dead bone in the grave, and he would soon become his defeated opponent, and even his body would become his human weapon. Batman and Blake would both be injured in the fight, but in the end, he would benefit. And Red Hood, although he was a little dissatisfied with the other party coming to help him privately, look at this plan. It was so detailed and adapted to local conditions, as if the other party had used it countless times before. That's right. Bane turned his head, and although he was hiding in the dark, he still felt a sense of high spirits. Because of being too excited, a small rose suddenly wanted to stretch out from his forehead, and Bane, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, quickly pressed it back. The flower on the forehead was still too conspicuous and not conducive to concealment. So the rose had no choice but to grow out of Bane's butt. Bane narrowed his eyes and ruthlessly plucked the rose from his butt. With such a careful plan and helpers, and Batman attracting his attention, he attacked from behind, and won in one fell swoop. He, Bane, must be the one who laughs last. Black began to twitch. His body was dyed green from the head down, and interfaces connected to metal tentacles appeared on his head. These were originally the control ports used by Brainiac to connect to his spacecraft, but now they were inserted by Chen Tao as a means of connection for mental pollution. Earthling. Although half of Black's face maintained his proper expression, the other half of his face suddenly became calm in an instant. Bane saw Batman looking into that face, fearless and righteous. You Earthling. They call you Batman, right? Brainiac. Bane heard Batman say, amazing technology. Luthor and Blake are all played in your palm. Luthor thought he used Bane and those Superman villains to distract me, but in fact he himself was just a tool used to distract me. Blake is very likely the most powerful telepath on Earth right now. Brainiac, you win. Yes, I once had a plan to let Blake lead all the telepaths on Earth to blow up your brain, but this plan has been completely wasted. You solved Blake, and the most core figure of this plan was destroyed by you. Telepaths are just threats and food to me, not materials worth collecting. There are countless telepaths like this in the universe. Brainiac had a blank expression. Blake's presence gradually disappeared from Blake's face. Bane saw that the half of his face occupied by the other party was getting smaller and smaller. He tried his best to open his mouth and make an RR sound, but in the end, he just screamed silently like a fish about to die of dehydration on the shore. Even without telepathy, Bane could fully imagine the pain. It's you, Batman. I'm very interested in you. On this planet, I originally wanted to collect Superman and the Kryptonian life code in his body, but your appearance made me very curious. As Brainiac, gained a deeper and deeper control over this body. His face showed a more and more human expression. He was deliberately imitating human emotions, which could be said to be a provocation or a kind of when in Rome, do as the Romans do. How on earth did you do it? One moment you turned into a car, the next moment you turned into a dinosaur, the next moment you turned into a muscle monster, and even an inorobot. All material transformations cannot be unconditional. The law of conservation of mass and the law of conservation of energy do not exist at all in you. Brainiac's eyes sparkled. Very interesting. It is knowledge I have never seen before. Batman, I will find out your secret. How on earth did you do this? As he took a deep breath and then smiled. It's useless, Batman. Ever since you attacked me with mental shock before, I have been prepared for this kind of method of yours. No method can work on me for the second time. You should really blame Luthor for letting you use this trick on me in advance. Blake on the other half of his face screamed. This time it was not a silent scream, but a sincere wail. Fuck you, Batman. He fucked up the whole circus. I'm Brainiac, Batman. Welcome to meet me. Then he groaned. It's useless to increase the pollution efficiency. I will eventually. But the next moment he turned his head and saw Edward jumping out from his hiding place. He rushed directly to Brainiac with sonic bombs hanging all over his body. With the loud explosion, Jason's mouth and nose were full of blood. Even with the mud face attached to his body to help him resist, the violent sonic waves also caused enough damage to him. Chen Tao laughed hysterically, and more and stronger pollution continued to be transmitted to Brainiac. Black on the other half of Brainiac's face roared, taking advantage of the moment when Brainiac was affected by the sonic waves, and fought back with all his strength. At the moment when the three joined forces, under Chen Tao's waiting eyes, Bane finally jumped out from the hidden corner and urged the flowers and vines all over his body to wrap around Brainiac. The black air of decay rushed on his face. Chen Tao whispered silently, "You may win, Brainiac. You may win temporarily, but you should know, Batman will not lose. Bane, my old friend, my enemy, please don't let me down. Otherwise, how can you be my villain?" Book title. In American comics, I turned into a miraculous giant of light who can push back tsunamis with telekinesis, detonate planets with light, and travel through the stars at superluminal speed. Superman. He is an enterprising concept and a light that illuminates the darkness. Wonder Woman. He is a glorious warrior. Batman said nothing and silently created a new Ultraman rampage plan. Steppenwolf. Climbing back to Apocalypse with difficulty. No, Ultraman is too strong. Shenyu, don't listen to their nonsense. I'm just an ordinary scientist in the Kingdom of Light. I don't have the power they have. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.